Okay, uh, welcome everybody. Happy to have you all here, and great to start off the Winterkamp 2021. So for this year, it's a bit different, of course. We're gonna have a great event nonetheless, with great instructors. And yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun here today. So to start off, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to the 2021 version of our Winterkamp. Online, of course. So what we're gonna have today are some great workshops and lectures by some top instructors from around the world, which the online version makes it quite a bit easier, to be fairly honest, who are going to give on all different kind of subjects, which we will introduce later on in the live stream. Do remember, during our live stream we'll have a live chat. You can ask questions to the instructors there. You can ask questions if something is you don't get something. It's that's always okay, because those questions will be used in the Q&A later after they have done their lectures or workshops. So make sure to send in those questions so that we can get the best result out of our lectures. Now I'm going to introduce the instructors for now. In that I'm going to tell you which ones are coming and what they're going to do. So for starters, we're going to have Dennis Ljungqvist in a few moments. He's going to join us, and he's going to start off the event with a lecture about how to train for tournaments, which we're going to have to do again. It's going to happen. We're going to have to start training for those tournaments again, and Dennis is going to help us to see how we're going to do that. So he'll be joining us any minute now, and then we're going to get started with the with the real event. Furthermore, I'm going to go over all the names again so you know who's coming. So after Dennis, we'll have Maurice Booij, who's doing a workshop on motivational speech, of motivation training during this pandemic and how to do that. We have Arto Fama, who's joining us for a workshop on digging into core movement, making sure that your posture is always correct. On that, Arto will also helping me on the end of the event to make sure to analyze some videos. He's going to help me with that. So those postures are really important, and we'll come back later in the event. After that, we'll have Merlyn Janssen, who is an instructor from our own club, from the Zwaardkring, who will be doing a lecture describing the 4 common archetypes of HEMA fighters, how to deal with it, how to train as them, and how to train against them. So that's going to be very interesting as well. After that, we'll have Kristine Konsmo, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing the names correctly, so sorry if I'm not, who will be doing a lecture on a workshop actually on I.33 Sword and Buckler, onto binding with the false edge. So that's going to be very interesting, and it's a dear subject of myself as well, so I'll be sure to watch that. After that, we will be having, let's see, Victor Harder Hesel, who will be having an interview with me on his own style he has composed on left-handed fighting and some other subject as well. Be sure to send in questions for those if you have any, because those will really won't be left unanswered. Sorry. So after that, we will have Johanna Hopfgartner. I'm sorry, Johanna, that I probably pronounced that wrong. Who will be doing a workshop on mounted fencing with sabre from the 18th and 19th century. Due to her interest in that area as well, after being not able to train well regularly the past few months, we'll see that in that far more subjects have been answered to use here. So after that, we'll have Oskar who'll be doing a workshop on, let's see, what was it? Yes, the muscles active workshop. So you grab a mat and make sure you can join here. So he'll be doing another workshop on how to keep your muscles active while locked down during Corona. It's something that I think very important to keep an eye out for, because that will really improve your game here. Finally, we have myself and Arto, as I already said, who will do an analyze this of videos we get sent to in our email address. Make sure to send them. It's zwaardkringwinterkamp@gmail.com, where we will analyze videos and help you improve your training and improve your fighting in technical regards or in tournament regards. So, that being said, we're gonna wait until Dennis gets here. Stay tuned, and in a few moments we'll be here. Thank you, and have a good fun. Oh, one last thing before I forget. My name is Max van Ekart. I'm a head instructor of chairman of the Zwaardkring, and I will be presenting together with a few co-hosts, one of which is Martijn van Best, is a member of our communications team. He'll be joining here for a few of the lectures as well, so I can go to the bathroom as well. I do need that. And we have Jeroen Wordragen here as the technical service, who, if there are any problems, will help us with it. Furthermore, this event could not have been done without the help of a few of our volunteers, including Pascal Boots, Tosca Beuming, and Merlyn Janssen, who have all helped to make sure that we have a smooth running event here. So I would say I thank them already in advance, and afterwards everyone should thank them and send them messages of love and support, because they really put a lot of effort in this and they really deserve the appreciation here. So with that being said, I'm gonna go off for a bit, and I'll see you back in a few minutes. Alright, bye! All right, welcome everyone. I'm here together with Dennis Ljungqvist, who is going to give us a well-needed workshop on how to train for those tournaments that are going to come. Dennis here is joining us from, I believe, Sweden, if I'm correct.
Yeah? Yes, from Kungshamn in Sweden, on the west coast of Sweden. Nice. Here. Yes,
closest part for me that is. So that's still nice. All right, Dennis, I'm going to give you the floor. Good luck.
Yes, and, thank you.
Looking forward.
Yes, thank you for that introduction. I was thinking of introducing myself a little bit more to those who doesn't know me. My name is Dennis Ljungqvist. I'm 34 years old, and I'm a construction painter for my normal work. I started doing HEMA 2007, and in 2008 I started Kungshamns Historical Fencing School. And I was thinking of starting this a little bit lecture of discussing how I started doing HEMA, how I went into HEMA, and when I started competing, and some things I learned with the earlier years of my competition, and then go through what I do to prepare for a tournament after that. So basically, I'm one of those people who started as a kid with playing role-playing games and doing all kinds of that type of things. And I went into LARPing when I got a little bit older, and we went all around Sweden and fought with foam swords and had a really fun time. But when I was about 16 years old, I wanted to become better at fencing, so I started doing kendo, and I was at this time living during the weeks in a little bigger town called Uddevalla. So I started training with the Uddevalla Kendo club that were there, and I had this sensei who was really interested in competitions. So I hadn't even been training for half a year when I went to my first kendo competition, and that was like a huge experience for me. I hadn't really competed in anything more than like soccer earlier, and I did kendo for I think like 3.5 years or so, and I moved back to Kungshamn, and we didn't have a kendo club here, so I started boxing, and I did boxing for several years. And I simply missed having a sword in my hand, so I was actually thinking of starting a kendo group here in Kungshamn. But at this time, I was also still LARPing and doing a lot of that. So I went to this medieval fair in Visby in 2007, and I come across HEMA for some reason, and I did this introduction course. That was a 2-day course. It was like 40 degrees outside, and it was really hot. And I showed up to this introduction class in a chainmail. That wasn't a good idea because it was much too hot to be wearing armor. I can tell you that. I quite soon took the chainmail off, and I continued with this workshop I was going to. And I learned the basics basically at this workshop, and it was really fun. So I discussed with a bunch of friends, and the year after we started Kungshamns Historical Fencing Club, a school here in Kungshamn. And it was so funny because we pre-started a little bit in May and just had trainings, me and the few friends I had with me. And then we started officially in September. And this first training, we had like rented a hall for like an entire year, and no one showed up the first training. I was like, oh crap, this is not going to go well. But the next training, there were 3 little guys showing up. They were 14 years of age, and we had said that people had to be 16 years to participate. And they went in and asked, "Hi, may we train?" Me and my friend Kalle, he was named. We looked at each other and we just looked back at the guys and said, yeah, you were very welcome. So that was basically how the Kungshamns Historical Fencing School started. I want to go back a little bit to the kendo competitions. I did quite a lot of kendo competitions during the years I was fencing. As I said, my sensei, Donny Albertsson, his name is, was very, very interested in fighting in competitions. And I remember I went to Oslo Open one year. I don't remember exactly which year it was, but I got to meet this woman who was fighting in the same pool as me, and I didn't know anything about her. I just had a name, and I couldn't find her in the hall, and I wanted to, have a look on my opponent before the fight. And I went to my sensei and I asked, "Is she any good?" I don't remember her name now, but he got this look on his face, and he said, she's pretty good, but you could take her. Yeah, you could." And when we showed up to the ring, she had this marking on her arm that showed that she was in the national Swedish kendo team. And I was like, "Oh crap! I've been doing this for a year and a half or something, and I'm up against a Swedish national team champion. Oh yeah." But the fight actually went well. I think I lost with like 1 point. Kendo is 2 points, so it's hard to get a point in kendo. But I remember walking out of the fight, I was thinking like, yeah, this doesn't really matter in that way, because everybody has a sword, and as soon as I start fighting, it's up to me and my opponent. And that was like a huge experience for me, that you can win against everybody. It's not like if you go into a boxing fight and you're up against let's say Mike Tyson. You know that Mike Tyson, he could punch you out with a blow, but here no matter who's holding the sword, it's still as deadly, because we're hunting points. And that was like a huge experience for me. And between these competitions, somewhere we had this big meeting with a personal trainer with the kendo club, who told us about how to prepare before going to competitions. And I'm not sure that this personal trainer actually had looked on what we were doing, because he started to tell us basically how you should prepare if you're like a long cross country skier, or if you're running a marathon or something. It was all about loading up on carbs and doing all this. And I don't really think that that's maybe necessary for a fencer, because like, let's say you do a tournament today, you do 10 fights. That's basically like 30 minutes of fighting, while a cross-country skier is like maybe for 5 hours he's skiing and using his body. So and I remember we were using what we learned when we were going to the Swedish National Championship. I think this was in 2005, and simply I was out of order when I was supposed to be fighting, because I wasn't. It wasn't normal for me to eat so many carbohydrates. So like I didn't get anything to really work the first day. The second day, we like in the evening before, we sat down, had a bit of a calm day. We ate some pizza, and the next day I performed really well. So how you put your preparations in order could be a vital in how you will act later on. But I want to jump back into the beginning of my HEMA career. So as I said, I started the Kungshamns Historical Fencing School in 2008. I had a lot of help from the GHFs, and I was down to their location for a couple of times, learning a little bit about HEMA and such. And we also had Anders Linnard. He came to us and helped us with one of our trainings, and we had a good time in the beginning. So my actually first event to a HEMA competition or event of any kind, except for this introduction thing I did on Visby, was actually Swordfish in 2008. And since I started training HEMA like half a year earlier, and in Kendo I competed half a year in, I basically wanted to compete directly as well. So I entered the tournament at Swordfish 2008. And back then we had 2 tournaments, you can say, one for the cool kids and one for me, basically, and the ones who haven't been training so long. And back then, the cool guys were fencing with nylons, and us other we were fighting with weighted H.E.M.A swords. And I remember this was a tournament where you weren't judged so much on how many points. The judges were basically looking to see who was interpreting the techniques and doing best type of fencing, who was dominating the area more than who actually landed the strikes. And I got to meet, this was also a tournament that if you lost a fight, you were out. There was no pools, nothing like that. It was you went in, you did a fight, you lost, you were out, or you proceeded to the next fight, and if you lost that one, you were out. And I remember I got to meet this strange guy. He was from one of the Stockholm club. His name was something like Kristine Konsmo. I kind of been fighting him a few times afterwards, I can tell you that. But this is the only time I fought him in a tournament with long swords. And we went in and fought each other, and he basically got all the hits. I think like the point results was 3-1 or something like that. But I remember we got into a very close situation, and he got his sword behind my head, and I had my sword like towards the ground, and I was like, oh crap, this isn't a good position. And it pulled me to the ground, and I dropped my mask, and it rolled out of the arena. I was thinking, oh my God, never again. This was horrible. This isn't any good. And I was wearing too much protection. I had like a gambers on, and I had my dough plate from Kendo and big bulky lacrosse gloves and everything. And I was used to be fencing in basically a t-shirt at this time. And I went up, and then the judges were discussing the match. And actually, one of the 2 judges wanted me to win the fight, even though I fall down and the other guy was hitting me all the time. But I remember that it kind of made an impression to me that, oh, maybe this will go well to the next fight or something like that. But in the end, I lost that fight because of the points. Then in the end, because one judge was judging for him and one judge were voting for me, and so the point decided, and Stanson won that fight. The next time I went to a tournament was Dijon 2009, and I was still a bit shocked up by the Swordfish fiasco, or what we want to call it. And I remember that Anders Linden took me, and he brought me outside of the hall, and it was like, you need to fight here, Dennis. I know that you know how to fight. And I was like, oh, okay then. And I went in, and I met this French man. I don't remember his name this day. And he had a stance that was leaning backwards a little bit. And he had this gray knee pad. And I went in, and I did something with my sword to draw his attention up high, and I smacked him on the knee pad, and I won. So that's how I won my first fight. That was also like a one-hit fight, and the winner progressed, and the other one was out of the tournament. So, and I progressed, and I actually went all the way into the final, and where I got to meet Axel Peterson. I didn't lose that fight, so I got in second in my second tournament. I remember that, like, going in with a little bit of confidence, it helped me a lot during this. And I have Anders Linden to thanks for having that discussion with me before. My third tournament was Swordfish in 2009. I went in the pool. This was the first tournament I did in HEMA that had pools. We used to have them in Kendo, but it wasn't usual at this time. And I remember that in my pools, and I was fighting with the pool kids. I was allowed to fight with nylons now. I had this guy, Anders Linnard. He was in my pool. I was like, oh crap, he's like the best there is. He really was at this time. I don't think he had lost like one fight ever. And I met him in my pool, and he beat me up. And then I went to, but I did proceed out of the pool and into the eliminations. And in the eliminations, I think I fought, was it Andreas Stålberg, a very, very talented Swedish fencer. And I won that fight. Then I got this guy called Axel Pearson, and I won that fight too. And my girlfriend, I quite recently broke up with a girlfriend who actually was at Swordfish, and she went to me and said something like, okay, good that you got this far, but now you have to meet the godfather of HEMA. My next fight was with Matt Gallas. And I was like, okay, I'm 23 years old. I've been doing this for a year and a half, and I'm fighting Matt Gallas. Okay, fun. But in the end, I actually won. Probably because I got a little bit mad. My ex-girlfriend tried to psych me out before the fight. So it went well. And in the end, I actually got to meet Anders Linnard once more in the final. And I won the tournament. And what I remember mostly about this tournament was that I started adapting to what I learned about preparations when doing Kendo. And this was really, really helpful for me. And I noticed that people weren't doing what I was doing. They were like standing in full gear between fights and like waiting, and didn't calm themselves down in a way. And they didn't seem to have been doing like preparations like a month earlier, but I have done that and it kind of worked. I just going to mention 3 other tournaments very quickly. One is the Worldwide Open Championship in Germany, 2010. It was a Colin Richards event. I remember it because I think it was one of the first tournaments I entered multiple weapons. And I remember I did 36 fights during a weekend there. And back then there was a lot of fights. Usually I've done more later on, but then it's been like events like Battle of the Bridge and stuff like that. But this was like normal tournaments with like long wait in between them, but I still got to do so many fights. And that was so fun because we went as a whole team of Swedes, and all of us kind of adapted to do real preparations when we went there. And we went there as athletes. We were coming in like the sport jackets, and like the Germans that were fighting there at this time, they were all of them not focused in that way. They were more like showing up in chainmails and having a beer, and we Swedes went to bed early, and everything worked out really, really well for us. And we were 5 Swedes going there, and I think we got placed 1, 2, and 3 in the longsword, and 2 and first and second place in rapier. So that was like amazing experience, showing that really using preparations worked for me. The next one was Swordfish 2011. I want to have just a little bit of words about. It was a tournament where I focused really, really, really much on the preparation. So I can basically say that I overdid them. I raised the bar. I tried to go out running intervals in hills, and I did like extra training. And I also, I think I blogged about like how I was preparing for Swordfish, and I did a huge thing about this. And during the longsword tournament, I remember I got a little bit psyched in my head that like, I've done everything right, I have to win this now. And in the end, I was beaten in, I think it was like the 8-part or quarter-part final against a guy I usually had won to. But I wasn't there in my head because I have overdone the preparations a bit. So that's also an aspect that I'm going to come to later on. And the last tournament I want to mention is Swordfish in 2012, which I won. And I've gone back, taken my preparations back a little bit of a step, trying to calm down a little bit more before the tournament. And I went in with an open mind and with a focus on actually winning. And I think this is the first tournament I've used music in between fights to get psyched up a little bit. And it worked really, really well. So, and also that was like, for me, one of the most important tournaments in my whole career, because like everybody who was really, really great were at that tournament in that time. So yes, moving on to how I look on preparations for going to a tournament. So all year around, I want you to train everything with the weapon you're training. So basically, I want you to be training everything from fundamentals, like training footwork, training just to cut with a sword, having the right lines with your cuts, training distant management with your opponent, training like all of this, but as well to train the more advanced technical stuff. I, as a trainer or as an instructor, I'm always trying to make exercises that gives more than just one type of training. So if I'm training techniques, I might will be putting in that you're making like 3 or 4 techniques, and depending on how the bind is, you should do this or this or that, because then you both train your feeling about how you're training about what you do. Then you can use that against the other person, and so you get more than just like training in and doing a vinden, then you're doing a vinden, and then you're doing a vinden. But if the other person also is allowed to parry and you have to do a mutiren, for example, you get a more rounded way of training. I basically seen this as you have 2 staples of how to train fencing. You have a advanced stable and a basic stable. So you can train your advanced, like you can be the person who does the perfect technique sets, but as long as you don't have the basic skills, you will never be able to use your advanced skills in a sparring bout or in a competition. So you need to train your basic skills so you always have like a because it's kind of making a roof for you. So if your basic skill is higher than your techniques, you will just rely on basic fencing. But if your technique skills are higher than your basic skills, you won't be able to use this part in between, basically, during an actual fight. So that's what I'm thinking of when I'm instructing like all year round. But then come like a month before a tournament, I start beginning my preparations for that specific tournament. And you can basically say that from week 4 up until the second week before the tournament, I increase the physical aspects of the fencing training. I put in both more like push-ups and that sort of stuff, but I also make the sparring harder. I do harder like drills and stuff like that. So we're pushing it a bit forward here and trying to build a better condition in the body. So you're more psyched to actually be going to the tournament. A lot of hard sparring, and sometimes I even incorporate like rules from the tournament into the sparring. Haven't been doing that much the last couple of years because it's been quite the same, but been and also maybe even like judging the sparring a little bit, so you get a feeling of how the competition will be looking when you're fighting. Except for in the fencing hall, I usually do my normal training. I do a lot of like weightlifting, and I do a lot of walking and such. I basically do this the same amount or a little bit higher, but not too much, because I'm also, since I'm raising the bar in the fencing hall. I don't want to raise it all, because then you stress your body. So that's what I do, like for like week 4, 3, and 2 before the competition. Moving on to the last week before the actual competition, I usually skip all extra training that isn't HEMA. So I don't go to the gym, I don't go out jogging, I do walk my dogs, but basically no long distance walking for hours and hours, just like calm normal walks and stuff like that. I edit the training in the fencing hall to be a more technical type of training. I do more single time techniques, I do more like drills that's more focused on like how to manage different problems in your fencing, and more like very specific technical stuff that you could have used for in the actual competition, that also has a low risk of getting injured before going into the competition. More single time techniques, but we have softened the we don't hit so hard, and we try to not get injured during sparring, with a higher focus on technique. So we put in a lot more technical focus in the sparring as well. During this week, I always load up on energy, and with that I mean, since I'm lowering my physical training, I usually I basically eat what I want, and try not to like, if I was on a diet, I would have a cheat week that week. I was like, I'm not doing this diet. I'm just eating what I want and trying to be confident in my body, building up energy for the tournament. Like, I try to pack everything in advance, so I don't have to do it like the day before I go to the tournament, or like in the same day or so. So I have like everything is done. I also try to go over my gear, so like fencing masks and everything is okay, and like prepare the practical stuff around the tournament as early as possible, so you have like a good chance of actually focusing on the tournament. One thing I do that I have that is like a little bit of a thing for me that I always do before the tournaments, is that I take a night off. So let's say I'm going on a tournament on Friday. I usually have fencing training on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So Wednesday evening, I put on a nice film on the TV, and I sit down, have something good to eat, and maybe some candy and stuff like that. And this helps me get into the right mood. If I'm feeling stressed about the tournament and I'm very psyched, I maybe need to lower the excitement before going, so then I can maybe put on a comedy or something like that. But if I haven't really been thinking of the tournament, which I should have, maybe it's Highlander instead. So I'm trying to do something to get into the right mindset a couple of days before the tournament, basically. Yes, a little bit. One thing a little bit more personal, and I myself, and this isn't really proved in if you read up on training. What's the word? Science, basically, and it's. I myself know that have a little bit of better focus. Like if I haven't had sex for like a week before the tournament, so none of that for me. That is a very personal thing, and there's a very good movie to watch about this. It's called Wimbledon with Kirsten Dunst. It's maybe from 2000 something early. Look it up, and see how you self react to this, basically. That's how I do the last week. Now I want to go into on the competition day. What I try to do is I try to bring stuff that helps me in a practical way. I try to bring beverages, some snacks, like fruits and maybe some chocolate bars and stuff like that. I try to bring extra clothing and some extra warm clothing. So like if my t-shirt gets wet in the pool, I can change and have a dry one that I walk around in until the actual eliminations and stuff like that. Stuff that make you feel better throughout the day. I try to warm up thoroughly before the fights, but what I see that a lot of people are doing wrong is that they warm up too early. Then you're burning a lot of calories for a long time, and then when you come to gear check and stuff like that, you will start to cool off. It's better to warm up quite close to the gear check and then stay in movement until the fights, like even during the gear check and such. I try to take a break between the pools and eliminations and try to, like for me, one of the things I like to do is actually leave the fencing hall. Just go out for like 10 minutes, have a little bit of air, and come in again. I like to watch the fights, but I try not to do it too much because then it wears on the psyche a little bit. I think it takes the thought of my own fights away a little bit. But it's good to watch the other fencers a little bit at least, so you know what the other fencers are doing, and I would also say that it's good to watch the judges a little bit to see how they're judging today. How, for example, how long is the afterblow tempo? It could vary like a very, very big amount during a tournament, or like if you have two tournaments like a month apart, the afterblow sequence could differ like half a second or something like that, just between the tournaments. One other thing I tend to do between mostly in the eliminations and in like when coming up closer to the finals, I try to listen to music to help focus. And for some people this helps, for some people it doesn't. But I think you could try it. You really should. So that's basically how I do during a competition day. I'm trying to stay as calm as possible. I try to watch a little bit, but not so much that I get tired from it. For example, I like to judge on the same day I'm competing. The reason for this is that I'm focusing on a thing that takes the way of the stress of my tournament in a way. So you can try that as well if you haven't done it. And hopefully you win the tournament at this point. But then it comes the day after as well. And I want to talk a little bit what I do directly after tournament. Like the day after tournament, I usually evaluate how the tournament went. What did I do good? What did I do bad? What can I improve to help me become a better fencer for the next tournament? And also try to see what the trends are in the fencing, because there are always trends running through the fencing. Like this year, a lot of people are using one-handed techniques, and half a year afterwards, everyone who tries to do a one-handed technique gets hit in the head. So then they disappear for 2 years, and then they reappear, and it always works like that. So it's good to know how the trends are working and be able to work around them. And by evaluating this, when we go out, a bunch of people from my club, we usually do this in the car on the way home. We're sitting and talking about how did everything go and what can I train to get better before the next tournament. And this is a perfect time to make a plan to solve the issues you're having. So that was basically what I wanted to talk about, and I want to say a big thanks for having me.
Yeah, it was great having you. So yeah, I heard some really great things here, which I'm gonna go a bit further into if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
And some questions I saw now. So the first thing I wanted to ask, you spoke of the right mindset. Do you have a specific mindset you want to be in? Like really, that's it?
Yes, I have this mindset where I'm totally focused on the fight. If I've had a really good fight, I don't remember the fight afterwards. It's a few years I had that fight, but that's like what I'm looking for, and it's then you don't hear the audience shouting or anything. You're just focused on you and your opponent. If I'm having a bad fight, I'm more focusing on what's happening around and all of that. So I'm trying to get into this quite calm place, but still focused. Calm but focused. That's what I'm looking for.
Right, nice. So then I saw a question coming from the YouTube channel.
Yes.
First of all, in that, did you notice a lot of help or a better start because of your kendo experience when starting with H.E.M.A? Did it help a lot?
Yes, absolutely it did, because back then in H.E.M.A, I don't think people really knew how to prepare for a tournament, basically. So people just went there and they fought, and then they were done with it, basically. But
beers and beverages.
Yeah, yes, and but for me, I went in as I did when I did kendo. I focused on what I was supposed to do, and I really tried to go in with the best opportunity for myself. So, yes.
All right, great. Also a fun one. I noticed you said about fighting the national champion during the event there. I know the same thing happened because we once fought on Swordfish, I believe.
Yes,
in the pools, and
Yes.
Marcos Arinho said to me, like, I asked him, who's that guy? You can take him. It's fun. I was like, all right. And
Yes.
you won for the second time Swordfish that year.
Okay. Yes.
So I had a really great laugh at that moment.
Yes.
Also,
glad to be able to help with that. Then.
Yeah, right. I got the same event now, so I have a good line in front of me. I see that happening.
Yes.
All right. So another question is, what kind of music do you listen during between events or right in front of them?
That actually differed a lot through the years. In general, I'm a metal fan, so it's been everything from like Sabaton to older like Iron Maiden and all of that type of music, and newer metal as well, Rammstein. So, but I remember, like, before the final at Swordfish 2012, I was actually listening to Swedish House Mafia, to the song. Now it's. But it was Swedish House Mafia, and sometimes I've been listening to like really like hard rap music as well. But mostly it's metal or yes.
All right, nice. And I think we have a question for one last question.
Yes.
Let's take a look. I had one here. So there are a few questions about the techniques you used during that last week of training.
Yes.
So in the 4 weeks before that, do you add any new techniques on any one you see is coming to the event?
I think that might be a little bit late to add on something completely new. So I'm still working with like techniques that I've already been working with. But let's say that I've been having a problem with people hitting me on my right elbow. Then I'm trying to solve the issue of not getting people to hit me on the right elbow, basically that way.
Yeah.
That was like just to have something to go on. But it could also be like a attacking technique. Like if I go in with a cut to the head and then change it through and go with the thrust from below, I could like evaluate, not only just evaluate, but also add on stuff to that during battle. But
yes.
Mostly focusing on like closing the gaps and being able to.
Well, that was the last question, and with
Yes.
that we... all right, it's losing my internet connection. No. Of course I... So there were the questions. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can hear me or if anyone can hear me currently.
I hear you. It's just your frame that stopped.
All right. Well, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I hope to be seeing you soon when the events are possible again, or
Yes.
on a different online event. And thank you for coming.
Yes. Thanks very much for having me. It was really, really fun doing this. It feels a little bit like going to a new event. Thank you.
All right, great. That's nice.
Thanks.
Right. Okay, welcome back everybody to the online edition of Winterkamp. The next speaker is Maurice Booij, and he practices HEMA in the north of the country. He's quite a lot of experience under his belt, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about how to stay active during this Corona pandemic. And it's personally something that I really struggle with, how to remain in shape. I'm becoming a fat slob, and it's really, really terrible. So I really hope, Maurice, that you can teach me and everybody watching and listening how to remain in shape, and also to do that in a fun way. So please take it away.
Well, hello, I am Maurice. I'm the chairman of a club called Mars in the north of the Netherlands, and this was an awesome intro. You just knocked it out of the park, so I actually won't need to do my own intro. We can just start with what we're going to do. Because wouldn't it be nice to actually always be motivated and never let feeling tired or feeling unmotivated get in the way of getting your results? A lot of people struggle with that. This presenter was not the only one. This pandemic has turned a lot of people into couch potatoes, and that's maybe not the best thing to be if you want to progress in actually anything in life. If you want to progress in martial arts, there's something you can do, and that will be the framework of this talk. So we just had a nice talk about preparing for tournaments. That's a really high level thing. We're now going deep into the subject of motivation and how to prepare for anything and how to keep your progression moving forward. I am by no means a motivational speaker, so I won't be promising overnight results. I'm not going to sell you instant happiness, health, or success. But we are going to dive into the subjects of what motivation actually entails, how you can stay active even in the toughest of times, much like the pandemic now brings down upon us. So let's talk about motivation. A problem is that people don't have the motivation to do X, whatever they want to do. At least that's what they say. If we look at training for martial arts or physical training, a lot of people say they know it's supposed to be good for them, but there's no depth to that. People find it hard, they find it difficult. They actually think it's no fun, and it doesn't bring the same happy feeling that sitting on the couch watching Netflix does. But is that true? 80%, it's a big number, and 80% of all New Year's resolutions fail. Statistically, even half of the people watching this will have had New Year's resolutions, and 80% of you are either currently failing or will fail later this month. People have a tendency to pick New Year's resolutions. I have a tendency to call that New York resolutions for some reason, but New Year's resolutions for the wrong reasons. They don't have the intrinsic motivation to follow through. The 1st of January is a pretty random date. So that doesn't actually signal that you're intrinsically motivated to do something. And this makes it feel more like peer pressure, actually, in a lot of cases. People lack the motivation, they often lack the knowledge to see things through, and what they often lack is a plan. So let's dive into what motivation actually entails. What is motivation? People actually abuse the word, in my opinion. Whenever they don't feel like doing something, they claim to be unmotivated. And they might actually think that, but is that actually the right word to use? So what does motivation actually mean? Well, look at some synonyms. There's reason that every cop show on TV talks about your mum. And I'm actually being pretty serious. Anytime a detective talks about a suspect, whether he is a suspect of doing a crime, they talk about the means, the opportunity, and the motive. Easily put, did they have the right tools? Did they have the right timing? And have they had the right reasons to do what has been done? So a motivation will be a reason. Actually, with any exam that you take, there might be a question that says, motivate your answer. Show your reasoning. So motivation is a reason to do something. Reasoning in and of itself is a rational thing. It's a cognitive process. Your brain is actively doing the reasoning. That's important to note, that motivation is rational, because on the other hand, feeling is an emotional thing. Like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Feeling is emotional. And why is that important? Well, unmotivated people often use the word unmotivated when they don't feel like doing something. So even though motivation is rational, feeling like you don't want to do it is emotional. So that means that there is actually a battle between your motivation and your feelings, between reasoning and emotion. But in the end, that's a battle between you and you. We'll get back on this battle between mind and gut thing. People often chase the simplest solution. And often mistakenly, they seek out more motivation whenever they don't feel motivated, like they don't feel what they're like doing what they should. They're going to seek out more motivation. They're going to bury themselves in books, self-help books. There's hundreds of thousands of them. Some are good. Some just sell you more motivation. They listen to motivational speakers. You might have heard that type, calling you a lion that should rise above the sheep, because deep down you know that you're better than average and everybody should be able to aim for the top. Because obviously 100% of the people can attain the top 10%. The internet is full of this one, motivational quotes. I'll actually spare you the ones that are on the screen because they're very, very cringeworthy. In fact, Yoda in the bottom corner is probably the best one on this page. And the problem with all these is that they don't actually tackle the problem, or they tackle it partly at most. They only tackle part of the rational side, giving you more reason. They do not tackle at all the emotional side, apart from perhaps the emotional motivational speeches, which can be designed to change your emotional state, especially when it's layered with music. But the problem with that is that they're usually used before or during training sessions. And people at that point are already committed to doing the exercise. So it's not getting you motivated to go do anything. It's actually changing your state into a better one when you already are motivated to do something. Music might actually be a better thing in that case, because music tends to trigger a region of the brain called the amygdala, which triggers positive reinforcing memories that are linked to the music. So this is why a lot of sports individuals use music to get not only hyped up. It's not just the music hyping you up through the rhythm, it's actually reinforcing positive memories from training and previous victories that you might have had in the past. Oh no, this chasing new motivation gains you very little. The mind doesn't improve that much. There's not a better reason constructed. There are zero improvements on the emotional side even, and that emotional side still makes us not want to do the thing that we should be doing. So the gut, in this point, is still winning the fight. Then, how do we improve? How do we improve the rational and emotional situations? Well, we start by asking the right questions, because the right questions often lead to better answers, and better answers might get us better results. Now, in most cases, a good starting place is the question why. It's one of the best questions in a lot of situations. Why would you need motivation? Why should I be doing this or that? And on the emotional side, why does the gut have a different plan than my mind? Well, the need for motivation is simple, since we have already established that motivation is a reasonable thing. So if there's no reason, there will be no action. So let's get into the minutiae here. Why should I be doing X? This can be applied to a number of subjects, pretty much all subjects. that's a very broad topic, but I was invited to speak on staying active during a pandemic. So let's stick to this framework of martial arts and then pose the question, why train? Why would you train if there are no classes? Why would you train if there are no tournaments to prepare for? There is not that short-term goal of reaching anything. Well, the point is, improvement does not only happen in class. I would even argue the case that most improvement should not happen in class. In fact, repetitions are the only way to improve any skill. And if we look at the calendar, let's look at the calendar of a normal HEMA club. This is 2021. This is 2021 without all the times that we can train. I've taken out the summer vacations, I've taken out the Christmas vacation and some of the Dutch bank holidays. There are only 52 weeks in a year. Taking out 6 weeks already diminishes that. If you take out the bank holidays on Monday, if you train on Mondays, at most, if you train once per week, you can train 44 times in a year. You can say, well, I've picked up this new hobby called sword fighting, and I've actually been doing it for a year now. Yeah, that sounds impressive, but if you put it like, I've picked up this hobby called sword fighting, I've held a sword 44 times now, then you start to see a problem arise. Even if you train twice a week and you only skip the Christmas weeks, then you would have held a sword 100 times. Well, if we compare that to any other skill that you might want to develop, a guitarist who has held a guitar 100 times will not be rocking in a free world. He will probably have hit a wonder wall. So what to train? I'm not going to go into very specific details here. There will be an awesome presentation by Oskar at 5:15 Central European Time. That goes more into the subject. So instead, I'll look at the types of training that you could and should be doing. And this is really the basic thing that always underlies any type of training. So again, making the bridge with music, this would be your étude, as the French call it, études in English, or the skills, just practicing the things that will help you get better in everything that you want to get better at. If we divide these basic skills, we can see different segments. Of course, there are throw drills, and people who know me know that I'm a fan of those. This builds fluidity with your weapon. Are the precision drills, cutting at specific targets, thrusting at specific targets, meaning training to get better at hitting what you want to hit. Shadow fencing, sure. You could call this also katas or anaerobic exercise. But how long can you fence without getting tired? Especially if you're doing tournaments, it's pretty handy to be able to hold your sword for longer than a minute. And last but certainly not least, cutting. I've put that on the bottom of the line because that's the most expensive. You will need a sharp sword, you will need stuff to cut. But still, that's an invaluable tool to learn proper mechanics within your cut. And the more you cut, the more you understand what you're actually doing when we're training with blunt swords. So getting better with your body in flow drills, getting better at hitting stuff that you want to hit, getting better at using your weapon for a prolonged period of time, and actually knowing what your weapon does are a couple of skills that could really benefit you outside of class. We can define it even further and go a bit deeper into it, because not only sword skills are skills that a martial artist should have. I've called this body skills to keep it simple. But if you really look at the minutiae, if you really look at the base layer of your physical abilities, these might be some of the subjects that pop up. Footwork, of course. How well can you move in a fight? The lunge recovery thing. How well can you get in and get out? I disconnected that from footwork because footwork is a movement thing, this actually also has an explosive element to it. How quickly can you get in? How quickly can you get out? And that's not just the proper rapier lunge or saber lunge. Also in longsword, we've got the Zuvechten and Abzug that heavily rely on you being able to properly move your legs. Agility. How well can you move? How well can you move your body into any position that you need it to be? And for that matter, how well can you move your body? Flexibility. Can you stretch? How well is your yoga? How good is your balance? Why would you need balance? Well, falling over in a fight is a bit nasty, so you don't want to be doing that. Also, strength training. Strength training for martial arts? Yeah, strength training for martial arts. Injury prevention, to say the least. The stronger the muscle, the more difficult it is to tear it. And the stronger the muscle, the better taking care of the muscle, the easier it is to repair if it does get damaged. Posture. Good posture is an important element of any fight, especially at close range. So why not improve your posture with deadlifts, squats, making sure your body stays in the position that it needs to be. Explosiveness. Essential element of any competitive fighter or any real fighter. I often hear the question, well, I'm already old. Should I be doing strength training? I'll never attain the explosiveness of a 20-year-old. Yeah, no, maybe you will not attain that explosiveness, but still, injury prevention, the posture. The more strength, the healthier you will be. We even see this in a lot of large researchers that they actually took biops from 70-year-old people who were very active in their lifestyle with long walks and going to the gym, and compared it to biops of 40-year-olds who were more sedentary, who had desk jobs. And turns out the body tissue of a 70-year-old that regularly works out is significantly healthier and looks younger than that of a 40-year-old with a desk job that doesn't work out. So this is not only for martial artists, this is actually something that anybody of any age in any line of work should adhere to. So let's talk about that devotion to motion. To get a better why, ask why is it important? We all know it's supposed to be good for you. We know it's supposed to make you healthier. But did you know it makes you happier? And how does it make you healthier? I will not now turn into a fitness coach which rambles on about why, and why. I'll just get into 3 details that might be lesser known or even unknown in this community. Let's look at the leg-brain connection. Did you know that there are several closed feedback loops between your upper legs and your brain? This is a use it or lose it deal, actually. And I'll turn to my screen for a second to get this quote right by Dr. Raffaella Adami of the University of Milan. The research shows that using the legs, particularly in weight-bearing exercise, sends signals to the brains that are vital for the production of healthy neural cells, essential for the brain and nervous system. Cutting back on exercise makes it difficult for the body to produce new nerve cells, and those are some of the very building blocks that allow us to handle stress and adapt to the challenges in our lives. What also was shown through this research is that people who do not use their legs have a lower metabolism and lower oxygen levels. Simply put, your legs keep your brain younger and healthier. It helps produce nerve cells and stem cells. And using your legs actually tells your brain how tired you should be. So using your legs less gives a signal of a sedentary lifestyle, which lowers your metabolism, which means you get fatter quicker, and it lowers your oxygen levels. So you won't be able to run or fence as quickly as you want to. BDNF. The brain-derived neurotrophic factor. I'll actually speed through this in the interest of time and want to keep some time open for questions and the answers after this. So BDNF, simply put, the brain-derived neurotrophic factor supports the survival of neurons. It improves or it is essential to long-term memory. It combats stress and stress-related diseases. The happiness cocktail is probably the one that most people will have heard about. Anytime you exercise for basically more than 20 minutes in a serious manner, you'll release a lot of endorphins, dopamine, serotonin, and non-adrenaline, which make you feel happy. They actually battle cortisol, so you'll be less stressful as well. And these roles are, in our modern day lives, often taken over by bad foods. Fatty, salty, and sugary foods have the same tendency to trigger certain of these hormones. And in modern life, actually, social media has taken over that role as well. Anytime you get a like on a post on Instagram or Facebook, you get a spike of happiness as well. Closing out this section with, about why train with the number one. It is good to be doing multiple things in your life. If you consistently train, whether it's that just for your health or for martial progression as well, if you do that next to your job, next to your hobbies, and even if you then have a shitty day in any of those regions, at least you have done something that makes you feel good on the bad day. At least you've got something to grab hold to. So now that we've got good reasons and a couple of ideas what to do, how do we choose reason over feeling? How do we ensure actually doing stuff, and how do we ensure the mind wins this battle over the gut? And actually, we can look at very old answers for this. Stoicism is what pops up right now. The title, Train Like a Stoic, of course hints at this, and Stoicism is a very good answer in trying to find that balance between mind and gut. Stoicism nowadays gets a bad rap. It's often used for people who are indifferent. They're being called a Stoic if they're emotionless or repressing their emotions, but that's actually not the case. Stoicism itself is very old. It started in the 3rd century before Christ, and the H.E.M.A wannabe on the right is Zeno of Citium, the founder of it. More modern, meaning Roman, what's the word? Stoicists, sorry, are probably best known Epictetus, Seneca, Marcus Aurelius. And the whole thing about Stoicism is that they're always pressing about that your life is your responsibility. You might be in service of society, but because it's your life, it's your responsibility. Actually, with a quote from Epictetus, philosophy does not promise to secure anything external for man, otherwise it would be admitting something that lies beyond its proper subject matter. For as the material of the carpenter is wood, and that of the statuary is bronze, so the subject matter of the art of the living is each person's own life. So your life is the thing that you should work on. Nothing else. Your life is the only thing you control, you could say. Actually, Marcus Aurelius put that more succinctly. He said, make a list, make 2 columns. In one column, write down everything you can't control. And in the other column, write everything you can control. And you'll notice that there are only 2 things in that last column. Your thoughts and your actions. That means Stoicism encourages you to disconnect your feeling from the action, actually by asking several questions. How do you feel? Acknowledge that. It is not about throwing your feelings out of the window. You should know how you feel. You should ask yourself why you feel like that. But the next question is, how should you act? Because oftentimes, feeling a certain way is not the way to move forward in your actions. If somebody says something to me that I don't like and I become angry, I might feel angry, but is reacting angry actually the best idea in that situation? It might very well not be. So, for instance, within this training setting, I should go train. Maybe I should go take out the trash. But I'm feeling really comfortable in this warm room on the couch with Netflix and bad food. Yeah, you're feeling that, but what is the right action? Now, how do you obtain that magical Jedi power of choosing your thoughts over your feelings? Put it into practice. Really, it just takes practice. It will not happen overnight. There's no magical transformation, but put it into practice. And if you practice longsword, a little later, we'll actually see how Lichtenauer uses this same kind of philosophy. This takes time, it takes effort, and it takes discipline. And this might be the most important slide. Discipline is the word that should be used in a lot of the cases. Oftentimes people use the word unmotivated. I don't feel like doing it. I don't have the motivation to do it. You don't then lack the motivation to do it. We already know that that's a reason. You're feeling like not doing it, so you don't lack the motivation, you lack discipline. Call out your own bullshit. Luckily, one hand washes the other. Stoic thought and discipline reinforce each other. The more you practice discipline, the better you will get at it. It's like pretty much a muscle. In the last few minutes, I will power through the practical side of things. Because how do you actively do this at home when you don't have time, when you don't have money for gear or anything? Eliminate friction. Friction is everything that stands in the way of you doing what you need to do. Time constraints, location limitations, money. So how do you set yourself up for success? Well, literally set up. If you do go to class when there's not a pandemic on and clubs can train, maybe you've got work until shortly before class. That means you'll already have packed your bag to take with you to class, and you don't have to do that before class anymore. That's a very easy example of that. You can change your environment at home, move your furniture so it becomes easier to work out. For instance, drinking water. I'm not close to a tap, but I do always keep water on my desk so I can drink when I need to. If you don't have money to buy new stuff, if you're new to H.E.M.A, you don't have a sword yet, you don't need a sword. Use a hammer. It doesn't feel exactly like a sword, but it can help with your throw drills, etc. A ruler can even help in a pinch. And if you really don't have anything at the hand and you still want to do flow drills, you hook your pinky into your thumb and you can still move your body as if you're using a sword. I can't stress enough that you should plan. The more you plan, the more adherence you will have. Simply because when it's on your calendar, it becomes a real thing. When it's on your calendar, it's true. And if you then skip what's on your calendar, it suddenly feels like you're missing an appointment, which is then a failure. It feels like a failure, and that's not a bad thing. Failure is not something that we should avoid, but you should be failing the right things. You could be failing an exercise. That's okay. You at least tried it. But failing to show up, that's the bad thing. So plan. How often should you plan? If we're talking training and exercise, at least 2 to 3 times a week. Getting back to that calendar thing, if you only train 1 time a week, you're not progressing. The best way to progress in any skill is to train a little a lot. So you'll get a lot more out of doing something for 10 to 15 minutes 3-4 times per week than doing an hour of something just once a week. Have a backup plan. Go do something else if what you wanted to do is not an option. Don't have the space to work with swords? Work out with your body. Don't have weights? And work on your agility, flexibility, balance, etc. This is actually the Stoic thought that is very clear in Lichtenauer's system, even if it's not intended that way. But actually the whole idea of the Fundementals is very Stoic. He's standing, your opponent is standing in the guard. Oh, he or she is in vom Tag. Then I will attack with a Zwaardkring. Oh crap, they moved to Plug. Now what? Yeah, the situation changed, But the situation of you being in a fight with someone didn't change. The circumstance changed. You'll now have to adapt to the circumstance. No what ifs or buts. Accountability is a tool that can help you. Having other people nag to you about, have you done this yet? Can really be a helpful motivator. Deadlines are a thing that most people are familiar with that do the same very thing. Having consequences really helps. If you're really unmotivated, tell somebody your plans and tell them, for instance, which charity you hate. And then tell them that you're going to give $1,000 to that charity if you fail your goals. Consequences help. Now, to get that friction even further out of the way, there's this thing that is called a habit. Accountability flows into this. As a child, you were told to brush your teeth, and if you didn't brush your teeth, your parents would get angry and you get punished. Now you brush your teeth every day. That's a habit. You do it every day, like tying your shoelaces and having dinner. And that is not something that you have to actively choose anymore. You've done it often enough that it became ingrained in your system. It mitigates choice. The only catch is that you have to do it often enough. Often it's said that it takes 21 days to form a new habit. And actually, when it comes to physical training, it might be a little longer than that. The jury's out on that. So that might be actually 30 days. That might actually be 2 months. That actually also depends on the starting point of the individual. Bad habits are also hard to kick, but knowing this, it becomes easier to replace bad habits with good habits. How do you start? You start somewhere. And again, start with a low bar. This is one of the best tips I can get. Start with a low bar. Start with 2 to 3 times a week for a short amount of time. Make it obtainable. It's better to have small wins than to have big losses. Summarizing, how do you stay active? You have to know that motivation is your reason to act. So find the best ones, learn about why you should be doing something, and pick what resonates. You want to stay healthy for your kids? You want to stay healthy for yourself? You want to win a tournament? Know that feeling unmotivated is a feeling, and that provides an emotional barrier. And know that emotions and thought are 2 different things, and call this problem by its proper name. If you're not feeling like doing something, that's not a motivation problem. That's a discipline problem. The Stoic discipline is actually the barrier breaker that breaks down that divide between the emotions pushing back on the motivation to do actually what you need to do. Eliminate friction for the best result. Set up, learn as much as you can about what you want to do, plan, and improvise to get the most out of your intentions. Stick with it, see through it, and I will leave you then with a quote from Aristotle, who said, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit." Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Maurice, for this very interesting and inspiring talk. We got some questions from our viewers for you.
Awesome.
Yeah, and let's just get right into it. We have about 8 minutes, maybe a little bit less. A good question is, well, I said, well, you might cover this already, but how to keep consistent even with little noticeable progress. So I think that's what this person means, that even if you don't really experience a lot of progress, how do you keep motivated?
Yeah, it's a very good question, actually. And there's several ways to go about this, and there's not one right way. One of the ways that I personally work around this is, again, to be working on different things at the same time. So maybe I'm botching up a certain combination of strikes and I can't get it into my body, and that gets me frustrated. But maybe I did improve on my flexibility and can now reach my toes, and that's a win for that week. And that's a win for this week, and then maybe that combination of strikes becomes the win of the week after that.
Right.
And again, with low bars. Make your goals attainable. And with the attainability comes not only the attainability of the goal, but also the attainability of the attainability. So again, plan the short times. It's easier to work on a problem for 5 minutes, 3 to 4 times per week, than it is to break your head on that same problem for an hour and not having made that progress. Because now you've worked on that for an hour and not made progress, instead of worked on that for 5 minutes and they've made incremental progress.
So you should change it up if you feel like you're not making any progress, basically.
Change it up, look for the progress in other sites, and break your goals up into smaller goals.
All right. Another interesting question is, how do you suggest to manage motivation when you have another role? And that means, for example, when you're also an instructor in HEMA, which might, go against your own training / progression a little bit. So you have this responsibility perhaps as an instructor, but you also want to get better as a fighter. Those interests might clash. How do you go about that?
They mostly clash during class, because during class you're teaching. I have this problem as well. So when I'm teaching, I'm often not training. I'm lucky enough to have a club that has a designated training session with only the top level fighters training for basically a sparring session. That would be an expensive but attainable solution. But progress in this case then also lies again with the homework. What are you doing outside of the class? Are you getting together with other instructors? If you're the only instructor in your club, why not contact people from other clubs in the country? Most countries have multiple clubs, especially in the Netherlands. We're not a big country. It's easy enough to get in touch with other people. It's easier enough to drive there and then have an exchange of information and sword blows.
Right.
Progression lies in what you do when people are not watching. So if you don't have the time to do it during class because you're teaching, that automatically means that you should be doing it outside of class. Because we're coming back to the Stoic thought, you have to realize that the situation is a given. You can't change what is not your thought and what is not your action. So how are you going to deal with the situation? That's the question that's posed then.
Right. I want to squeeze in just one more question, and it's basically several people ask this, so I'm gonna compress it into one question, and it's basically about what if if you're outside of class and you're practicing, for example, at home, you might learn things in the wrong way. How do you avoid that?
Touch base. If you're training alone without a club, get in touch with people from clubs. The HEMA community is very welcoming, and we will always be able to give feedback or to critique. Especially critiquing is something that sword fighters are very good at. But if you're part of a club, we all have this thing. It's a phone. Most of these phones have a camera. And it doesn't matter how crappy the camera is, you're not shooting a Hollywood movie, but you can actually film what you're doing. And if you're training a certain technique or if you're training a certain principle, show it to others. Record the 10-15 seconds of your best shot at that thing, and then ask feedback. What am I doing right? What am I doing wrong? Which details should I be focusing on to actually make the biggest improvement?
Right. Well, it's very funny because someone actually asked this. Would you advise to record yourself? So you answer that question as well.
Yeah, 100%. If you have mirrors, like in a dance class, that's awesome. Why do they have mirrors in a dance class? So you can see how you're fucking up and then how you can unfuck it. If you don't have mirrors at home, the size of a dance hall, you have that camera. Look at what you're doing. It's the same with music. I always come back to that because that's my first love. You have to listen to what you're doing. And if you're not listening to what you're doing, other people will, and they might have a very different opinion on how you're performing than you are. You can't just sit through the session and hope for the best. Progress is only possible if you know what the problem is.
That sounds like a very good quote to end this session on. Thank you very much. Well, you already put some of your channels on screen, so because I wanted to make people to make sure that people know that you're also on YouTube, you're also on Instagram, and of course you fight at Mars in it's in the north of the Netherlands. Where is it? In Groningen or somewhere else?
We train in Groningen and in
Groningen,
Zwolle.
yeah. Cool. So if people who are located there, well, they will probably already know you. So thank you very much. Let's get on with the show. In a couple of minutes, the next speaker. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon.
We are back. Yes, we are back with Arto Fama. And I think it's very important for us to get off our chairs and be a little active because our next guest is going to be quite active in his class as well. At least that's how you look, Arto. Yes, you will provide.
We just lost audio. Can you still hear me? My lip reading skills are pretty bad.
Yes, so Martijn is gone with this connection, so I will take it over from here. I will introduce our next guest, Arto Fama, who will do the fundamentals of H.E.M.A. And take it away.
Thanks very much, Jeroen. I'm really glad to meet up in this way so we can actually have a conversation and although it's a bit different. I would have loved for this to be in person, and actually the Winterkamp was the last live event I managed to do a year ago. So hopefully next year we can actually see each other again there. For now, I'll do this digital version and workshop. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Arto. I've been practicing H.E.M.A for well over 15 years now. Just see if I can actually see my screen as well. Not as much. Great. All right. Really glad you could join us. Today will indeed be a fundamentals class with preferably a sword in hand. I already read in the comments that someone said, no break, this is going to be lunch break. If you want to grab a plate of lunch and have that, that's perfectly fine. I'll be talking you through the exercises. You can join me and do them with me, or just enjoy the theoretics behind it. A little bit of introduction about the actual concept and goal of the workshop. I was asked to do something with fundamentals, and that is always a bit difficult to say because many of the German sources, especially the early German longsword sources that we study, speak very much about why you should move and what you should get with it. It doesn't very specifically say how to move. So fundamentals are always going to be interpretation, partially biomechanical because our body only works in certain ways, and partially if we want to reach a certain goal and adhere to the texts that are in the actual longsword manuals, then we need to figure out a way to get there without getting injured and with a certain amount of success. So what I'm going to do today is present to you my approach on how to move, and specifically how to break it down to a very few simple concepts. Simple, not particularly easy to do. So please struggle with it, make mistakes, because if you get it at once, then there's nothing left to learn. I would like you to join me and figure out with me how you move in particular. I'll try to basically ask you questions in the form of exercises, and then if you have questions in the comments, then later on we can actually address those. Speaking about fundamentals, the way to make strikes and thrusts, I think, is to fight with the entire body, as it says in the Voorgereed, in Ringwerk and Von Danzig manuals. The ability to do so, to fight with the entire body, does require a tremendous amount of coordination between different muscle groups. So being able to use those in isolated exercises might help you perform the moves you want to do in a specific context or trying to reach a specific goal. For me specifically, I try to keep two goals in mind with every single move, which is goal number one, reach safety as soon as possible, because this will definitely improve my situation. Goal number two, try to create a threat. Well, preferably in this particular order, because if I manage to create a threat, but I'm not safe, then how much did I really achieve with that particular move? I want to make sure that every single structure, every single action I do works towards the goal of being safer than before and my opponent being more threatened than before. So in order to train these particular actions, I've tried to break them down, working in the hanging and the strikes, to arm extension and upper body rotation. So I'll be using those words a lot throughout the next particular part of the workshop. For now, please join me. Hold up your sword with palms facing up to the sky. If you can grab anything else, that's perfectly fine. Hold it up and then row it back towards your upper body. Try to bring the elbows alongside the upper body all the way back. If you've ever done a workshop, then you've probably heard me say before, squeeze your shoulder blades together. Basically, punch out your chest, go for this depicted 15th century, almost chicken-like breast that is moving forward, relaxing your shoulders as much as possible. In this position, the blade extended to the side shows you how much you are rotating, providing some feedback if you're training, for instance, like now, alone, solo, at home. If you would step forward with one foot, then you can bend your knees, remain in an upright position, rotate your upper body until you have a 45-degree angle with sternum or belly button towards one side. You can now check the sword to see if it's in line with both feet and if it's actually pointing out to the side. The other side, similarly, if one foot is leading, then the entire body can be in a 45-degree. Try to maintain vision towards the camera or whatever point you're using as a point of reference to train towards in order to figure out this rotation. Then, once you know that this is the 45-degree angle, so from a sideways view, over here, try to get there with a little bit more speed. Bend your knees, tighten your core, invest in basic tension, and then from there, step backwards into this position. Relax, stand forward, step backwards with the other foot, directly into this position. Want to get familiar with this particular angle, this particular amount of rotation, rather than the one you end up in because you are making a strike. I think it's a valuable skill to be able to hold this position with the elbows, hold the shoulders, stand upright, and then drop into the 45-degree angle as soon as possible. So in order to gain some consistency, just run along, step backwards, move to your right side. And forwards again, and try to stay low, keep your knees bent, step back with the left foot, go for that 45-degree angle. Check if the blade is actually pointing with one to the right side, the other to the left, roughly in line with the feet. And back to parallel again. Step backwards, check, forwards, the other side, backwards, and forwards. Same can be done stepping forwards. So if you start off in a neutral position, your feet parallel, step forwards, achieve this 45-degree angle, and maintain upright. To the other side, and back again. All right, relax. If you need to, relax your shoulders a bit, loosen up. Having the capability to keep your shoulders backwards, the arms nicely suspended from the elbow, and then move to this 45-degree angle allows you to go to that particular side with, like I said previously, a high grade of consistency, allowing you to not focus as much on regaining your balance after a particular action. Every once in a while, I see someone making a strike or thrust that is so enthusiastic, I would say, so devoted that it takes them off balance. This can be done, but it takes recovery time. If we limit that, we keep our options open. So if this rotation keeps us safe and allows us to create a threat, it is very functional. And if we're able to do that similarly every single time, we don't have to think about it. All we need to do is follow the script that is ingrained in our system. So the next part that I would like you to see isolated is the rowing of the arms. In the most simple form, if you hold your blade with the cross guard aligned with your leading forearm, then you can create a triangle from elbows to grip. That is a strong structure. You can place it between you and the opponent's blade. No matter where you go, as in no matter where you rotate, you always have the ability to pull your elbows back alongside the upper body and extend them outwards again. There again, if you're able to do this consistently with an upright body and some basic tension in the core, then this becomes a really stable move. So here again, I'd invite you to try this one out. Go to a neutral position, feet parallel, knees slightly bent. From there, have the cross guard over your lead arm. Not perfectly straightforward, especially over the lead arm. Even Martijn is joining in. Excellent. Then grip with the other hand from the other side, creating this triangle instead of having your wrists behind it, the elbows flaring out. We don't want the elbows flaring out, but approaching the blade in a straight line from the shoulder. From here, pull the elbows back alongside your upper body, bring the right hand closer to the sternum. From there, extend forward, keeping the crossguard over the forearm. While doing so, try to increase speed a little bit without pushing yourself back out of balance. Try to stay balanced and just move the blade backwards and forwards. Once you've got this isolated rowing motion, we can now change the angle slightly. So we can row downwards into lower hanging or into a higher position, somewhere above chest height, either waist height or chest height. And once we figured out that this can be done with some consistency, we can try to cross the hands in the starting position. From here, row straight forward, or downwards, upwards, change the lower hanging and the upper hanging. Basically, what we're doing is moving to either lower hanging or upper hanging, some form in the middle, without actively changing dimensions with the upper body. So if we would combine these, then this gives us the capability to move to whatever position we want to go, again, with a high grade of consistency. So if I were to, from this neutral position, step back with the left foot, go to lower hanging, then all it takes is step, body rotation, arm extension. And I can always end up with the edge towards the opponent. If you find yourself with the edge being pulled away from the opponent, this might be you are rotating around your body. I want to show you the way to not do that, to not rotate around the body, but to extend from it and retract towards it, so to gather again. From here, step backwards with the left foot, rotate your upper body, gather, extend. See if you can row to that particular point in space with the edge towards the opponent, instead of rolling towards yourself and ending up sideways. Then go back to neutral, step back with the right foot, and try the crossed arms version. Rotate the upper body, extend to lower hanging. Again, keeping the edge between you and the opponent. All right. This is the easy bit. Going to upper hanging is always the more challenging version. So this is our next step. From here, keep the sword gathered, step back with the left foot, rotate upwards, and extend. The last bit of moving to upper hanging is extend away from the upper body. And this again can be done on one side and on the other. So keep the arms crossed, step back with the right foot, rotate your upper body, hinge upwards, extend, gather, and extend. So moving from one position to a specific hanging position only requires that you move your body to this 45-degree angle and extend your arms. The key is in the transition to gather in between. If I would move from one position to the next, then there's a really functional way of gathering, rotating, and extending again. Although this looks like taking a detour, actually moving from one side to the other by gathering, rotating, extending again allows my blade to travel in a straight line, rather than keeping the arms extended, rotating, and shifting it all the way across the body. Because if the arms would stay extended, it would become a wide circle and the energy would go sideways rather than towards me and then again interrupting the opponent. So if you want to change positions and always end up safe again, from here, gather, rotate, extend. Gather, rotate, extend. No matter where you go, gather, rotate, and extend. You'll always end up in this nice, solid position. So what we can do with this is figure out if we want to have the strong in front of us or the point in front. If we're going to wind and use this as a thrusting action, as a threat that provides the point in a place between me and the opponent, I can go to a lower hanging with the point being online. Most strikes actually will take the strong between me and the opponent before the point comes online. Because if I would make a strike and throw the point online immediately, there's not much strike left if it actually hits the opponent. Therefore, we can divide actions into a strike as its main purpose of bringing the strong online between me and the opponent. A thrust is an action that brings the point online between me and the opponent. And with this, we can have a simple exercise that allows us to explore these particular angles and options. Because if we have a clear point of reference where we want to go every single time, there again, this ups the consistency of our movements. So please play along with me. Have your sword close to you, gathered, shoulders nice and tucked in, core nice and tense. From here, bend your knees slightly, keep the feet parallel, both of them towards the front. Step back, lower left, point online. And go back to neutral. From here, lower right, strong in front. Rather than extending all the way and bringing the point out in front, I can keep the strong out here, which is a slightly different position. Go back to neutral. Left side, upper hanging, strong in front. Try to go there in one go. Go back to neutral. Right side, upper hanging, point in front. And back to neutral. Right side, lower hanging, point in front. And back to neutral. Left side, upper hanging, strong in front. As long as the strong is between me and the opponent, covering these vital organs, the action has fulfilled its job. It is successful enough. And from this, we can always bring the point online later. So this would provide safety and then work towards creating a threat. Working from this neutral position is easier because it allows us to focus on the last bit of the transition. The rowing and extending of the arms is one of the most difficult components in these actions. So if you find it troubling to keep a solid way of moving with this particular one, then an exercise to play around with that is hold your sword at the very end to create weight suspended from the lower arm, and particularly row point of your elbow downwards, rotate it downwards. And in this way, you can now keep your body upright and stable, row alongside your lats. This one, straightforward with your lead hand, is quite doable. Now, if you start to rotate, this might lead to the elbow hiding behind the body, bringing the point of line. What we want to do is be able to rotate and pull the sword backwards in a straight line. So start of neutral, row backwards, row forwards, isolating the movement, and then add the body rotation along the spine. Try to see if you can keep the blade online, even if you are all the way to this 45-degree angle. Now rotate all the way forwards. Try to see if you can keep the row in the same line. Now make it a bit harder by adding the rotation to the particular movement. So move forward, move backwards, keep rowing all the time. Mess it up, make mistakes, but check how far your point goes offline once you move the upper body. Try to keep it as straight as possible. Once this hand gets tired, switch hands, suspend it from the forearm, rotate the elbow downwards, row back, row forward. See how solidly you can move this with your upper body straight, slightly rotated, or rotating mid-movement. As you can see, the consistency with my left hand is far less good than it is with the right hand. So you can now figure out what the effect is of one of these hands on the total movement. To address this particular issue of creating a solid position with striking as well, another thing you can try is to move along the same line with either hand movement or body movement. So if I would be in some form of lower hanging, then extending my right hand would move the tip from well above the opponent and well above me to between us to end of the strike. And simply rowing back and forth with one arm should move the blade along the same line. If I'm able to do this in a slow, consistent fashion, it means I'm not using the speed in a strike to stabilize the blade. It means I'm using the correct body tension and muscle coordination to do so. In order to practice this, start neutral, step back with one foot, go to lower hanging with the tip well above you, and then see what happens if you bend your lead arm and extend it. See if you can manage to find the same path with the body rotation consistent. Then you can add a bit of body rotation. Keep the right arm extended. Now simply rotate the upper body and go back. If the hands remain in front of the sternum, the blade should still travel along the same lines. And if we add those actions together, then body rotation plus arm flexion and extension should lead to a strike-like motion along this same line, happening on both sides. Even with crossed arms, we can use just the arm to move along this line. We can isolate the body movement to move along this line. Or combine both, bend the arm, and rotate the body. To give you a sideways view from here, you can go to this 45-degree angle, and then play along to figure out a consistent line of striking. See what happens if you rotate the upper body without moving the arms as much. Add everything together to see if you can create this strike-like motion along the same line. This creates a sort of skinny axe that I use for Oberhau and Unterhau, or moving towards lower hanging or upper hanging. Because if those lines are the same, it doesn't really matter if I'm moving towards strike or thrust. All I need to coordinate, all I need to order my body to do is rotate and extend to a certain position. And I can figure out along the way if I'm actually striking or thrusting. Because it doesn't really matter. As long as the strong travels in front of me, it keeps me safe and then provides me with the opportunity to create a threat. So in order to check this out, we can again go to this neutral position, and from here step either backwards or forwards and slowly extend into lower or upper hanging. If we move into lower left hanging, bring the strong out in front, it's quite close to the last bit of the strike. If we now rotate a little bit more, move the hands, we can bring out the point in front. Go back to neutral, move to right lower hanging with strong in front, which is pretty close to last bit of left-sided overhand. Go back to neutral. From here, go to right side upper hanging, strong in front. And there we have left-sided Unterhau. If we continue and extend the arms a bit, there's overhanging, just a wind. Now try to, without going back to neutral, switch to lower hanging on the right side. My idea here would be to first gather, then extend again, rather than dropping straight down. As dropping straight down would be causing the energy to go downwards instead of towards the opponent again. As long as the strong stays between me and the opponent, it doesn't matter if the tip goes offline or not. Because at the very end, my body will always be in roughly the same position, and I know that the point will go back online. So as long as I have this point of reference and this one, I can create a consistent transition rather than the swiftest possible. So just think about this. Think about investing in a basic tension and investing in this gathering and extending when switching from side to side. Moving to an upper hanging, crossed arms is the slightly more difficult one. Open arms, slightly easier one. From here, try to remain upright, row backwards, move to lower hanging. Arms out in front, long edge towards the opponent. From here, row back, move to upper hanging. Strong in front of you. Row back, move to lower hanging. And once you've managed to do this fairly consistently, you can again add a little bit of chaos to the mix and make it more difficult by, for instance, stepping backwards and forwards. So maintain an upright stance, start off neutral, backwards, lower the knees, extend the arms. Now we're in crossed hands, lower hanging. From here, just step forwards, step backwards. Maintain this position as perfectly as possible. Then add your transition. So somewhere in the stepping, move to the upper hanging, to the lower hanging again. Bringing the strong and then the point in front of you. Once this works out, we can change the pattern and move from position to position, regardless of the stepping. So I can switch positions, and in the meantime, step. Now this becomes more chaotic. The point will probably drift off more and more. As long as I can create this somewhat consistently, the end result will be that I'm not falling over. I'm not spending time on regaining my balance or figuring out where my hands specifically want to be. So the question I would like to throw towards you is, how well do you know the points of reference that you have for strong in front or point in front? The particular positions that your blade passes through when striking or winding to one of the 4 hangings. If you know them well, and you know how to train in isolation the movements that you need for those to happen, I think this would improve your game tremendously. It will help you to move better, figure out how your body works, and do what it takes to always go to that position, cover your head, and outlast the other person in a fight. All right. So this was my little workshop. I hope you were able to either follow along or have a great lunch. If there are any questions, then I'll try to answer them now, and we can actually stick to schedule.
Yes.
Thank you
All right.
very much for watching.
Thank you, Arto. We definitely have some questions. First of all, I apologize for suddenly disappearing, but my computer crashed on me. So that was not really the introduction that I had in mind for you. But but it was actually well, keeps things exciting. Luckily, I was able to get back up and running. Very interesting, and something that I definitely struggle with sometimes to make my movements as to keep them as efficient as possible. And does how you do it? Could I do it in the same way, or maybe I'm built in a different way? Maybe someone is more slim or more chubby. The core is perhaps a little different, or doesn't that really?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah,
it matters. I have found out that this frame of reference, this approach, works for, as far as I figured out, everyone I've encountered or taught so far. It doesn't mean that you should move as I do, but if you ask the same questions, where is the position in lower left hanging that covers me, provides me with a strong structure, and allows me to fight with the entire body? And how do I get to know it well so I can always go to that particular spot? That is helpful. And for you, that might be slightly further forward or sideways or a little bit further backwards. It depends on arm length, upper body structure. If you have a slight curvature in your spine, it might be different. So no, it's not always going to be exactly a copy of me. Please don't do that.
Right.
Make sure that you train to what your body does.
And is there a way to know, besides perhaps pain or discomfort, when you're doing it right, or perhaps when you're doing it wrong?
That's another good question. Here again, there are some references, some visual references or physical references that will give you at least some indication of doing it right or wrong. Here again, this is my approach. This is not the plain truth. So far it has worked, therefore I'm running with it. The thing that helps is figuring out if the long edge, or in thumb grip flat, is actually towards the opponent, if this is actually interrupting the other person's action. So if I'm always pulling towards the lower hanging and I'm ending up over here, my edge is sideways and my energy is going that way, not towards the opponent. So simply having a pel or something would be excellent. Otherwise, take a water bottle, place it in front of you, and you can now have a point of reference and see if your blade is actually angled towards it or not. So if you can do that, you can figure out if you can consistently go there, interrupting the blade, or if you're sweeping across your body when making the transition. So that is a point of reference that helps. And again, if your body hurts, see an expert, see a physiotherapist, see a physician, check it out. Don't continue if it hurts. It might simply be that you're asking certain muscles to work that have been laid dormant or are less developed, because we're asking for different coordination. That's not the bad signal, but I can't figure out a way to just say, no, this pain is all right, go with it, this pain is bad. Because it might be a certain tightness, or it might be that by trying to pull your shoulders back, you're actually arching your lower back way too much, straining these lumbar vertebrae. So if this is happening, yes, the shoulders are back, the chest is out. Things are not going well. We should find a way to straighten out the lower back.
Right.
And an exercise that really helps for that is find a wall, place your heels against it, lean against it, try to pull your shoulder blades together and then figure out a way to get both your elbows and your hands towards it. And be able to move along this wall without losing contact.
Nice. Perhaps one last question is, this will definitely help to make you more technically proficient. How does it work for you in a fight or in a tournament, in a sparring match? Do you really notice like, hey, I'm faster, or I have more stamina this way? What are the big advantages for that?
Both. I both notice that I'm faster and have more stamina because it requires less energy to always do the same thing, and it requires less processing power to make the choice, because I'm not moving to a particular place to clash with the other person's sword. I'm moving to the place that keeps me safe and allow the reflex of my entire body to kick in to either go a bit lower and cover the hands, or rotate the body a bit more to stay safe, and basically allow the fight to happen. So the key to fighting more efficiently and feeling more relaxed during the fight is create this particular framework for yourself. Because if you can always strike that position, then all I need to do is go left Unterhau, and I can end up in that particular position, throwing the strong in front of me, staying safe. So it takes away a lot of stress during the fight. I don't have to adjust as much. All I need to do is know where I want to go and then put some faith into that particular system. That's why I've been field testing it in tournaments for the last couple of years to figure out if it works, and if something didn't work, to adapt it to make it work.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that's a wrap. Thank you very much for this very interesting class. And now it's up to us to keep practicing. Thank you.
Absolutely. So everyone, please stay safe and enjoy your time.
Thanks. Okay, we're back. And with us, there's Merlyn Janssen, and he is one of the HEMA veterans in the Netherlands, perhaps the world, Merlyn. Who might tell? You're co-founder of Zwaardkring, at least. And you have very interesting workshop for us concerning the common archetypes in HEMA. I'm very curious to learn what that all means. So I would suggest I would suggest you to take it away, and afterwards there will be a short Q&A session because people can put their questions in the YouTube chat. So thank you for being here and have fun.
Yeah, okay. So I had planned to do a lecture about archetypes in sword fighting, which is named "What kind of sword fighter are you?" So I hope you guys will all find it very interesting. And and of course I'm very interested in the questions and remarks you might have at the end. The basics of what I'm trying to tell you here was actually laid by Guy Windsor, was the chief instructor of the School of the European Sword, and he wrote this article about archetypes in HEMA. I think it was 18 years ago. He described 3 types of fencer characters that could be used as to describe fencers in general. An archetype, in this case, a basic aspect of personality that a person can have, their actual personality being formed by a combination of archetypes that can change dominance in time. One archetype of your personality coming to the forefront, while others take a back seat or simply are inactive. In my HEMA career, I found these archetypes to be very useful for determining how to best coach and treat fencers in training, but also my own attitude towards situations and challenges I faced. Now, over time, my definitions changed somewhat from the archetypes described by Guy Windsor, and I added some extra basic archetypes and sub-archetypes along the way. But in this lecture, I would like to discuss the 4 basic archetypes I use these days. And in this lecture, I'll be referring to fences, but of course, all of this could be used for HEMA in general, or martial arts in general. 4 basic archetypes. In my experience, most fencers can be classified in one of 4 basic archetypes. These archetypes being the fighter, or also the thug, technicians, spiritualists, and peacocks. Now, some of these archetypes some of these names might be somewhat unflattering, but all these archetypes have their pitfalls and their pluses. So, none of these archetypes is inherently bad or good. So, these archetypes are based on the personal mental attitude that one has regarding fencing in its totality. In reality, most people will be a combination of these archetypes, but usually during training or events, one of these archetypes is dominant. So let's get into the descriptions. The first one being the fighter. Guy Windsor named this character the thug, but I thought that was a bit of a derogative term. People won't like to be called a thug. So fighter is a bit more neutral and also covers the basics, I think. It's one of the most common type of fencers these days. These persons, they want to spar, they want to fight, and they want to win. And for them, the best part of the training is the part where they can spar. And if training was less about technique and more about sparring, they would be happier for it. They want to be good at sparring as soon as possible. They will usually gravitate towards sparring and contact drills and feel that what is where real sword fighting can be found. This attitude will see them quickly develop their reflexes and fighter instincts, and they tend to have little or no fear of the possible consequences of their gung-ho attitudes. Bruises, scrapes, and small injuries are usually a mark of pride, and quite soon they will be able to hold their own in sparring. To others, the fighter can seem somewhat reckless. Sometimes these are the persons that hit too hard, too aggressive, or are simply annoying because they will not adhere to the exercise given because they know something that works better. For the fighter, the sword is a tool to use. techniques and ancient lore are but utilitarian. What works is quickly incorporated in the repertoire, and techniques that are not relevant for competition or that can be not easily mastered are disregarded. A lot of fencers I know started out as fighters, and this attitude is prevalent in many martial arts and sports, or competition fencing, and self-defense classes, where the goal is simply to win. It is an attitude that brings an easy sense of accomplishment when you have the natural athleticism or talent for hitting people. So that's the first archetype. The second one is the technician. This archetype is less common. These persons want to collect as many techniques as they can. Instinct reflexes have little to do with their approach to fencing. They don't want to win a fight with simple basic strikes that anybody can come up with. They don't want to win because they are faster or stronger, but because they have superior knowledge. The idea that a skilled swordsman could defeat someone bigger and stronger with less knowledge is their ideal. When it comes to sparring, most of these technicians will not accomplish a great feat or a great deal because most techniques take time to understand and master. But with patience and perseverance, they can in time become excellent fencers. This is usually the case of people knowing a technique, but when they spar, they can't really pull it off. And sometimes that's frustrating. A true technician will be very motivated to work on that and try and make that work. Because, the ancient manuals say they work. And in slow training, it works. So in sparring, it should also work. It's a bit of a pitfall there, but all archetypes have these. For a technician, sparring and competition is a way to test their techniques, to see how they fare in a more realistic environment. Actually, winning comes second. For the technician, the sword is also a tool, and they use it to better themselves, not necessarily to win. Then the third archetype is the spiritualist. This third archetype is the most rare of all. These persons fence for the mental and spiritual satisfaction they attain during fencing and training. In their hands, the sword becomes an archetype in and of itself, an ideal, an icon. They will tirelessly train and practice for hours to perfect a certain strike, position, or technique, alone if needs be. The wielding of the sword, or simply just handling the sword, is a purpose unto itself. And spiritualists take many forms, from people who practice fencing for self-enlightenment, character building, or to find peace in the daily hustle and bustle of everyday life. Most will find that fencing and practicing HEMA is an addition or completion of their own personality, a way of life. If you think about HEMA, more than most regular people think about HEMA or their chosen sport, if you find yourself training alone in the cold, if your swords and HEMA gear find their way into your living room wall, if you have the dedicated sword room in your house, and for the backdrop for your online conference calls, you see swords, you might be a spiritualist. Or the last archetype, the peacock. So the fourth archetype, the peacock, is one of the archetypes I use that Guy Windsor did not use in his own idea of archetypes. So this is one of my own additions. And that was mainly formed due to the fact that there was another prevalent archetype clearly there in most groups and sword fighting events that was not readily defined by one of these three. So the peacock appeared. So the fourth archetype, the peacock, is usually known by the rest of the club or seen as that guy. Most people have no trouble spotting peacocks, but are hard-pressed to admit that they might be one themselves. The peacock loves the image of the romance of the sword and the sword fighter, and they want to be one. This generally does not translate into a willingness to train hard or apply self-criticism. The social aspect of the club seems more important than training. Certainly training extra hard or training at all. HEMA is a jewel that they wear, and no one needs to know how good they actually are. The fact you are part of a club, wear the cool t-shirt, and that fencers in your own group accept you, makes you a fencer, a sword fighter. Usually the peacock is very busy talking about HEMA. They are very good at getting the word out and continually want to tell people they have just met all about HEMA. all the while being secretly very happy it is a niche sport, an unknown martial art, unique and certainly not mainstream. As such, peacocks will love telling other people about the misconceptions regarding swords and armor, maybe even more than actually wielding a sword. In a lot of cases, peacocks are not able to train as hard as they would like, due to a myriad of reasons. The fact that they talk more and train less is not all some sort of character flaw. Sometimes it has good reasons, and there are very long, but there's lots of reasons I've heard over the years. Put short, the peacock likes to wear the feathers of the sword fighting, but are one mostly in name alone. So, these 4 archetypes, I think most people will recognize some of these archetypes. Usually, when archetypes like this are described, we jump easy to the conclusion that other people are, oh, he's a fighter, oh, he just perfectly described that guy. But what you should actually be doing is trying to reflect on yourself, your own personality and attitude regarding these archetypes. Because I think everybody has some of these archetypes in their own personality. That's why they're called archetypes. You all have this. We all have a bit of a peacock or a fighter or a technician in ourselves. So, the true sword fighter, everybody has a character or attitude towards H.E.M.A that is in fact a mix of these 4 archetypes. Very few people are solely defined by one of these. And even so, if that is the case, that is usually a transitional situation. That being said, it is my observation that usually one of the archetypes is dominant, while some are less active and others are simply not present, so it seems. By focusing on your strengths and aligning yourself with the dominant archetype, you can experience quick and easy success and achievement. But this comes at a price. Before long, you will hit a proverbial wall or ceiling, a point beyond which you cannot seem to advance. The key here is to focus on the other less developed and defined characteristics, exploring the other archetypes. The sword is a means to defend, entertain, and better yourself physically, mentally, and maybe even spiritually. So why should you limit yourself to just one archetype? To further illustrate this, I would like to tell you about 2 situations, cases, if you would call them that are things that I regularly spot and see during my own training, in my own club, and even in events. I think of all the possible situations that can arise regarding archetypes, these 2 are the most interesting cases because they happen a lot and also affect your club a lot. So, the first one is one that I would call the Ekart dilemma. So, for you peeps out there who are really proficient in Greek mythology, Icarus, a guy and his son wanted to fly off high into the air, but they flew too high, too close to the sun, so their wings started to melt and burn up, and then they crashed and died, something like that. You could also call this the problem facing fighters, people that have the fighter archetype as their main archetype. So, in the beginning, H.E.M.A groups attracted mostly spiritualists and peacock archetypes, people that were drawn to the aesthetic and or perceived image of the sword due to the rapid development and implementation of safer protective gear and a growing tournament scene in the last 15 years. Sparring and contact-based exercises became more common. And this transformed H.E.M.A from a soft, theoretical, non- or semi-contact martial art into a full contact sport, a combat sport even. And thus more and more fighter archetypes started emerging. Most of these fighter archetypes are quite athletic and or naturally talented, and they immediately excel at sparring, giving people many years their superior in training a run for their money. They usually use very basic techniques and have a small bag of tricks that they use every time with great success. And I think everybody knows some people in their club or in the scene that, picked up H.E.M.A a year ago and already won tournaments or placed high. Those are the kind of people we're talking about in this dilemma. Meanwhile, while this is happening, most technicians in your club, they know how to theoretically counter these fighters because, they use very little technique, they have very simple tricks, but in practice, they can't. These fighters tend to have little interest in techniques that they find difficult and are focused on winning with what comes easy, what comes naturally. Quite often more interested in sparring than in technical drilling and annoying stuff like footwork and control. At some point, usually sooner than later, these fighter archetypes hit the proverbial ceiling. They have risen to the top of the club in a few years or months, and now progress comes to a grinding halt. They meet people who are just as athletic and talented as they are, but who have better technique, train harder, drill more. And they have to face the fact that the only true way of breaching that ceiling is by mastering other techniques and improving on their basics. This means footwork and posture technique drills and training stuff that they were never really good at. Stuff that up till now they didn't need and never thought they would like. Stuff in HEMA that, the least favorite stuff that they could avoid and still have success, but now they can't. So they have to transform themselves. They have to take up the mantle of the spiritualist or the technician, and some regrettably become peacocks, unwilling to do the work and basking in their former glory. Most of these fighters hang around for a while and then they quit, feeling that they can't progress any further at the speed they'd like, so they seek another path. And I've seen this many times. People with great talent, they show up. They have a great aptitude for sparring, but then when they hit that ceiling, and in order to progress, they have to train more and be more serious about the stuff that they find boring. They figure, well, I've learned all I can learn from this club, and so I will go away and try another martial arts or sports or whatever. They get bored because for them, the training becomes too repetitive, there's far too little sparring, and they're not progressing anymore. Unwilling to face the fact that their fighter mentality and their unwillingness to train hard and be more invested in techniques is actually holding them back. So you have to change, and many people don't like change, so they don't change and they just go away and do something else. And this is a dilemma that causes many clubs to lose potentially very talented fighters. So when I see this happening in a club, I always try to get these fighter types to be interested more in technique, to open their eyes to the fact that techniques that they found difficult with little training actually become a very handy tool in their box, and open up the gate towards looking out for other archetypes and other means of becoming a better swordsman, but not just simply keep on doing what you're doing. The other one that I would like to share with you all is the self-fulfilling prophecy of peacocks. It's my other favorite archetype, the peacock. So although most people would not like to admit it, a lot of us started as peacocks when we started HEMA. We were drawn to the sword fighting because, you thought it was cool, feeling that this martial art, the skillful swordsperson could best the stronger, bigger opponent. With the true virtues of skill and knowledge. So usually, people they were not really strong, they were not really fit, they weren't really athletic. But with a sword, you can defeat someone bigger, especially if you are you've been taught the ways of the sword. And we see this in fancy movies all the time, old grey men easily defeating younger fit guys. There's this scene in The Karate Kid where this old guy beats up 5 young guys that are bullying the entire school. We somehow have the idea that if you pick up the sword and you practice this, you will immediately become good. Well, of course, if you pick up a sword against unarmed persons with very little skill, you have an astute advantage. But one-on-one with another swordsperson, that advantage is out of the window. So these people usually are very interested in all the cool techniques, but not really athletic or fit. Sword fighting was a nice mix of cool history, fantasy, and certainly not mainstream. And maybe these peacocks, or you yourself, were a metalhead, and sword fighting seemed very metal, or gaming geek with aspirations to breathe life into your RPG or fantasy novel experience. It's all about the look and the feel. And you are enthusiastic, but not necessarily very talented. And because you were not really good at sword fighting yet, your group activity experience seemed to be 50% training, 50% talking about swords. And in fact, sword fighting was more of a social thing, where you could lose yourself in the world of the warrior. Every week you wielded a sword, while the rest of the world was oblivious to this cool way of life. And after a while, a lot of peacocks retain their enthusiasm for the sport, and by training hard, they actually become competent sword wielders. Training becomes more fun than just talking about it. And you notice that in time, you might actually become better in HEMA than you had ever thought possible. From here, the peacock can become a fighter, a technician, or even a spiritualist. And usually these former peacocks become excellent promoters of your club or school, wanting to spread the gospel, organize events, or even take up the mantle of a board member of your organization. The peacock becomes what he or she was always talking about, a competent member of a group or a school. So while most people tend to see these people that like to talk but don't really walk the walk as a nuisance in their school, I have noticed over the years that these people, because they are so enthusiastic, they have great potential. And as long as they feel at home and are somewhat challenged to try to do more than just talk, they can actually become very good. And also we must realize that not everybody that comes to train in your club has the ambition or the ability to become, one of the top fighters. You can't have a school that's all top fighters. Even there is a ranking. And a lot of people, they sword fight because, it's social, it's nice, it's fun. Swords are cool. Talking about swords might be just as nice and cool as actually handling a sword. And also, this enthusiasm can be used. So people train, but they can also be a valuable member of your community, going along on that enthusiasm without annoying anyone. So of course there are many other dilemmas and cases, like the spiritual quagmire or the toxic fighter takeover or the created surrealism of the master engineer. But in most cases, I think for archetypes, everybody can relate to it. It's usually easier to mark other people as one of these archetypes and actually applying it to yourself, which is hard. But I think this is a very useful way of categorizing people and yourself, and ways to mark your progression. I myself, I think I started out as a peacock and as a spiritualist. I was very interested about sword fighting, but had no idea where to start. There were no schools teaching it, so we started school ourselves. We did our own research. And after a while, out of necessity, I became an engineer, trying to figure out all these techniques. And then when sparring became a thing, I immediately tried to do sparring to test my techniques as a true engineer or technician, and became a fighter. And now, well, I don't know what I am now. But I think a mix of these things, and I'm usually still more interested in techniques. But yeah, I think every HEMA practitioner is in fact a combination, a balance of these four archetypes, and none of them is truly good or bad. But if you focus only on one, there are very great pitfalls that you should be aware of. So, hope you guys think this is interesting. Don't know if any of you have any questions about this or remarks?
Yes, thanks, Merlyn, for this very interesting talk. And when I look at the chat on YouTube, apparently describing these archetypes cuts close to the bone for some people. They really hear themselves described. I was going to ask you what your own archetype was, but you already answered that question. And someone in the chat asked, coming from reenactment originally, I miss the historian and the actor/show fighter archetype, but I guess they are more rare in HEMA clubs. And perhaps you already kind of answered this question. Aren't they just peacocks, or is there such a thing as a kind of like an actor show fighter archetype?
Well, I think peacocks are very prevalent in reenactment, because when I first had interest in sword fighting, I tried to find a school where I could train sword fighting. So I ended up doing fencing and Asian martial arts. And then there were these reenactment groups that also said, we have sword fighting groups, we do European sword fighting. But before I could get to the actual sword fighting, there were all these hurdles about buying gear and creating your own character. And I noticed that most of these reenactment groups at the time were more concerned about looks than actual reenacting activities. And I think it's a thing you see in most reenactment groups, where people dress up like someone of a certain period, use stance of a certain period, but then they sit with their backs towards the guests of the event, and they talk about mortgages and cars instead of really acting like someone of that time. And even if they do just one or two questions and you break through their persona, and it's just a normal guy who can't really act out the fact that he's supposed to be a medieval person or a Roman person or something like that. So and they usually want to tell you all about history and all the things they know, and less doing it. And with doing it, I mean, the sword fighting or actually acting like a Roman or a medieval person. So I think peacocks are prevalent there, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you're interested is relaying and telling with passion about history, well, that's a form of peacocking. You're actually acting as if you're a knight or a Roman soldier, but you're not. So how much more peacock do you want to get? You wear the feathers, but you're not it. So I think that's very prevalent in reenactment as well. But there's also it also has a seed of possible growth in it, because you are interested in knights or Romans or medieval warfare. For many people, it becomes very natural, a natural step of progression to then actually want to train it. So we see in our group that lots of people that train in our groups are actually part of reenactment. From reenactment, they started to do HEMA, and some of the people that do HEMA, they know these people, and they talk, and then they started to do reenactment as well. So it's really a crossover, two scenes meeting. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I always applaud people who are more, want to know more about history.
Cool. Another, thank you. Another question that popped up was, how does the knowledge of these archetypes help you teach people? In what ways does the way you categorize a person change how you teach them? I'm not sure if you categorize them, but
yeah. So I think if you're an instructor, you always need to be aware of the group processes in the group you train. It's not just about giving them the right exercises and making sure they're taught in the right way. It's also about knowing the people you instruct, knowing that one person is not very popular in the group, seeing that one person is very focused on one thing but completely disregarding the others. So if you see, for example, that there is a peacock that is mostly talking and never training, that at some point people will simply say, oh, that's that guy that never trains and always sits by the side. So in order to protect these people from these kind of situations, you want to approach them and maybe get them to train a bit more, be more active, or let the rest of the club know that this person has lots of knowledge and he's not just talking crap, but he's actually very enthusiastic. And but while fighters, for example, they can become very annoying to all the rest of the club. I had several persons who, as soon as I gave them a technique to practice, they were like, oh, this will never work in reality. This is illegal in tournaments. I can't use this in a real fight. Why should we train this? Or, they have a very strict toolbox of techniques in which they are very good. And as soon as you try to teach them, for example, a different kind of disarm, they tend to not train that disarm, but use the disarm that they already know and mastered, which is very annoying for their training partners. So if you see stuff like, if you know someone is a fighter, it's always very wise to look for these kinds of behaviors during training, so you can, steer them in the right direction. technicians, technicians or spiritualists might actually be very good, but they don't want to spar, or they don't like to spar because they think it's all about, masculinity and beating and hurt and pain. And I think it's very valuable to actually motivate these people to try their techniques in a more real situation, which sparring actually is. Because I think I'm very adamant in my conviction that sparring is a form of training. It's an exercise. Tournaments as well, they should not be your end goal. I think if in HEMA tournaments become the goal, people train to win tournaments and only this, that opens up the possibility of us turning into something like sport fencing, which becomes so far away from the reality that a lot of people can't really take it seriously as a real form of sword fighting, which is a mistake as well. But yeah.
Why do you say that take it back to reality?
Yeah. Excuse me?
Why do you say that then it becomes very much removed from reality? In what way?
Okay, so the first time I actually did some fencing, we started to spar, knowing nothing about fencing. We just had a short lesson. At the end of the lessons, we could do some sparring. And we ended up double striking each other, double stabbing all the time. So for us, that was not good, because both of us were dead. But the trainer consistently was saying, oh, you did that very well, you did it very well, because apparently I kept on hitting the other guy a couple of milliseconds before he hit me, or I had something that they called the initiative. So my attack counted and his attack didn't. And because, the rules state that in certain situations you have right of way, actually, I noticed that a lot of people, they attacked like suicidal maniacs, knowing that as long as they are attacking, the other guy couldn't score a point. While in reality, the other guy can score a point. He can actually hit you, hurt you, and maybe even kill you. And just because you hit them a couple of milliseconds first, might be that you just hit them in the leg and they're perfectly fine. They can live, and they stab you in the eye and you die.
Right.
So these sport rules in fencing are a nice way of, you have to nominate a winner. You can even use rules like that to steer people into a certain way of fencing. But in the end, the guy that actually won a tournament by points, if you had replaced these weapons with real swords, might actually be the guy that ended up losing, because the first hit went to the guy that lost, but the first hit would be the killing blow. So please don't mistake sport fencing or tournaments for real fighting. It's practice.
Right. Do you think there is an ideal combination of archetypes in a club? Like, can you have too many peacocks, too many fighters, or too few spiritualists? What would be like very roughly the ideal combination of members of a club?
I think that would be greatly determined by the style of club and lessons and training you want to provide. I think that if your club is mostly peacocks, that's not a good thing. You end up with people who mostly like to talk about it and never really train. And as soon as someone who is seriously interested in martial arts comes along and wants you to demonstrate, you can't, because you're not that good. You know it, but you can't do it. Also, if you have only fighters, you can get this situation where everybody just wants to spar and hit stuff, and people really don't have any interest into the historical background, the techniques, only use what works. I mean, there's people who have a set of rules for tournaments, and they mostly spar, training with those rules so they can win a tournament with these rules. Which means they're not practicing any of the techniques. Like, for example, if wrestling is outlawed in your tournament scene, why would you ever train wrestling with the sword or disarming? You're never going to use that in a tournament. It's not going to help you to win. So that can lead to, loss of knowledge.
Right.
Yeah.
And perhaps you might actually use that knowledge of wrestling even if you're not permitted to wrestle in a given tournament, I guess.
Yeah, and also some people they don't want to practice wrestling with the sword because they're not any good with it. But even if you practice this with people who keep on, throwing you to the floor and stuff like that, if in a tournament or another situation someone starts wrestling with you, the very fact that you've trained this, even though you weren't good at it, you can recognize the situation and you can still better count and escape and avoid wrestling. I mean, someone that can wrestle has a far greater chance of avoiding wrestling than someone who has no idea about how it works and how to recognize it. So it's always a valuable thing. And again, if you have a group of mostly fighters, they can also lead to a very toxic environment in which people, they applaud wounds and bruises and all the battle scars are regaled as heroic victories instead of saying, well, you keep on getting hit on your hands. Instead of being proud of the gigantic bruise, you should be thinking, damn, this could have been avoided. And also a group like that, I don't think a lot of people who might have been excellent fencers actually want to join that. There are some bowherd groups, for example, that work in that fashion. And a lot of people, they visit one training and it's like, oh, these guys are just madmen wanting to hurt each other. I have a day job. They're all bigger than me. I'm not going to join this club. This will just mean pain and I'll become a punching bag. So if you have all fighters, that's really bad. So I think you should have a mix. You should have a mix of these. And even then, one very charismatic spiritualist or fighter or peacock can actually string a lot of people along. So, I think if you have, for example, a group of beginners, it is best if they are technicians. They want to know techniques and they're not really tempted to go spar right away. But they're willing to do so if you ask that from them. While a starting group of only peacocks or fighters is a very difficult group to actually teach. So it will very much depend on the situation.
Right. Yeah, I guess there's no really clear-cut answer to that question, indeed. But regarding very interesting to hear that, actually. Another question that came up was from someone who said, "I'd like to teach history in my classes, usually after classes, of course, because I think it's very important in this HEMA context. Would that make me a spiritualist or rather a technician?" So I guess your verdict is asked for here.
So if you're interested in history and you want to get people to be interested in it, that could be a peacock or a spiritualist. I think a peacock has a very negative sound to it.
Well, this person actually said spiritualist or technician, but perhaps they are secretly a peacock. I don't know. Yeah,
I think so. But a spiritualist is also. But that's the thing. If you like history and you like telling people about it, you are all these three archetypes have part of that in them. And that's the idea of an archetype. You're never one archetype. You are a combination.
Right. That's I guess very important for people to remember. That it's that they're not boxed into a single archetype, and that defines them.
Yes. So if you tell very interesting history facts that are a nice complement to what you're doing, you could be a peacock. Wanting to show off your knowledge. There's nothing wrong with wanting to show off knowledge, especially if you want to better other people with the knowledge. But on the same hand, you could be a peacock that tells complete irrelevant or untrue stuff and passing them along as facts, wanting other people to think you're great, and then you're actually doing people a disfavor. So,
is there an archetype for that? Is there an archetype for that?
No, it's just a bad peacock.
Yeah,
they're also good peacocks.
Right.
Yeah.
I see. People who are interested in this stuff, where can they learn more about these archetypes?
Yeah, well, they could talk with me. They could, I think if you ask Guy Windsor on the School of the European Sword, he has a very website where you can ask questions. I mean, he came up with these archetypes. Might be that, 15, 16 years later along the line, he changed his views, but I think it'd be very interesting to talk with you guys about this, and so would I. Also, I could post the article online describing the 4 archetypes people like.
Well, I think people would like that. If they do, they definitely should say so in the comment section in the chat. But that might be very interesting because I thought maybe there's a book about it or something. But it's not that. It's more like there's an article and there's like knowledge about it, but it's not yet a book about this written. I understand.
Yeah, the thing is that if you start out with these archetypes, usually they struck a chord with people, and they say, "Well, I look like one of these archetypes, or I know someone that is a complete spiritualist." But then you'll notice that all of these archetypes could be negative or positive. And then, if you, for example, a fighter who's all about fighting and macho is a fighter, but a fighter who wants to win and is really interested in sports and being athletic and active is also a fighter. One is negative, one is positive. So from these 4 basic characters, you can have several sub-characters, like the negative fighter, the positive fighter, and you can invent nice names for them, like, the negative fighter can be the thug who only wants to hurt people, or you could be, the jock or whatever. So it's very important to realize that all of these archetypes are not very negative or positive in their own right. They're just there. And how people use them or how other people view them will greatly determine if it's negative or positive. But it's a nice thing to be aware of. And yeah.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Merlyn. Actually, the chat, well, kind of, there was a minor explosion in the chat of people who said they would definitely like to read it. And someone is actually trying to make you write a book. So let's leave it at that. Our time is up. Thank you so much, Merlyn, for sharing your thoughts about the fencing archetypes. We'll definitely be thinking about that later on. Thanks, and we hope to see you again in the future.
You will.
Thanks.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So I'm taking over from Martijn again. Thank you for doing the last 3 workshops. So now I'm here with Kristine Konsmo. I am not sure if I keep pronouncing that correctly.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yes, and she will be giving a workshop on MSD 33 on Sword and Buckler and binding with the false edge. Yeah, Kristine, go ahead.
Yeah, so we have 30 minutes. So this is a workshop that the last time I gave it took 6 hours to go through the material. So it can be it's something you can really dive into, but I'm going to try to consolidate that into something very concise. I.33 is a manuscript that is kind of the dweeb of HEMA. Everyone makes fun of it for being awkward illustrations, difficult to figure out. It's also, I think, one of the manuscripts that has created for the most hostile online environment. People get very heated when comparing their interpretations with one another. And I feel like I've personally decided to stay out of the I.33 online community because I tried to engage a few times and it was very aggressive place. People are very protective of their interpretations. I think that since it is one of those manuscripts that we have so little information about and it is obscure, I think that we have to be liberal in our interpretations and we have to be open-minded to completely different approaches that different people have. I always think it's interesting when I hold a seminar and one of the students will come with, or several of the students will come with very different approaches or very different lenses that they wear when they look at the plates. I think that's awesome. I think also, fencing is fencing to a degree, a blade is a blade to a degree, and we have all the other manuscripts that came later to borrow from. I borrow very much from rapier when I look at I.33 because I look at I.33 as a binding and thrusting weapon primarily, and this is what, at least the type of Italian rapier that I look at is that as well. So I feel like using the same physics and the same principles, we can use more modern manuscripts which have better detailing and more thorough investigation of swordplay and kind of extrapolate it back onto I.33. And so I do that to an extent. So a lot of my interpretations are, I have been criticized for not using the exact wording that is in the manuscript or stepping a little bit outside of the play and kind of borrowing from elsewhere. But I think that we have to do that with something as obscure as I.33. So I'm not a purist in that sense, but when it comes to Sword and Buckler, I am a purist in that I can only work with I.33 within Sword and Buckler. I'm not really interested in the other manuscripts. And that's another thing that people don't like about me. So you can make your own decision afterwards. I'm going to be, as our host mentioned, I'm going to be looking at false edge binding, which is something I've started playing with a few years ago. Just a little background about my I.33 fencing. I've been doing I.33 for 12 years. I started in Oslo with Vector Intermediate. And the reason why I did I.33 is because that's what my instructor did. His name is Thomas Nulöken. He was a wonderful instructor, wonderful fencer, and that was his obsession. And I wanted to do longsword because I'm kind of a jock from before, and longsword is the jock weapon. But he was like, no, we're going to do I.33, and I was thrown into a tournament at Swordfish in 2011 when one of our teammates just didn't show up. He was supposed to compete. I did not sign up to compete, and it went really well for me. And from there, I was kind of thrown into it, like by the HEMA community. People started asking me to instruct and asking, and I was new. I didn't really know what I was doing, so it kind of forced me to start doing my own research and making my own assumptions and conclusions. And it's kind of just taken off from there over the past decade plus. So here I am still working with I.33. It's still my personal favorite. I don't care that everyone hates it. I love it. So usually I work from a very nice printed book, but I couldn't find it. So these are my notes from 12 years ago when I started doing I.33. So bear with me. It's very poorly pixelated, printed out pictures. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I'm going to be looking at by showing examples in the manuscript, and then later I'm going to demonstrate them in this room. So here we are. Right here, I-33. So binding with false edge. Those of you who have worked with I.33, you know that it is a lot about binding, it's a lot about thrusting, it's a lot about working with the center line. There are cuts, but my argument, and I think a lot of other people's arguments, is the aim is not to land the cut. The aim is to get in there to thrust. And I believe that a lot of the awkward positions in the illustrations, with the elbows being twisted and the arms being twisted, it's not just poor artistry. I believe it's showing that we are actually holding the blade to set us up for catching the opponent's blade with false edge. I've done this in sparring, I've done this in tournaments and had great success with it. So I think that there's something to it. I'm just going to show a few plates which I feel really illustrate this. The first one is actually already on the first page of the manuscript. And again, I apologize for the poor quality since I can't find my usual book. Here we have somebody standing in first ward. We have the priest standing in first ward. Just going to zoom in. I don't know if you can see it or not. I'm trying to hold it up to the camera, but I can't see myself. So if you look here, his elbow is perked out in a way that is a bit awkward. And since his hand is behind the buckler, you can't see it. Just going to grab a sword. Show real quick. So I believe that he is holding the sword like so, with false edge up to set himself up for the cut. And I'm going to show you later, but just to have that compared to the illustration I just showed you, check out my elbow. It's definitely not tucked in. It's kind of, and it's because of this angle that I'm holding it up, preparing myself for that cut with the false edge coming in. So just to show you that. Another one we have here is third ward. Can you see him? Okay. So there we have the priest again, and he is standing in third ward. And if you look here at his hand, can you see his hand? It's kind of like you can see his fingers. It's awkward, right? So to show you that grip, when I do third ward, I believe that there's two different ways of doing it. Okay, so here you have second ward, basic. It's like anybody picking up a sword for the first time, they're going to hold it this way to their dominant side, given that you're right-handed. And then third ward is the mirror opposite of that, and we move it over to the left side or the non-dominant side. However, in a lot of the illustrations, third ward is held. So see here, I'm holding it and I'm rotating it. I have true edge forward or long edge, as some of you are inclined to call it, and I'm rotating it so that I have false edge forward and I have a thumb grip, right? And this is to set me up for cutting into that bind and to get a nice rotation into the thrust, which I'm going to show again later. But just recall that this is how you can see my hand here. Super awkward, right? And when I started, when I looked at it and I was like, okay, I think that this is how we should be cutting from third ward in some of the cases. When I first started doing it, it was very uncomfortable. It was very awkward. And then once I built up those muscles around my wrist, holding it this way and actually cutting in this way, it's just different muscles that you're not used to using. The more I worked with it, and the better I was able to land the blade on the beak of my opponent's blade, the better it worked. So I really believe in this. Back to some more illustrations. I'm just going to try not to get my notes out of order. Here. Yeah, so here I have a little bit better picture of a first ward. The illustration is slightly less pixelated. You can see him. Here we have the priest again. Here we have, and this is something I'm going to show you. And then actually, if there's time, once I've gone through them, actually demonstrating them, then I'll go back to these illustrations, because then you'll have the reference point of what I did with the sword. So here we have this plate. He is standing in first ward, and he is holding Kyrken. And he could potentially from here go into long point. And he is going to cut from first ward and bind with false edge. And he has in Krupkin, he has quite a weak position of his blade, so it's going to be very easy for him to catch his blade with false edge and rotate into the thrust. And I'll show that afterwards. Here it actually is demonstrated, in my opinion, at least that's how I interpret it. Here he has made the bind. You see him with false edge actually coming in for the bind. Again, I don't know if you can see this very well. I can't see myself. Here we have, he's binding from false edge on the inside line, which is the most effective in my opinion. You can see, it's actually this time the scholar who's doing it. And here we have an example of the priest winding from above over long point. Or it could be half shield or long points, either of them will work. Or he could be in one of the obsessios, winding from above and down. Oh, I love this one. And this one is going to be fun to show you afterwards. This is third ward, as I showed you before. And he is holding it. Look at his elbow. His elbow is all wonky like that because I believe he's holding this awkward position like so, if you can see, as I was holding it before, the thumb grip. And he's setting up. He's in long point, and he's going to cut in with false edge and rotate the blade. Four from first ward. Okay, now we're getting to my absolute favorite. I cannot wait to show this one later. Sixth ward. I love sixth ward. It's my favorite. I use it in every tournament I compete in. It tends to work well for me. I don't see anyone else working with sixth ward. If you are somebody working with sixth ward and you have a different approach to me or you have a similar approach to mine, DM me. I want to talk about sixth ward because no one is talking about it. He's in sixth ward. There. And he could be in long point. He's in a sort of a high long point. He could be in half shield. He could be in one of the obsessios. I mean, I know that I'm not talking about this specific play. I'm talking about if we extrapolate from this play and apply it to other potential scenarios. And look at the position of his hand. How do you think that he's holding it? I'm going to show you how I think he's holding it. So, sixth ward, best ward ever. I see a lot holding it as so. So with the fingers pointing to the outside line, true edge pointing down, false edge pointing up. I don't see the point in this. I think if you're going to, here you're exposing your distance, you're not really set up to do anything. Since you have a vertical alignment of your blade, you're not protecting any one line. It's just, I don't see the benefit of it. If you want to do something where you hide your blade and you set up for a thrust, then I believe that fifth ward is much better for that. Right? And from here, we are perfectly aligned to bind with the false edge coming in and rotate the true edge, which I will show later. But I just wanted to get that grip down. So what we're primarily looking at is first ward, third ward, and sixth ward to begin with. But there's more. Okay. How far back should I go?
Yeah, true.
Okay. So I believe I just was talking about sixth ward and I was rambling a little bit, so it's fine. We can skip that. How much time do I have left, actually? I just want to make sure I'm not running over.
20, 25 or so.
I have 20, 25 minutes left?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking so fast. Okay.
With the Q&A, we have some spare, so it should be fine. We need to be done at 3:45 to 4.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to keep going.
Go.
I love this next plate. This is also sixth ward, if we can just catch that image there.
Mm-hmm.
Here he is in sixth ward, as I demonstrated above. And I love the reaction, like this dramatic, oh no, because sixth ward is terrifying, it's so effective. So if somebody pulled 6th ward on me like that, I would also have that reaction. Seriously. It's wonderful. So again, in case when the computer crashed, missed it, this is my 6th ward, 3rd ward, and we've done 1st ward. So there's more. Yeah, so this is just demonstrating who's going from 6th ward in, and here it's hard to see with these poor pixelated images, but he's binding with the false edge. But I'll show you. Here's another one, catching with false edge. Here's another one. Scholar is in long point, priest is catching him with the false edge, and he's going to make the bind. Here he actually makes, he cuts up from it, but from here you could bind around as they show in many of the other plates. But I think this is a really good example of him catching the blade with false edge. Here we have someone binding down from false. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Once you see it, you don't unsee it. I feel like everything is full of false edge binding. And here we get to my second favorite, which is probably what I use most in tournaments, and it's priest special. Yeah, here we go. The priest is in priest special.
Yeah.
You see him?
Yes.
Cool. All right. So again, look at his elbow. I'm just gonna. It's super awkward, and look at his fingers, right? And this is one of the things that people like, that I.33 gets a lot of beef for, that people make fun of, is because of these weird angles, but it's because he's holding it in a certain way. So gonna get a sword, and gonna get buckler. I see a lot of people holding 6th ward like so, where they take a normal grip that you would have on a sword and simply bring it down. This is relevant. I'm sure it works in a lot of cases. There's validity to it. Again, I'm very liberal, and I think that there's no wrong approach if it works for you. I hold my priest this way. So as you can see, I've rotated the blade, and I have my fingers are raised. And look at my elbow. This forces, if you hold it like so, of course you can tuck your elbow in. As soon as you rotate, you get this awkward angle on your elbow, and your fingers are pointing up or outside as they do in the illustration. I hold my buckler around my hip level, and from here, you're set up to catch with the false edge. When you catch the blade, but again, I'll show that. Right, so there's tons more. Here's an even better one. He's in priest special. The scholar this time is in priest special, and I think this illustration shows really well how you should be holding it with your hand. That you should have the blade pointing the way I showed it, and what it does to your elbow when you do that. So. Yeah, you can say people love art, and I think that's the difference. Here we have 5th ward. Scholars in 5th ward there. So 5th ward. Have your sword just holding it with a normal grip. You lower it, and you simply point the tip backwards. And from here, you are set up to either do an ascending cut and catch with true edge, or I believe you should do an ascending cut with false edge. From here, you catch the blade with false edge, and you rotate. But it's easier to show when I have a partner with the blade. There's just so many examples. That was the sword. There's more, but I'll say that if there's time at the end, then I can go back to some of the illustrations. If there's questions about specific ones, then we can look at that. I'm not going to spend too much more time. But this one is good. Actually, sorry, my dog is crying. Here we have the scholar is in priest special, and the priest is in 5th ward. And this one is really cool. This is a really cool play. If you hold the swords as I demonstrated now, and they both meet one another on the bind. They both meet one another in false edge. And then that's meeting in false edge is weak, and then they're both at the center line and both struggling to make the bind into true edge. So that's a really cool play. That's when you're both fencing with false edge, and that this one here is really cool. So now we're going to do some actual demonstration. My partner for today, since I'm at home, my boyfriend, and I want you to be very nice because he's not a fencer, he's a cyclist. And he's agreed to help me out. He's literally never held a sword before. So he's simply just going to stand in long point and allow me to demonstrate stuff. So be forgiving, he's a cyclist. I'm Chris, yes. Okay. So I'm going to be using a Siggy sword, Siggy buckler, best ever. And here we have a Mark Vickers. This is my other favorite I.33 sword, or I.33 arming sword. This is not an I.33 sword, but this is super cool. I'm actually going to be demonstrating a lot of this without the buckler, because the buckler in many cases obstructs the hands, and the hand position, the grip position, is what my philosophy is all about. So we're going to actually leave the buckler out for a while, and I'm going to go through those wards that I talked about, namely first ward, third ward, sixth ward, pre-special, and fifth and rare fifth, and show all the ways you can bind with those. Second ward doesn't apply to this. The obsessios are kind of irrelevant to this, so it's mostly about wards and meeting somebody in either. They would be in one of the obsessios, or they would be in long point. And long point is the best to demonstrate with, so I'm going to try to stick to that. Or, of course, half shield. So, Chris, now I hold the sword. Can you stand in long point? Do you know what that is? Just hold the sword straight out. Just hold it like, extend your arm. And we want to make sure that, so I can just scoot back, because I just want the blade, basically. So here's the blade. You can see it, and you're watching this up there. Great. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to try not to hit too many walls and ceilings. First ward, as I mentioned, I hold it, just normal grip, and then bringing it straight down to your non-dominant side, and then you have your buckler here. We're going to leave the buckler out. It's not relevant for the moment. And from here, I'm cutting with false edge, straight up, vertical cut, right next to my head, here. And I'm meeting with the strong of my blade, and this is very much like right here, on the weak of his blade, with false edge here. And from here, I get the rotation in. And from here, I can either, I'm set up, if he were to thrust, would we just extend the sword a bit, just switch it forward? No, yeah, exactly. If he were, he's set offline, and I am set up with my true edge to extend into the thrust, or to extend into a normal, what is fine, shield not cut up, what have you. Again, when you do these drills yourself, always wear a mask. I'm doing this very, very slowly, which is why I'm not. I want you to hear me, which is why I'm not wearing a mask myself. But obviously, when you do these drills at any tempo, which is beyond 10%, 5% intensity, then put on the mask and glove. So once again, you put your just the back on point, perfect. You have a blade here. First form, cutting straight up with false edge. False edge is meeting this blade, and from here, it's the perfect leverage to rotate fully into true edge and either thrust or bind. With the buckler, setting first edge, cutting with false, and that's what we can do with first. Cool. So moving on to third ward. Third ward is something that I myself have not used that much, because I feel like it works better against opponents who are left-handed or working a third ward a lot themselves, or somebody who's set up in third obsessed field, and you don't get a lot of that in tournament situations. You only get it like in sparring with other I.33ers. So not that often an opportunity. But I think in theory, third ward with false edge is super cool. And as I showed before, second ward, of course, opposite leg forward, third ward, and this is also a way that I can pull third ward. Of course, you should have a loose grip. And you rotate. So holding it normally with trails out, rotate so that false edge is out. And then you get exactly that hand grip that you see in the manuscript in so many of the plates where they are holding third ward. So once again, if you just give me a long point, here we have a sword. Yeah, so, and of course, I believe that you have a really quite low stance when you're doing, I don't know if you can see my feet, probably not, unfortunately, small face, but if you can see my feet, I have a low stance, and my weight is very much on the front part of my feet. So I don't have my heels off the ground to the same extent that they do in the manuscript. I'm not on my toes, but my weight is definitely in the ball of my feet. I'm forward leaning. I'm, my momentum is forwards. So here I am in third ward. This super awkward position that you see in the manuscript. Have somebody who's coming in with a thrust and a long point and a half shield or whatever, and you're cutting down, straight down, same as I did from first ward. I'm cutting straight into the blade, and I'm meeting with false edge, and I'm rotating into true edge. It's just like rapier, except for rapier we don't cut from up here, right? But we have, in rapier we have the wards, and we're binding, we're rotating something. This is exactly what I is. Just that we have a different type of sword in the rapier. It's different dynamics, a little bit different. We're meeting, coming straight in with false edge, rotating into true edge, and either thrusting or, of course, binding. Buckler. Have it out. Of course, this is a threat. This is a threat. I want to have myself protected. When I'm cutting down, I'm meeting with my buckler. My sword and my buckler are meeting together, and I am rotating. As I rotate, my buckler is covering my hand in case the blade comes down onto my hand. And from here, I either press or pass down my shoulder. Once again, third ward. Rotation. What was next? Sixth ward, my favorite. And this is, I think you get the idea, right? So once you start doing this from the wards, you see how you can apply it to most of them. We've done it from first, we've done it from third. From sixth, it's the most effective because you don't have to cut from any of the wards into the blade. You are already set up for it. So again, I don't hold it like this. I hold it with true edge up. My fingers to my outside line, my knuckles to my inside line. And if I get a long point, and usually we have a lot more space and we can close the distance, but here we are. Imagine that you've already closed the distance. From here, his reach is given away. His distance is what it is. He could lunge, he could move forward, he could take a step. But from here, we have the same blade length towards one another. So our tips are about the same distance from one another. But I have all this reach that he does not have because I'm in sixth ward. I have a tucked in, I have it, it's not exposed. So if I meet a blade here, if he were to try to rotate his blade with true edge, his weak is on me. So he would have to take several passing steps or a really long lunge, which is dangerous, in order to have the same leverage on me that I would potentially have on him from sixth ward. So from sixth ward, in this distance, I'm covered, and from here, all I have to do is extend And just by extending, I have the strong command like a Maurice hip. And he is very weak in the body here. I'm very strong. I extend to thrust, or of course, I slide down and cut out. So it's I love it. It's just so beautiful and smart when you get it right. Of course, you have a buckler at some point, and you have it out somewhere. You don't really need it in this situation when you're on his outside line, or when he's on your outside line, he or she or they, because the buckler isn't very effective here. But when it comes into play, is when you're binding down, then you want it there to cover your hand, or if you're going up. In case his blade were to come up or something. That's what the buckler is for. And the buckler is very much here. So that was Thick Sword. Again, I love it. It's my favorite. And then we have my other favorite, or the second favorite, Pre-Special. And this is so cool. So once again, to show you how I hold it, instead of holding it with true edge down, I hold it with true edge up. I have this rotation. I have the awkward fingers. I have the awkward elbow. I'm an old school guy from the 1300s. This is how I'm standing. I get a hip. I get a long point. Just back up a little bit so that we're in the frame here. It's the same physics. And think about it. Right now, I'm doing it more than I'm doing it all on my opponent's outside line. And think about how you can apply this to the inside line when you turn everything there, everything around. This is why this can you can really go down a rabbit hole with it. And that's how you get something on this for 6 hours. But priest, I have my funny grip, and it's just the same as you can do the whole time. I'm meeting with false edge, straight up, rotating to true edge. False edge, strong on weak, rotation. Or sliding down, cutting up. Same exact thing from all before. They say it in the manuscript. They're like, I think it's so funny how in the manuscript they're like, oh, and as we said before, do the same thing we said before. I mean, even there, like, this is repetition. This is what we talked about. It's the same principle. They admit that so many times in the manuscript. As we said before, the priest does this, so on and so forth. So, low stance on the balls of my toes. Meeting him with my buckler covering my hands. False edge is on his blade. Rotating. My buckler. And I either press him here, or I'm sliding down, shield knot, as before. So that was pretty special. And then we have Fifth Ward. And actually, I'm going to go back to Fifth and First, because Fifth Ward and First Ward are, I believe, the same guard, mirroring one another. And you get the same bind from false edge, but on 2 different sides of your opponent's blade. So it's good for demonstrating that. I'm not sure how much time I have, so just tell me when I've gone too far. I can stop at any time.
A few more minutes.
Sorry?
You have a few more minutes, then we have a few questions, and then we're okay.
Okay, cool. A few more minutes. So I'm going to do this real quick. Fifth Ward. So you have Fifth Ward, which is simply, there's a few different ways of holding it. But depending on anything from this point up until this point is Fifth Ward, right? You have classic Fifth Ward, and then you have rare Fifth. I work out of rare Fifth a lot because from rare Fifth, you can hide your tip behind your buckler, and your center line is really far away from your opponent. So it's a really good one to work out of. And if you really want to hide the distance, you can work out of regular Fifth and have your tip pointing backwards. But with the regular Fifth Ward, you have your true edge is facing down and your false edge is facing up. and you align yourself to cut up by rotating the tip straight forward, you're set up to continue up that trajectory with false edge, which sets you up for that bind to transition into true. And this is the first time that we'll show it now on the inside line of your opponent rather than the outside line as I've been doing all along. So if I get a long point, further back. Okay. So much space, okay. So I'm in for forward here. And remember, keep your shoulders down. I should have had like a form introduction before that. There's a specific form and stance you need to have for this kind of fencing, I believe. But that's another lecture for another time. We have our tip. And I am first, I don't know if the camera can see it, if it's done by my feet, but I'm rotating my tip by my toes so that I'm basically ending up in rear fit, transitioning from fit. And here I have false edges. That was the table. And I'm cutting up so that I'm meeting my opponent. I have a loose grip, but I'm meeting my opponent with false edge. And it's the same as before. I'm rotating to true edge to get that leverage. And this takes a little bit of rotation from the body. Maybe a little bit of pitch as well. So that I have the advantage of if you were to thrust the second right here, you'll be thrusting past my line, whereas I'm set up to thrust directly into him. Or from here, I bind down and then I cut up with false edge. And cutting up with false edge is really fun. Everything that's fun in I.33 is false edge, basically. So once again, and now add buckler. And this thing works in rear foot, shoulder, so I have hip. And I have my buckler. And as you see, my buckler is protecting me from his threat as I come in. And I'm basically just extending from here into true edge in order to get that rotation once I meet him from false edge into true edge. And from here, with my buckler protecting my hand from his sword, or I'm binding and cutting up. Just, you probably can't see it's on a frame, but
no.
I kind of think that you all know what that is. So that was all the wards that I have time to go through today with false edge, but I think you get the idea. I wish I had more time to show it on the inside line. We've done a lot of outside line, but you get the idea. Yep. And that's basically what this is about. So I have my notes very organized, and I'm ready for questions.
Yeah, I have some questions. First of all, in that great workshop, great lecture, because there's really interesting pointers which I already written down. I'm going to teach myself, to be fairly honest. Cool. I also am a great fan of I.33, so I'm only teach that because usually I skip Bolognese. So I'm definitely going to do that, and I see two of my students already sending me 6 personal messages about when are we going to do this. So that's going to be great. So the first one in the thing, you started telling me about the pictures where you can clearly see that that the hands are turned the other way. Do you notice a significant difference when sparring or when doing tournaments as well?
You mean the effect of holding? Well, if I'm going in for a bind, if my opponent is in long point and I'm allowed to make the bind, absolutely there's a huge difference because I have that rotation that I don't have when I hold the sword in the normal way. As soon as I begin my cut, I mean, it's kind of like if you're gonna do what is it called in longsword, the helicopter thing. I don't really do longsword, but
Zwaardkring.
Zwaardkring, exactly. It's kind of like that. You see some people change their grip in advance in order to be aligned, so that they don't have to change their grip in the air. So they're kind of like, oh, I'm going to cheat a little bit, and instead of standing like this, they're standing like this, basically. Yeah. So that they can go straight into the helicopter. Yep. It's a bit like that, I mean, I'm just going to stand like this to prepare myself for meeting you with the inside blade. It's setting yourself up in advance. So another argument to that is that, well, you're giving away what you're going to do. Maybe you should hold your sword the normal way and then transition in the cut, and there's probably some validity to that. But I think that since they're showing it this way in the manuscript, is something we should at least attempt to replicate.
Yeah, it's a bit like a loaded spring in this case, in that you're standing ready to unfold it in complete one motion, while if you do it on the moment, it might not work as perfectly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. A loaded spring is a nice way of describing it. I like that.
Yeah, right. Then I have one question I saw from the chat. This in a situation where you end up in an underbind in a long point or half shield situation, would you do a mutasho gliding with the false edge as well?
So if I'm bound down or if I'm above in the
If
in
you
the
are
below?
bound down.
That's a good question. It's better if you can like show me. So you mean if I'm binding from below?
Yes.
Okay. So that's I don't get anything from the lone ward, so from priest special or from first or from fifth or rare fifth is an underbind. That's how I interpret an underbind. I know that others don't do it that way, or some do, some don't. And I think anything from second or third or fourth or crook would be an overbind because you're starting from above. So what I demonstrated here with priest, if you imagine that his blade is here, now he's holding the camera, so he can't help me, but you're meeting from underneath, you're binding from below.
Yep.
And then you're rotating so that you are above his blade in the end. I don't know if that answers your question, but I feel like what I demonstrated was basically underbinds.
I think it does. Yes. I'll check up. He's in my club as well, so I'll just check up and I'll send him to message you if he has more questions.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. That was about our time because in that we have the next one waiting already.
Okay.
I really enjoyed this workshop. I hope you enjoyed giving it as well.
I did. This was a lot of fun. I've never done a digital event before, so this was cool.
Great. Yeah, and
Thank you guys for organizing this for the community. It's
yeah,
really
no problem. I'm really enjoying myself with all the lectures I have, and I already have 4 pages written down. So I'm gonna be spent for the next lockdowns to come. Thank you for coming, and I hope to see you in the next event in real life again.
Same. So, and I'll be watching the next seminar. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so we're back again. This time with Victor Harder Hesel. I think I'm pronouncing it.
It's pretty close, yeah.
All right, and we're gonna have an interview here. Several things already planned. So we have an own approach to saber fighting, some competitive HEMA, and anything else that might come up in our lives, in our chats. Any questions you have, please send them in so we can discuss. So to start off, tell us a bit about yourself.
Yes, well, my name is Victor. I'm a Danish HEMA fencer. I teach workshops, I teach private students, but mostly I focus just on my own development as a fighter and fighting competitively. I'm 25 years old. I've been doing HEMA in one shape or another since I was about 17, 18, I think. It's a bit, memory is foggy and all that, but for a little while at this point. And right now I'm applying for the film school in Copenhagen. So I mean that's why I didn't really have time to prepare anything more visually interesting than just my face. But yeah, I'm a filmmaker. At times I try to weave HEMA elements into the filmmaking, but I'm not one who wants to make HEMA films. But that's a tangent of its own. But
all right. So what I wanted to talk about first was your own approach in saber fighting. Since you're left-handed, and you quite quickly discovered that there aren't many left-handed manuscripts at all.
Yes. Well, I mean, when I started out doing HEMA, actually, I picked up longsword first because it's what everyone wants to do at first, because it's interesting looking. And I think at the time we had some rather green instructors who weren't quite comfortable making it work for lefties, and I found that many of the techniques we looked at seemed to only work in really contrived scenarios that never seemed like they would show up organically in sparring on tournament fencing. And I think that led to me very early on gaining a different kind of respect just for sparring and for competitive fencing, because I thought that, well, I mean, if I can make my techniques work against opponents who are doing everything they can to make my techniques fail, if I can make them work in that inhospitable environment, then surely I'm onto something that's right. Yeah. And I think my experience reading just a few manuals is that lefties usually show up as some kind of oddity, something exotic that you might need to know sort of in broad terms how to deal with. But I think it's done usually quite superficially. I was reading some Alfred Hutton the other day, Cold Steel, I think, and he has a nice section about drills you can do to work against lefties. But again, it seems to be very surface level. And what I wish I had come across when I was younger and started out doing HEMA, it is someone sort of giving me knowledge from the inside of how to be a lefty and how to fight lefties and all that. Because again, some people seem to have this idea that fighting a lefty is just like fighting a righty, that, well, you have the same techniques, you have the cuts and you have the parries, but in my humble opinion, usually there's so much more going on. First of all, everything is just reversed. Everything is ever so slightly off because of that, but you also have some very tangible differences in the way you stand, the way you move, in body mechanics, that I don't think I've seen many people talk about, aside from just, oh, it's a bit weird that the parries now counts different cuts than you're used to. So I think to me, it was very much that, I mean, I enjoy reading, and I'm not a historian by any means, but I enjoy reading manuals as well. But I just found that they didn't seem to work that well for me because it was, again, too superficial. So I preferred just having a saber in my hand, watching plenty of YouTube videos for some very fundamental beginnings, and then piecing together what seemed to work and what certainly didn't work when I was doing it competitively. And I think my aim has always been, if nothing else, to fight in a way that seems martially sound, because what's historically accurate, I guess, is very difficult to gauge, and 1,000 different people will have 1,000 different opinions on that subject.
Yes.
But to me, it's just very much a question of, I want to avoid getting hit and I want to strike my opponent, and in that order. Not getting hit is infinitely more important than striking my opponent. And as long as I work within those parameters, I think that I'm onto something that probably could have been or would have been done historically as well, even though it's not, down to the exact details presented in this or that manual. I think that if you try to avoid getting hit and strike your opponent, then you're fighting in a way that seems martially sound.
Yeah, then you're trying to survive. That's the basic idea of usually fighting in the ways we have in manual. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I think a small disclaimer I should always mention is, again, that I am pretty much self-taught, and that if anyone is listening in and they have regular saber sparring or with their own instructors, then by all means go by what your instructor is telling you. Disregard what I'm saying. But it's just something I like to say before each workshop that this is just my perspective on things. And I think some 5 years ago, when I was just starting out fighting at Swordfish, I thought to myself that if ever I win gold at Swordfish, then I can share all my secrets and whatnot. And I don't think I have any sort of deep HEMA secrets, but I think, if nothing else, that I'm more than happy to just talk a bit about what's going on in my head when I'm leftying it out against righties. And yeah, again, it might go against what some people think is proper saber fencing, but to me it seems to make sense.
That's the most important thing, because you are still trying to do the techniques and you're fighting, so it needs to make sense to you, and then others can interpret it for their own.
Yeah, and I think something that to me is infinitely valuable to think about, or is having this mantra that nothing is wrong as long as you know what you're doing. The equivalent of saying, if it's dumb and it works, then it isn't dumb. A case in point would be, I was told by a fencer that I was doing something incorrectly because I was striking my opponent's leg using descending cuts 1 and 2 in many saber systems. And he said, no, you shouldn't do that because you're exposing your head while doing it. Instead, you should do cuts 3 and 4 because you're covering your head while you're doing it. And to me, I get the argument, I certainly do, but the thing is, I know why I'm doing cuts 1 and 2 against the leg. It's because I find that I can have more reach doing that. I can extend my arm further, meaning that even though my head is exposed, I'm farther away. So if something goes wrong, I have all this distance to recover. Whereas if I go for cuts 3 and 4, if I want to get my hand high enough to cover my head, I'm losing out maybe just a few inches worth of range, but sometimes that makes a difference between avoiding the afterblow or not. So to me, that's very much a case of, well, this isn't wrong because I know why I'm doing it. Let's say I was going for the leg with cuts 1 and cut 2, and the leg was being slipped. I was losing my head because of it. That would be a mistake. That would be me not being aware of the cons of doing it. But I think that pretty much no matter what you're studying, having the mentality that, well, I know what I'm doing, and it's working as predicted, then surely it can't be wrong. Just very, very quickly as an aside on the whole descending leg cuts thing, one thing that I suspect many lefties have realized is that another inherent advantage of doing descending cuts to the leg is that from some parries, you even wind up having some kind of built-in feint in your cut without meaning to. Let me just see if I can squeeze this broken saber into view, but quite often if I'm parrying cut number 1 to my cheek, I might do it with, I guess, what Hudson calls high octave, like this, or hanging on the outside. And from there, when you move around to do cut number 2 without breaking my lamps, the thing I like about this is that from your perspective, quite often it'll look as if I'm aiming for your head with cut number 2. So people will raise their saber to cover them, and when they do that, you slip under and strike the leg. And usually when they realize, oh shit, I've taken a hit to my leg, that's when they go for the afterblow, and that's the time you have to then get into your hanging parry, either cover and retreat, or parry and then go for an even higher scoring target. So again, to me, using descending cuts against the leg is very much an informed, educated decision that I find that I'm safer doing it that way, and that not only can I cover myself, I also have a higher chance of striking the leg in the first place, because it looks as if I'm threatening a high scoring target, but in reality I'm going for something a bit more modest that can then set up something else. That was a long tangent about the whole nothing is wrong as long as you know what you're doing thing, but again, I think it's worth mentioning that some people seem to be very rigid about what you can do and what you can't do. And to me, well, if you can pull this off reliably and repeatedly, and you can do it without incurring any kind of injuries from it, then surely it's worth looking into, if nothing else. I forgot if there was a question relevant to this, but that's one of my opinions.
Yeah, no, but what you're saying indeed, and you have that theory in that manuscript binders mentality, in that would say this is correct. Well, yes, this is correct, but there are other things correct that are maybe not written down, that are lost or whatever, but are still martially sound. And martially sound is what usually works when you're doing tournaments or events and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, and that's always in a very interesting way to approach this, and it'll always makes it more fun, because in that it on itself is basically a feint, because the technique itself is a feint, but because it is not expected, it also, the entire system or your approach on it might feel as a feint for some, and feel very unexpected to some fighters.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important point, especially when you're talking fighting people using the opposite hand, so lefty-righty or righty-lefty, is that simply because we have our sword arms facing each other, going for first intention strikes is usually quite difficult, because my ID targets are so far away all of a sudden. If I were right-handed, we would be facing each other in a way more conducive to that kind of fencing. But starting out lefty against righty, if you both extend your arms in a far out engaging guard, it's very difficult to get anywhere aside from the hand. So I think it's very important that as lefties fighting righties or vice versa, that we become very mindful of the dilemma you sometimes have to make between going for the strong cut and the cut that's going to land. And because, I mean, I recall seeing all these old videos about comparing katanas to longswords, and some people would say, oh, the katana can chop off, a head with one clean swing. Yeah, sure, but I don't want to open that can of worms, but the longsword is so much longer. I mean, what's the point of having a weapon that can cleave a man in twain if you can't hit him? Then it doesn't make a difference. And a case in point would be something I do quite often fighting righties, is I realize that striking them with a first intention is really unlikely to happen if we have the same skill level. If I'm much better than them, sure, but then everything is different anyways. But if we are about equally matched, what I like to do is open with something easily digestible, something they understand. So I'll open with cut number 6 quite often, doing it with a very low cut, because that way when they parry, I expose my head, which sounds dangerous, but because I know what I'm doing, the idea is that by doing this, I can usually predict where they're going, that is to my head. And from there, it's very easy to move up into the hanging parry, and then you can either go for cut number 1 to the face, or actually you can go for any kind of cut from that hanging parry. But going into the whole thing about the strong cut versus the cut that's going to land, any good saber fencer will know that if I stand in a hanging parry like this, my body is primed to go for an outside cut like this. It's the strong thing to do. You can do it really quickly, and it's the most basic movement we have available is this cut number 1. So this would be the strong cut. You expect me to do that. So what I'd like to do instead, being lefty, is going 6, hanging 4, or 6, hanging 8, straight up, or 6, hanging thrust. Do something like that, because even though it might be a weaker cut, if it hits you, it's infinitely better than the cut you're going to parry. And I've been using a saber, a sharp saber, when you go for cut number 4, cut number 8. I mean, some people say that, some people say the cut number 8 is barbaric, because you're striking the genitals. If you do that, then you're much too close, in my opinion. I use 4 and 8 to strike the forearm, or the back of the hand, or the wrist. And even though you don't have as much power being generated going under than going around, or going under than going over, even though it's a weaker cut, if you strike someone on the wrist with a sharp blade, with a sharp saber, even if it doesn't sever the hand, it's still a debilitating cut. So again, that's the choice between the strong cut, the cut that can cleave the opponent in twain, and the cut that's going to land. And an additional benefit of going for cut number 4, cut number 8, is that if you strike the hand, you're aiming for an extremity, and you can extend your arm all the way out, meaning that you are at such a great distance that if something goes wrong now, you have so much time to recover into something else. And additionally, and again, this goes out to all the lefties, when you go for cut number 4, usually you're in a very good position, because either you strike the wrist or your blow is parried, they go for your head, and you then get them in the head. Or again, you go 4, hanging, 4 again, or 4, hanging, go for cut number 1, or what looks like cut number 1, and when they go to parry that, you go for 5 to the side instead, or you go for cut to the leg, or you go for the other way around. So again, you're aiming for something that's so far away that there's no big danger of you being hurt by an afterblow or double hit. But it also means that even if they parry, you're now in the process of building a flow. And I need to be careful that I don't get carried away by this, because this is something I can talk about for hours on end. But I think that the key to getting really clean fencing, in my opinion, is observing what you might call almost like a turn mentality, that you get this flow going back and forth, especially with sabers. The sabers are so short and so quick that as soon as you have any kind of doubt as to whose turn it is, that's when you get double hits. If I don't know if I should strike twice or once, and you go for what you think is a safe riposte, we both wind up dead. So having a flow is usually, in my opinion, what enables you to get to the deeper targets that you couldn't otherwise access. Again, being lefty against the righty, my opponent is so well covered that I won't get them with my first cut. So instead, I'm going for something that they understand, something that doesn't scare them too much, so that they want to engage. And then we go back and forth until all of a sudden you're in a position where you can go for the deep target that you wouldn't otherwise be able to access. And so that's flow to me. And it's, I mean, it's something that I like to do because it looks cinematic. You feel like a pirate while doing it. It's very sort of movie-like. But to me, it's also very much a tool. It isn't the goal. It's something you use. It's the means to get to an end, which is going for the head or going for a thrust to the neck or the face or the chest or whatever. Something that you couldn't do if your opponent is on edge and ready for you. But if you get into that longer exchange, then all of a sudden you get them when they least expect it. Building off of that, I'll just add something very quickly, is that I think it's very much worth thinking, and this goes for all weapons, and I'm hardly the first person to say this, but usually I teach my students something I call 50, then 100, meaning that if we meet on the mat for the first time, we've never fought before, but you might know who I am, you might know that I've won Golden Swordfish, you might be very scared of me. We could be in a position where you're so twitchy and so nervous that you are impossible to predict, and that you're making really, really difficult to predict stuff thrusts that I have no idea of getting into you closely because you're just so damn twitchy. And if I start out giving everything I have, just really being, bouncing around and striking really hard, I might scare you so much that it's really difficult to get past your defense or to get for deep targets safely. So what I'd rather do, rather than saying 100, 100, 100, I'd rather say 50, 50, 50, 50, 100. And then you sneak it in when you're in the middle of an exchange. Yep. Because that way you can ease your opponent into something that they think they understand. If you can make them think that they're about to win, that's when you can open that up. Whereas if you approach them just trying to intimidate them, you wind up with something that's really dangerous because they don't know what they're doing, and therefore you don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and that makes also in it, because if you can't sense what they are going to do, and if you can't understand what they are going to do, and they don't understand what they need to do, they'll just do something. And if they just do something, you don't know what they're going to do. And exactly. Havard agrees with you on this, that he can confirm that everything you do, which you just told him, works against him. So we know that you're now speaking truly.
Yeah.
No, but that's usually what the thing, and that always I usually discuss with beginners in our class. And that, all right, so you're going to win fights quite often now, and that's going to feel weird because you're going to do stuff nobody gets. And then you're going to get the stuff you're doing, and then it's not going to happen anymore. But you still need to keep on training now.
Yeah.
And that's always probably that the slowly going into it and not always going for 100 makes that doesn't happen, because you kind of fix that they are jumping about all the time.
Yeah. And again, you just wind up in a position where, I mean, I am very much of the opinion that the easiest people to fight, that the hardest people to fight are the best fencers, because obviously they're really good, and the worst fencers, because they don't know what they should be doing. And therefore, fighting them, you need to be so very careful. But the middle of the road fencers are the easiest to fight because they know what they should be doing. They just lack the experience or the skill set to execute it properly. So you can manipulate them, you can predict what they're doing, and you just have some kind of common references. Whereas people who have no idea what they're doing can be really difficult to fight because you just don't know what's coming at you. And that's a position where, being left-handed, usually what I tell my students is, when you don't know your opponent, get your hand all the way out. Keep them at a very safe distance until you know what they're doing. I mean, some people like to have an engaging guard with a bend arm, but you can explode from there because, but to me, I find that if I don't know who you are, I need to make sure that you don't catch me by surprise when you do some kind of death lunge or you fly through the air.
Yeah.
So if I can keep you at a great distance, if something goes wrong, I have all this time to recover and do something else. And equally important, when something goes wrong, again, very important, we don't do flow for the sake of flow. If you're in exchange and you find that, I can't keep up, disengage. Get out of there. Don't feel that you have to flow because, Victor said that flowing is nice. Yep, sure. The flowing is a tool. If it feels unsure or unsafe, get out. And the way you get out is by extending the arm and stepping back, creating distance. For some people, I've seen this very often, some people will... I had a sparring partner from Belarus, and he knew that whenever I struck him on the inside, I could quite often punish him for his riposte by going for his head or something. And that led to him parrying my inside cuts and then not doing anything else, because he wasn't comfortable coming back at me. But the issue was that he would parry with a bent arm, which is good form when you parry, but then he would stop and not do anything else. He wouldn't riposte and he wouldn't re-engage, meaning that if I knew, oh, this cut number 6 is only going to be parried, I could immediately go from cut number 6 to cut number 5 to the leg. Or I could feint around, do something else, because I knew there was no threat coming and that he wouldn't be covering himself. So if you find that you lose control, then extend the arm, gain distance, and start over. Don't fight because you think you have to fight, because you feel comfortable. If you don't, get out. It is my take on that. At least, if nothing else, competitively. In sparring, you can go about it quite differently because you're trying to improve. But in a tournament, then get out, start over, try to regain control.
Only start the situation when you want to start the situation. Don't let the situation happen to you.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what you. I think what you see in a lot of tournaments with people who win are the one who play their own situations and stop the situations they don't have. I think a very good example for this is, I don't know, actually, Federico Del Olio.
Yes, I've seen him fight. Yeah,
I've seen a few fights, and I haven't seen any fighter of a lot of fighters who step away that often. He's like, if I'm not 100% sure I'm going to hit him, I'm going to step away. And I'm going to do that until I do. So you see a lot of zigzagging over the field where you think, what's happening? And then it's still that 9 out of 10 times he hits because he knows when to start and when not to. And that's a very nice thing to see, because that means you have control. It also means you sometimes get one-sided fights, but it does show a form of control, I believe, which is also very interesting to see and very hard to deal with then.
Definitely, most definitely. And I find that it's also very important. Something I usually use as a slogan or something at workshops is, don't be selfish. Get out of your own head. And some people can become so very much aware of what they're doing that they stop thinking about, how is this affecting my opponent? You might have the perfect, very complicated, elegant set of feints, but if your opponent gets scared and runs away, then you've accomplished absolutely nothing. So I mean, if your opponent knows how to disengage, then make sure you don't make them disengage all the time. Don't lose them. And that, working with this flow terminology, I usually think of those as flow stoppers. That sometimes, being left-handed, I'll do something quite weird. I'll go for cut number 1, parry and terce, and rather than trying to thrust in opposition, which from my experience pretty much never works against a righty, because all they have to do is push a blade ever so slightly offline, and now you can't hit. Maybe you can go for a follow-up like that, but if they think it's their turn, you have a double hit. But rather than doing that, I go for 1, terce, this is terce, 1, terce, and a thrust this way around. Because that way, you can wind around the blade and you can work with the curve of the saber. And this works really well against people who don't know you. And it can be a good way to get a high scoring target. Of course, the issue is that you see the center line. So this only works against people who really don't want to get hit, because they'll try to parry and they'll be too slow when you wind around. If you're fighting someone who's really twitchy and very competitive, they might just double on your head because they don't care about taking a hit. But the reason I mention this is that this can also be, unless you really think this is going to land, you shouldn't do it, because it's going to end the flow no matter what. Either because you struck them or because they're so uncomfortable that they don't feel secure going for a riposte after that. So if you're doing it too early, what happens is that you lost the opportunity to strike a deep target because you scared them too much. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying that you can never follow up, or that if they stop riposting that you're just stuck there. But I think it's very valuable thinking in terms of, I have all these exotic techniques at my disposal, but if I use them too early, I'm wasting a perfect good opportunity to go for a deep target, and I've scared my opponent. But I think it's very important to mention that I don't think any one technique is a flow stopper. I think what makes it a flow stopper is your opponent. Because I've done this 1 terce inside thrust against my usually sparring partner, Frederick, who I think is watching now. And at first, I would hit him with it almost all the time. Then we got to a point where he could parry it, but very uncomfortably. He could parry, and then he would retreat with an extended arm. And then just a month ago, he did what I think is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in He-Ma, and I'm so sorry that he did it and I didn't do it, but people don't allow him to do it. But I went for the cut 1, says thrust, and then got my wrist with cut number 8. Inside thrust.
We
Could be
seem
a flow
to have
stop.
a short problem.
Problem?
The stream is. No, it's now fine. You were falling back for a moment, but they missed a few seconds from your conversation. So go further.
So what I'll just say to reiterate though is that to me, flow stoppers are not any given thing. It's in the dynamic between you and your opponent. That what might scare one person will not scare someone who's used to it. So again, going that way around might scare someone who's never seen it before, but if you've done it on a weekly basis for 3 years, it stops being a flow stopper, and you can work off of that, going back and forth, having those nice long exchanges after that. But be mindful that you don't play your cards too early, and that you don't waste the opportunity. Because again, you don't strike your opponent, and now they're scared, and you've lost the headway you made in getting to the deeper targets.
And this is within the most, I think, the middle group of fighters. The thing with experienced fighters is if you do it too early and they're still on their mindset of he's gonna do this sometimes, it's not gonna happen. They're gonna block it, and then you've spilled your card. They know how it works. All right, this is the second time. This is not gonna happen. And doing a second and third time only means that the second and third time they're gonna try to hit you with it because they sense what's going on. That's always quite interesting to see in that, because the fighters that are quite experienced and also fight on a decent amount with each other, they know their top 4 techniques the other has. He also knows yours, and then it's like, all right, so we're all gonna do them once, maybe one's gonna hit, and then we're gonna have to do all the other stuff we know. And then the fight gets really interesting, because then you see, all right, we don't actually know each other anymore, while still being able to do what we usually do, but it doesn't work because he knows what I'm doing and I know what he's gonna do, and we've already spilled our cards.
Exactly. And I think a way you can, well, I think the other side of the coin though is that even though we have, again, what I call flow stoppers, there's also something to be said for conditioning your opponent. Because again, being left-handed, I really like using cut 4 either as riposte, because again, if I parry says, I can make it look as if I'm striking your head. When you go to parry, I twist my wrist and go for the forearm instead. That's something I do quite often. But eventually people pick up on that and they begin to parry cut 4. What happens then is you parry, you go for cut 4, and as they go to parry, you go around and strike them in the head instead. And that's something that this feint wouldn't work if my opponent didn't understand my cut number 4. So I need to teach you what to do before I can make my feint. And that's what I love about saber fencing, that it's so simple on the surface. We only have so few techniques to work with, but that means that very early on, and I think that's why I stuck with it for so long and why I worked with it even though I wasn't being taught by anyone, because I realized that we have so few pieces of this puzzle to move around, but we can combine them endlessly, and it's so accessible. And it's that sort of psychological game that I know that you know that I know, but do you know that I know, and all that stuff. So again, I'm teaching you that, defend your hand, defend your hand, defend your hand. Oh, you defend your hand, good, I'm taking your head now. So again, you can teach your opponent while fighting them, and then you end up developing some kind of arms race. Because again, I did this against my guy Frederik, where we're at a point now where he knows me so well, when he sees cut number 4, he covers his head. Because he knows I'm going for the feint. So it's a bit like Pavlov's dogs.
Yes.
And then from there, when he parries my cut number 1, he might give me cut number 7. But if he does that with 2 bend an arm, I can slip out of that and then follow up with a thrust. And then you have layers of layers of layers of us having fought each other for many years. So, I mean, some of it is artificial. But again, I very much believe that you can, during the course of a fight, condition your opponent. You can teach them, respond. Oh, you responded? Good. Next phase. Then you go for that. So it's a bit complicated, the whole thing about flow stoppers, that you need to, it's all on the spectrum. It isn't binary at all. You need to feel for yourself, am I pushing my opponent too much? Am I closing them down? Again, get out of your head. This feels good to me. How is it making my opponent feel? Not in any kind of soft way, but is this counterproductive? Am I making them too defensive? I did rapier and dagger for quite a while and still do it competitively, even though I don't siege it. But many people will, invest in huge parrying daggers, the size of bucklers, and they stand so much in profile that when they bring both weapons online, they're completely covered. And I think that's an issue, because if you cover yourself so much, then you're forcing your opponent to think outside the box. You're forcing them to be unpredictable because you've closed off all the angles. So sometimes when I'm fighting, I like bringing up my rear shoulder quite a bit when I'm fighting the saber left-handed, because it provides a bigger target. And again, that sounds suicidal, but I think that it isn't, because I'm very much aware of where I'm exposed. And all I need to do is move my hand across. But by providing these openings, or the illusion of an opening, we can sort of begin to build a bridge that we can, that's really sort of corny language, but we can sort of meet in the middle, because we have something going for us, and we can have that flow beginning, because I'm not covering myself too much. And again, that's really weird to get your head wrapped around. But again, it comes down to the whole, I know what I'm doing. If I stood like this without realizing I was exposed, it would be a mistake. But if I'm doing it for the express reason that I want you to strike my head so I can parry and save your hand, then it's very much an informed decision, as risky as it can be in some situations.
Well, that's like it is a conversation you're having actually, in it you need an opening line for the other one to go in, or you need to start an opening. And if you don't want to do the opening, you have to give him a form of opening to start with. If that's not there, then it's going to be a waiting game of 2.5 minutes. Then a judge is going to come forward and say, you're going to really have to start sword fighting now.
Yes. I hate when that happens. It does happen every now and then, and you just feel, oh shit, I should have done something. But yeah.
But that's both people actually really good. Properly defending themselves and not giving any openings, forgetting that you need to do this together, and it's not indeed in your own head, it's with the other person, and the other person needs to be able to interact with you.
Exactly. And I think a very tangible example of that is in saber fencing, that some people really like doing cuts 1 and 2 with the reasoning that well, you cover yourself so well because you're closing the lines diagonally, and I think that's very much true. But then you have the issue that if I give you cut number 2 like this, I'm closing the line to my head, meaning what I wanted to do is strike my head, so I can make a hanging parry and take your head, or hanging parry, go for the hand, whatever. But if I close that line, now I'm telling you, oh, you have to go for something else, and I have no idea what you're doing anymore. So I like to usually open with either, again, as mentioned, cut number 6, because I'm opening myself, or cut number 1, but where as soon as I feel your blade, I like to pull my hand back a bit to clear the road, which again sounds suicidal, but it really isn't. It's me saying, come on, strike me. And it's an attempt to make an organic invitation, because what I hate seeing is when people stand in Alba or with their hand behind the head or whatever, and it's sort of going, come on, strike me. No, of course not, because if I strike your head now, it's going to be an afterblow. It's a double hit. It's the worst kind of imitation. I don't believe for a second that I can strike you safely. Or if I stand up and people stand awkwardly like this, they might have the blade so low that you can strike them anywhere. But if you do, they'll stab you in the gut. Where I don't want to strike you unless I can control your weapon. So this I don't buy this as an invitation. This is so obviously a trap. But in a flow where you go 1, hanging outside, a low cut number 6, oh, he's going for my face, brilliant, take the leg and get out. So I think it's a gift when you are able to stand in a way that's exposing you without being overly suspicious. I could stand like this, but you won't fall for it. You know that I'm dangerous because I'm primed to strike you. But if I'm giving you cut number 1 and I'm opening myself just a bit and you go, oh, can I get the cheek? Oh, no, you couldn't, because I parried and now I got you in the head. And I think, again, that's where you get the ball going or rolling in this flow mentality, that you need to open up just a bit. And I mean, you could see that in, I was fighting Thomas Couturier at Swordfish 2 years ago now, I think. And I think we had some, 2 years, 1 year, we had some good, nice long exchanges going back and forth, because I can't speak for him, I can only speak for myself. But I was being very mindful that I need to open up just a bit, because otherwise I'll never get to the deep targets that I want. Otherwise it'll just be, a range game. And sure, I can do that because I'm taller than he is. But I'd rather do something else. I'd rather do what I think saber fencing is all about, which again is having this back and forth. And for that, you need to provide openings. But that's, again, just my take on that. And I get that it can be argued.
I completely agree. a question from the channel we have is in that.
Yes.
Do you have to be quicker than the other one? Is in that, does this only work if you're quicker than your opponent, or is it also possible to find the right time if you're not?
To me, I think it's very important to be clear about what we mean when we say quick. Because some people tell me that I'm a fast fencer. I don't necessarily think that's true. I'm not very strong. I'm not a very fit person. Sure, I'm thin, but I also have some kind of benign tumor growing in my elbow. I have all kind of weird things going on. So speed to me is being efficient in your movements. It's shedding everything you don't need to do. So I don't believe that I can move very quickly. I think that the reason it seems like so is that some people will cut, pull the arm all the way back, move into a parry and riposte, and you're wasting so much time. Yeah. What I'd rather do is cut, parry, cut, parry, cut, parry, cut, parry, like that, where you shed all excessive movement. And I don't mean to be very roundabout about this answer, but I think, first of all, being quick, to me, is a difficult concept to wrap your head around. But I think, yes, you need to be fast to execute many of these things safely. And again, it's why I have the caveat that it isn't wrong as long as you know what you're doing. If you know your own limits, if you know yourself, ancient Greek, philosophically speaking, if you know who you are and what you are, then it's safe to pull off. Which is why I would really encourage you to try it out during sparring. Maybe not in a tournament setting. I think in a tournament, you use what you know works. But in sparring, you can experiment and you can see, am I quick enough to do this? No, I wasn't. All right, I'll work on getting faster then. So I think some people have a weird concept of sparring that they want to win. They think sparring isn't competitive. And I've seen this at workshops where I've taught them 2 or 3 hours worth of sabre stuff. And then as soon as you go into sparring, they're not doing any of it. They're just there to try to beat me. And I'm not here to compete. I'm here to teach you. Why won't you work on the whole flow thing? So I think in sparring, that's where you work on building your muscle memory, because that's another thing very important to mention. To me, that's what speed is. It's muscle memory. It's having done everything before. It's not that I can move from A to B quickly. It's that no matter what happens, I've tried it in some shape or form. And again, I hope that isn't a deflection of the question, but to me, being quick is infinitely more complicated than just being able to go like this really quickly.
Yeah, it's knowing what you're doing and knowing both physically knowing what you're doing and know mentally that you have a plan for it and how to do it.
Yeah, and if I might, I'll just really quickly give you something very concrete you can work with to increase your speed. And I'll do it sitting down, but it's a drill that I like to teach, especially lefties, and is working on what we looked at before. I like to have an aggressor and a defender in this drill situation, and being the aggressor, I will lunge with cut number 6, recover with a hanging parry, and strike my opponent with cut number 1. Having done that, we go for 6, hanging parry, cut number 2. 6, hanging parry, cut number 3. 6, hanging parry, cut number 4. So on and so forth. Because from each and every parry, you can make all 8 cuts, and you can go even farther than that. Because to me, doing cut number 7, which is coming straight down on the head, you can do that going forwards. But you can also do it in this kind of almost like a Scheitelhau way, where rather than going like a jab forwards, you can try to sneak around the parry, meaning that all of a sudden 8 cuts have become 9 cuts. And when you do cut number 8 or 4, you can try doing it from the shoulder, which is very strong, or you can do it almost like a whip, like this instead. So already there, you had so many variations you can do just from the setup of going 6, hanging, 1. Once you've done that, and if anyone wants this elaborated upon, hit me up after this Wednesday when I've sent in my film school application. I'll be happy to elaborate on it because it is a bit complex. But what you can do once you've done this is either you go in the direction that your opponent then, after being struck, throws you an afterblow, and you have to recover safely. So you go 6, hanging 1 and parry, or 6, hanging 1, parry. That's one way you can take it. You can also have it be like you go 6, hanging 1. They give you a riposte, so you have to parry something you don't know what is yet. You parry that, then you strike them, and you fall out. So make it become almost like sparring, but in a controlled way. That's one direction you can take it. The other way, which I think is even better, is you go 6, but this time, rather than them going for your inside, they're going for your side, or the outside. So you go 6, terce 1, 6, terce 2, 6, terce 3, 6, terce 4, and so on and so forth. Because at this point, you're now in a position where if I throw card number 6, when I make my hanging parry, I can cover myself from my toes all the way up to my head. So that's half my body covered right there. If I include the guard of terse, that's 3/4 of my body covered right there. I mean, if you go for my outside leg, sure, I could be screwed. I could also double for your head because it's a risky thing for you to do.
Yeah.
But with this very simple drill, all of a sudden, you're in a position where if I give you card number 6, I already know the answers that I need for 75% of your moves from there.
Yeah.
And then once you've done that, you can go. I would advise that you slow down a bit, and the defender then doesn't tell you where they're going. So you go 6, and then you wait. Either you have to go for the hanging, or you have to go for terse. They don't tell you. So the game is now that you try to initiate, and rather than anticipating, you wait. And I think that's what's so very difficult. Because the mistake I used to do is I would go 6, I would parry thin air, take a strike in the side, and score 2 points to the head. And I would have won that exchange, but in a way it was really ugly, and a way that could be improved upon by going 6 and waiting. Oh, I need to do terse, and then you go for the head. So slow it down, and as the defender, your job is keep them guessing, go for something else, and see how they can make it work from there. So that's just an attempt to give you something very concrete you can work with. If you're watching this, try going 6, hanging 1, 6, hanging 2, so on and so forth. And then 6, terse 1, go through all the options, because if you do this regularly, you wind up being in a position where no matter what happens, you've dealt with it before. And that's when you get the speed, because you know where to go, and you won't be caught off guard.
No, and and that's a great way to finalize this interview with a very concrete thing, and not for in this case Pascal to work on for home and for all other saber fans to see, and that how they can incorporate this into their day-to-day training. Victor, I want to thank you for coming to our online event. I hope you enjoyed it. No problem. Yeah, it was great. And I hope to see you soon on any live events, because I'm itching for it again, and I really enjoyed this in that this how do you call it? Not system, but approach to it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, with the lockdown being the way it is, I think it's just nice being able to talk about H.E.M.A again, because I get withdrawals if I can't rant on for hours. So thanks so much for having me, and hit me up anytime, anyone watching, if you need advice on lefty stuff.
All right, yeah, they'll probably do. By a lot after Wednesday.
Yeah, after Wednesday, please.
After Wednesday. All right. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
So, here we are again, this time with Johanna Hopfgartner from Austria, who's going to give us a workshop on 18th and 19th century mounted saber systems. Right?
Yes.
All right. Tell us a bit more.
Well, I decided, since it's a pandemic and I can't do no partnered exercises anyway, and I don't really know about you, I thought it could be a good time to try out something fun and a bit more exotic. Oh yeah, plus we're in a global pandemic and maybe it will turn into a zombie apocalypse soon. And well, I watched The Walking Dead recently and I watched the pilot episode and I'm pretty sure there's a horse there. So those of you who watched it as well know how handy a horse can be in a zombie apocalypse. So if you're ever in this situation, here's what we're going to do. Today I work with the book from Le Marchand. I hope I didn't butcher the name there. He was a Brit and he published the book in 1796. It's British, I'm sorry, because I know people don't really like British saber because everyone does British saber, but we're going to do British saber as well. Originally, I wanted to do it outdoors with my horse, but my neighbor is using his chainsaw and he has been using it for some hours now, so I'm doing it inside with the horse you're going to see in the back. But I recorded the videos of the guards and of the cuts on my horsey, and I might publish it for you so you can see how it's supposed to look like on a real horse. We're going to have a look at some of the guards. There is only one guard, from which we will start all our movements and techniques in, and I'm going to show you some of the basic attacks of the parries, and if we still have time, I'm really not sure, we're going to have a look at one of the techniques, pieces, plays, however you want to translate it. So we're going to start. You don't really need a horse if you don't have a horse, although hobby horses really do count. Usually, I'm just going to quickly change my camera. Oh yeah, so usually if people practice cavalry saber and don't have a horse themselves, they just stand there with the feet at this far apart, like you're sitting on a horse, and this will work totally fine. I will still use my pony here, just so. Oh, Max is laughing right now. Just so you can see the position of the horse in relation to my body, okay? So we're going to start with the basic guard from which we will start all our movements and techniques from. It's basically, don't forget to lift your left hand because you're holding bridles right now, so you can't have it swinging around somewhere. Just put it at the height of your belly button or somewhere and leave it there. You can't really move it, or you can, but you will lose the control of your horse, so keep it there. So if you want to go into guard, you just lift your right hand so that your saber is in a horizontal position at somewhat of your level of your eyes, so there at that height. Le Marchand tells us to slightly lower the position of our edge so that it's not the edge facing forward, but slightly down, because Le Marchand doesn't really want us to parry with our edge. If we can, he wants us to parry with the flat or even with the back of the sword. So to protect our edge, he wants us to slightly, in the guard, slightly angle the blade of our sword down. So that's the guard from which we will usually approach our enemy and from which we usually start our attacks. Yeah, it looks like that. Yes. So we're going to have a look at the 6 cuts, which are the same 6 cuts as in every saber system, I guess. The first one is the normal diagonal from the right to the left, just like this. I'm going to do it to the front now. If you do it on horseback, you will hit your horse's head like this. But since we're just going through very, very basic cuts, we're doing it that way. You can angle it slightly to the right or slightly to the left, depending on where you want to aim your cuts. But just now for practice, I'll do it straight ahead. So cut 1 would be the normal diagonal downward cut from the right. Cut 2 would be the normal diagonal cut from the left to the right, like this. And we're going to always start it from the guard position and end in the guard position. So cut 1 and cut 2. Cut 3 and cut 4 are the basic Unterhaue, the basic rising cuts. The third one from the right side, cut 3, and the fourth one from the left side, cut 4, and always ending in the guard position myself. You might spot me thumbing the back of my blade like this. This is a bad habit of mine. Le Machin doesn't really want it. Also because he's using much heavier sabers than I'm using right now. I'm using a super heavy French infantry saber, and he's got much heavier swords. So there are only a few instances where he allows us to put the thumb on the back of our blade. Don't do it during the cuts. So again, we have cut 1 and back into guard, cut 2 and back into guard, cut 3, back into guard, cut 4, back into guard. And we also have cut 5 and cut 6, which are the horizontal cuts at eye level. Cut 5 would be from the right, and cut 6 would be from the left. He does not have a cut 7 or cut 8 like other saber manuals, like Hutton, for example, has. He only has those 6. So again, cut 1, cut 2, cut 3, cut 4, cut 5, and cut 6. Yeah. Now we're gonna have a look at the parries. He has more parries than other saber systems, or other saber systems I know. He has got 7 parries in total. And while other saber systems might tell us to parry with the edge, he tells us to, if we can avoid it, to never parry with the edge. Going to do it like this. No. The first 2 parries I'm going to show us are left protect and right protect. Yeah. Left protect is from the guard position. You lower your hilt and put it on the left side with the edge facing to the right. From the guard position, lower the hilt and put it to your left side. The edge should be facing right. If a cut comes from that side, you're supposed to parry it with the flat or even with the back if you can. But don't parry with the edge. From the guard position, lower the hilt and put it to your left side. The right protect is super similar to the left protect. Actually, we can go from the guard into left protect, and just from that position, shift the sword to the right side. From that position, your edge should be facing to the right. The back of the sword should be facing to your left. And should a parry come in, you can parry it with the back or with the flat, but don't put the edge towards the incoming cut. So left protect and right protect. The next parries I'm going to show you in a bundle of 3, which are very similar ones. Yeah. So if you're in a guard position, this time we are assuming that someone attacks our bridle arm, that is our left arm. So from the guard position, we're going to drop our point and shift the sword a bit to our left side and go into a somewhat hanging position, I would say. This should protect our bridle arm. It should not protect our head. So it's not supposed to really be over our head. If you want to protect our head, we have other parries. So this one should mainly cover our bridle arm. From that position, the next one is the so-called sword arm protect. We're going to assume someone is attacking our sword arm. So from the bridle protect, we're gonna turn the sword around our head and go into a somewhat high octave position, Hutton would call it. It's just a semicircle from the bridle arm protect around the head to that side. This is one of the parries where you're supposed to parry with the edge. That position, again, leaves the head very open. So usually that parry is followed by the so-called St. George's parry, which other saber systems have as well. So from the sword arm protect, just go upwards into a position, into a hanging position that covers your head with your sword. That's the so-called St. George's position, St. George's parry, or head parry. He calls it all 3 of them. So again, from a guard position into a bridle arm parry, into a sword arm parry, into a St. George's parry. Yeah. All of the 5 parries I just showed you are parries that are supposed to cover yourself, but not necessarily your horse. We have 2 parries that are actually aimed to protect our horse. One of them is the so-called horse head near side protect. So if that is our horse's left side is our near side, and if we want to protect it, we're gonna go from a guard position, drop the point to the left until it's in a somewhat prime position in other saber manuals, with a low hanging point, with the point being at a level with the horse's jaw, for example. So it should definitely cover the left side of a horse's head. That's the so-called horse head near side protect. Ugh, what a tongue twist. So from the guard position, horse head near side protect. Guard, horse head near side protect. So we also have a horse off side protect. This one's for our horse's right side. It's very similar to our right parry, which is that one, our right protect actually. But this time we're having it lower down at the horse's side. So it's supposed to protect our horse's head or our thigh, for example. It's not as low as the horse's near side protect. It's a bit more horizontal. And when you're in a guard position, you lower your sword hilt on your right side and use it like a right flug, for example, in longsword. Yeah, that's the horse's offside protect. Those are the parries we're going to work with. There are also the points or the thrusts, but Le Marchand doesn't really want us to thrust against other cavalry. He prefers us to thrust against footmen or infantry. For the play I'm going to show you, it's not necessary to thrust. We just have a scenario of an attack and how it could play out And I'm just going to show you the one. So we are on our horse, charging into glorious battle or whatever. Since we're facing our opponent, we're going into the normal guard position. So now we are doing the so-called assault. We're going to attack our opponent. We're going to use it as an opportunity to practice the 6 cuts again. So I want you to, from that position, to do the 6 cuts in succession to your right or to your left side, whatever you imagine your opponent to be. So from the guard position, cut 1, cut 2, cut 3, cut 4, cut 5, cut 6. We're going to go, we're going to return into guard and look if anyone's, I don't know, attacking us. And indeed, we are being pursued. We have to run away or do the so-called French advance. No, we're going to have to run away. I'm so sorry. We're going to run away. Don't forget to look behind you. Oh no, someone's following us. So someone's following us and attacking us to our left side. We're going to use the bridle arm protect to ward off any attack coming to our bridle arm. Sadly, it's not all. We're also being attacked on our right side. So from the bridle arm attack, we're going to swing around into the sword arm protect and catch an attack in that direction or from that direction. From the sword arm protect, we're going to go into St. George's parry just to keep safe. And we're going to end it all with a cut 6 to the rear to end it all. And afterwards go back into guard. So that's a piece that is, or Stück or technique, that's in Le Marchand. It's the second assault he presents us with, and we're just going to do it again. So from the guard position, we're going to go attack. We're going to do the assault, use it to practice our 6 cuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Go back into guard. Oh no, see that we're being followed. Run away. Protect our bridle arm. Protect our sword arm. Go back into St. George's parry. And now I think I'm going to strike my cupboard, so I'm going to be careful. Do a cut 6 to the rear to end it all. And back into guard. So, yeah, that was the second assault. Implementing cuts 1 to 6, 3 of the parries, another cut 6, and a chance to insult the French. No, sorry. Yeah, that was basically it. I don't think I have. I'm a bit early, but I'm pretty good with ending it here.
Well, there's still quite a few questions to have, and if more come, we'll answer those. So the first one is you shown how to protect your bridle arm, sword arm, head on both sides. Now, was the question, how do you protect your legs?
Ooh, there is actually a guard called thigh protect. It's not really in the book itself. It's called a new guard, so it's something fancy. It's basically like the horse's offside protect, for example, if it comes to our right side, and just pull it back a little. And being careful, of course, to not parry with the edge, because a lot of my strong, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So that was one. The other one I noticed was that when you do the sword arm protect parry, it was noticed that you hold it quite loosely.
Yes.
Isn't there the risk of losing the sword?
Probably. People try to do it in a way that comes naturally and in a way that's that way in the illustration, and it's pretty close to that in the illustration. So I'm guessing he has it really loose.
All right. Yeah. Well, you are protecting probably from cuts that come from the side, so they probably strike into the blade. But there was a question from, I think, one of the French you scared away probably.
Oh no! Oh no, they were French.
Yeah. Yes, I saw a drop in our viewers from like at least 3, so they're probably gone. No, but that does make sense, and that it probably if you're holding it like that, and if it's that close in the books, then probably due to movement and that kind of stuff. Other thing I would like to ask is, in that you said that he does not like that you trust at cavalry. Why is that?
He says.
Oh, he's still here. He hasn't gone. He's still here.
He says that if they manage to parry it, you are far too extended and they are far too close for you to be able, with your super heavy cavalry saber, to do anything else. So he says he does have thrust against cavalry, but only against retreating riders.
Yeah.
So if they're running away, you can stab them. But apart from that, you're usually only supposed to stab infantry.
All right, and still also cut infantry, or only stab infantry?
Good question. I have seen both in the books, but yeah, both I'd say. Definitely more cut heavy when it comes to riders, but I think both for infantry.
All right. Then there was one question I saw for the St. George Guard.
Oh yeah.
So why was it? Is there a specific is the reason why it's horizontal because the horse's head is diagonal, or is it more of a broader area you want to cover from just above?
The St. George's parry, so that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not really sure. No. It is taught in the succession. I show it, so it's taught as one movement. So going from guard position into bridle arm, back into sword arm, and into St. George's. So maybe it's got something to do with that, because it needs to be a fluid motion or whatever. But how else would you do it?
I don't know. I just read the questions. Okay. I'm just a messenger. No, but I believe in that. A lot of the guards we have, if you start thinking about mainly longsword, where I'm more proficient in, or that is usually they are all vertical or diagonal blocks instead of horizontal. So maybe that's enough the background from the question, that it's more from a longsword ID.
To cover the most head.
Yeah,
possible.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. All right. Then I have another question. So you said you were doing this subject because they're doing something new. So how did you came up to do 18th and 19th century cavalry saber?
It all started when I laid hands on a sharp saber. And yes. I had a horse, and I had melons.
How do you mean had a horse? I hope you still have the horse.
I still have a horse, but I came across a sharp saber and melons, and I thought, oh wow, I'm going to slay some melons.
Yes.
On horseback. And I loved it. So I started I looked into British saber, because that was what I was usually doing. From now on, I'm tending to go more into Austrian, Count K and K, Austro-Hungarian saber, but they're super similar anyway.
It's just the same when you had a horse, basically.
Yeah, basically.
All right. I I'm gonna check if any questions. I did make a mistake. It wasn't St. George Guard he was talking about, but it was Right Guard.
Oh, Right Guard. To be honest, I myself hate Left Protect and Right Protect. All of the other guards make sense to me, but if I would do the movement in a way that came natural to me, mine wouldn't be vertical either. So because in the illustrations and in the description, he really tells us to go vertical with that direction. Vertical with the blades.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really offer an explanation. Right. From my natural sword and saber experience, I would parry with the edge, okay?
For starters, yes.
I would definitely go more horizontal like this. But he is very clear. He wants this and he wants this.
All right. Yeah. So it's in that matter, it's quite a clear manuscript. It has very clear things on what to do and what not to do.
Yeah. Oh, and what I need to add probably is it's one of the earliest saber or mounted saber manuscripts. It's not a manuscript. Books. Yeah. I know. And the modern ones, they've changed a lot. So apart from this one, I don't really know any saber or saber book that enforces back parries or that enforces that kind of parries that seem a little, I don't know, unnatural.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing he has a reason.
Probably. Yeah, that's usually when we dig into more and more of it. We usually find out those reasons, and then we think, why didn't we do this from the start?
True.
At least that's what I have usually. All right, then I thought I saw one other question, but I lost it. So give me 1 second. That was of course to do with the upper body, but it was already slightly answered in the chat, but maybe you can go a bit further into it. When you are using the saber now, it seems that you're moving your upper body quite little, and your lower body as well. Has it to do with the horse riding aspect of it, or is it just basically the rules of the manuscript or the book?
It doesn't really say that you're not allowed to move your upper body at all. Of course, when you're on a horse, your legs are more in a fixed position than they are when you're on foot. So of course you can shift a bit with your knees and with your hips, but of course you can't do lunges or any footwork or anything. But you can
I don't think so.
But you can definitely lean around in the saddle. There are even Austrian manuscripts that tell you if you're fighting against infantry on a horseback to really lean down on the side of your horse to protect yourself.
All right.
So you can definitely lean.
All right, so that's okay. I don't have any further questions. I really enjoyed this lecture. It was really fun. And it's given us some more insights in the how to defend against a zombie apocalypse / probably Italian infantry kind of thing, or French infantry if you're running the other way.
Thank you.
But it was really enjoyable, and you'll probably get tons of messages about it, about how you came up about this and how this is going.
We'll see. To be fair, I recorded earlier an outside session with my horse where I did all the parries and cuts and even the play on horseback. I will edit it and I will publish it for you, so you know how it's supposed to look on a real horse and not on a
yeah, you should
kind of horse.
Well, that's a real horse. That's a real inside horse. That's a real inside horse.
All right.
So, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, yes.
And I hope to see you soon again.
All right. Thanks, Max. Thanks.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so we're back again, and this time I have with me Oskar ter Mors, who's gonna give a workshop about how to exchange. Sorry, I have forgotten. I have not in front of me. It's a motivation to cover the final stretch of the pandemic. So to find that last bit of motivation to cover those few, hopefully weeks, maybe months, until we're done. Oskar, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, my name is Oskar ter Mors. I've been teaching HEMA for actually quite some time now. I currently teach HEMA at Ludwig van Keulen and H.E.M.A in Leiden and Utrecht, respectively. And yeah, when I was asked to do a workshop for the online Winterkamp event, and I heard the theme motivation, I figured I move away from being a mad professor of the Messer for once, and rather just give you some tips about how to get through the final stretch of the lockdown. So in order to get started, I think I will first share with you the presentation that I've prepared, and then we can get fully started. So here we go. It should appear on screen right now. Yes. Well, what you see here is some funny math that I did today. I wanted to look how long it has been since the current lockdown in the Netherlands. And the smiley on top of this sheet will probably tell you how I felt when I looked at it. 127 days is quite a long time to not do any sort of organized HEMA. And as you can imagine, that kind of, well, throws a spanner in the works of any sort of training plans that I had. And I am sure that I'm certainly not the only one who's dealing with this kind of stuff. And as we're counting the seconds since the last time when we've actually been able to bonk anyone on the head with a longsword, we can ask the questions like, hey, how can we actually make sure that we keep our motivation up to keep doing something at the very least, so that once we get back to being able to properly train HEMA again, hopefully very soon, we don't feel like we've set the clock a couple of years back by not doing anything for the past few months. So yeah, that's it basically. The idea is to have a look at how you can do HEMA alone without it being hugely demotivating. Now, spoiler alert, this is not about trying to defeat the wet bandits with any swords. It's about mostly practicing HEMA by yourself. So to find some motivation during the lockdown. So what I think I'll be telling you is, firstly, I'll just start off with an example. So what did I do during the lockdown? I think personally that I found a couple of things that worked very well for me. So I'll just go over an example of what I did during the past few months that kept me at least motivated to go out and do at least something of the sorts. I'll also try to analyze a bit why did that work for me, and try to distill that maybe into some ideas on how you may be able to apply that to your own situation as well. And then finally, I'd like to also just open up the discussion a bit and see if anyone in the chat can come up with some ideas of projects that you can undertake to help you get through the last weeks of lockdown. So let's get started. Some of you who have me on Facebook or follow me on Instagram might have seen this this dude in orange running around a park, swinging a greatsword at stuff. This is part of the thing that I've dubbed Project Goliath, and I'll just go through what I did, how I did it, and why I think it was very motivating for me to do this during the lockdown. Well, the idea is really to work through the entirety of the so-called MS Germ Court 2020, which is, a rather fitting name for the current situation, I'd say. But most of you know this as the Goliath manuscript, which is a longsword, among others, manuscript from the top of my head, roughly 1530s, 1520s. And this is interesting because the swords that the guys are using in this particular manuscript are a wee bit longer than we are used to. They tend to be as long as we think great swords should be, like the example we have over here. And yeah, what I'd like to do with this project is mostly focus on the illustrated plays, because those are interesting because they show the guys actually wielding the greatswords. And the idea was for me to see whether I could perform longsword plays with a greatsword. And then by doing that, establish if the technique used to be able to perform those longsword plays kind of changed in any significant way to fit the use of the greatsword. So there you have it. That's basically what I was trying to do. If we move on, then you ask the question, yeah, to what end and why, and most of all, why record it and put it online? Well, several reasons. Not all of those might apply to anyone, but they did apply to me. First off, I think that filming stuff like this helps spread knowledge about that. And since this was based on a question that I found on an online forum, I think it was somewhere in a discussion group on Facebook, I figured this was a fun thing to try and help answer that question that people had. Can you actually perform longsword techniques with a greatsword? It also gave me a reason to interact with the online community, because I can put these things online and people would have comments that force me to think about, like, why do I do certain things? I got some feedback from people who tried similar stuff and came to different conclusions, or the same, when you get to actually interact with those people as well. So for me, that was also quite motivating to be able to, do this thing and make that a way to, despite not being able to actually train with anyone at the moment, still have a way of engaging with the HEMA community. It also creates some accountability, because posting these things online creates a bit of a schedule for me, in which I need to make sure that I at least regularly work through parts of the manuscript and record it a bit. And for the rest, it's also helps me by, and that's a reason why I think anyone should be recording themselves from time to time while doing HEMA, confrontational as it might be sometimes. It really allows you to give feedback on yourself, and more positively, I suppose, it really makes progress visible, because if you record yourself over a longer period of time, you really will see some growth, because you will get better at it, and you will see how you've improved, where usually that is a bit tricky to see if you don't actually have any video reference of it. So pretty much the question, why do you do this, a project like this? Well, it helps with motivation for the reasons I've mentioned above, and it will also help you acquiring certain skills that you cannot really practice if you don't have a partner otherwise. So what did I need for this? What did I use? Well, pretty much a greatsword. There was a time when I was still allowed into a hole, in which I used a steel greatsword, but I got a black fencer greatsword to just practice outside. Ideally a garden, of course, but I don't have one. But thankfully I can go to this open air theater in the local park, and I can do some greatsword stuff out there. Victonhour is a great resource. Having access to that is absolutely great. So that's instrumental, being able to work with a manuscript. And of course, I record stuff with a camera phone. So overall, the amount of stuff you need to do something like this is relatively small. And finally, what about time? What I did is use this project as a way to force myself almost, or allow myself, if you can say it like that, to make time to go out, interpret the manuscript, play with it a bit, and record it, and do that at least once a week. And the other thing is that I then try and post the results to get some of that engagement with the community for this. So now that I've in short explained what I did, I think it's fun to try and analyze why this works, because let's talk about that, and then see how we can all apply this to our own situation. So why I think it worked really well for me, why this particular project felt really motivational for me, is that it gave me some sort of a midterm goal, and I'll try to explain why I think that's important. Because having a short-term goal is of course important, but short-term goals can feel very insufficient just on their own. A short-term goal can be like, I think that my short-term goal is to go out and swing a sword today. or it can be go out and take a kettlebell and do some kettlebell swings. But those are very important, but if you have months upon months of just setting yourself those short-term goals, you don't know why you're doing them. It doesn't really work all too well. Your motivation will start to drop off relatively quickly. Long-term goals, on the other hand, are great. Long-term goal can be to be a kick-ass tournament fencer once classes recommence. It can be to become an expert on certain types of manuscripts, but they don't really provide a good perspective. You can't really see how you're progressing towards that goal, especially not during a lockdown. A midterm goal is really nice because it gives you something in a time frame of several weeks or something of the sort that you can tell, like, hey, at the end of the lockdown, I have achieved this. And going through a project with some very clear, defined results that you want to get from it is a very good way to go through the lockdown. It gives you something to do from which you can see the results relatively immediately, but doesn't slack off once you've successfully done this a couple of times. Now, another thing why this worked, I suppose, is because it gave me the engagement with the people in the community, and because I set myself the goal to post the results every couple of days. So it creates a form of accountability. Or rather, these are two nice things, but how do you get to them? Well, yes, but no. Because I really have a bit of a love-hate relationship with corpo speech. So SMART goals are, on one hand, they make me itch a bit, but at the same time, they are very useful as a means to get somewhere. So I'll just try to put it in a different way. A couple of questions that you can ask yourself to make a project that can help motivate you to get through the lockdown, I suppose, is to ask yourself a couple of questions. And those questions, for instance, can be, what would I like to do? What would I like to do to make sure that I keep doing some form of HEMA over the past coming weeks that will still be in lockdown? And you can ask yourself the question, to what end am I doing that? So what am I trying to achieve by doing that? What am I trying to show for results in the end, as it were? You also have to ask yourself the question, why am I doing this? Do I actually try and stay motivated as my primary reason to do it? Or do I really want to keep up my skill level or my fitness? Do I want to make sure that the HEMA channel that I'm running on YouTube keeps getting more engagement? Those are all valid reasons as to why, but I think it's good if you at least make those reasons explicit. And then you can start thinking about the practical matters, and those are also quite important if you want to make sure that your motivation doesn't disappear at some point. And as of course, how? A question like, what am I going to, what I'm going to need to be able to do a certain project or perform a certain idea. So you can have this great idea of going through Figueiredo's 16 rules for the montante and film them all, but if you don't own a montante and you don't have a space to train where the police doesn't come and arrest you if you try that, well, maybe the project isn't as attainable as you think it would like it to be. So you really need to stay within your possibilities in that sense. Now, you also have the question of when. So what's your time frame for the entire project? It needs to be achievable within a couple of weeks, really, because otherwise regular training will kick in and the project will not be finished. You need to make sure that you, in order to have that little bit of accountability, you need to make sure that, you have these steps along the way. So some small deadlines to make sure that you actually go out. You need to plan when you're going to do that. So if you, for instance, have a very busy job that just got a lot busier because of Corona, and you have a family life that you definitely want to maintain, well, then you might not be able to spend a lot of time on this. So plan the project accordingly and keep it small. So these 5 questions, I think, are really important to ask yourself if you want to set up some sort of project that will get you through lockdown. And I think that what we're going to be doing in the rest of this session after a bit is have a look at, hey, can you come up with some ideas on how to try and do this by asking yourself, and then ask yourself these 5 questions and see if you can actually make a plan for a fun project that you can do till the end of the lockdown. And if at least a couple of people come up with a fun idea and might go and do that, I think that will be already a great result of this little lecture. Before we do that, though, some tips that I found also very useful that don't really fit into this SMART model. And I think that is that you should start small. So really, especially if for the past couple of weeks, you found it really hard to be motivated to do anything, don't make a huge project straight away. That's unlikely going to be very successful. So start small. Just challenge yourself to pick up a sword on the first day, and for the second session, just make the sword session a little bit longer. That is, you really shouldn't make it too big straight away. The other thing is that you should consciously make time for it, especially when you feel that you don't have time. And I can say from personal experience that the current situation will have a lot of us feeling like we don't have time for anything. And anytime I did actually manage to make the time when I didn't have it, it did to go out, swing a sword, or do a workout session. It really did make me feel a lot better, and also allow me to do everything else in a better way and more efficiently, with less heartache than it would have otherwise cost me. Now, the other thing is to challenge yourself, but don't step too far out of your comfort zone. So don't go and try a very difficult manuscript interpretation project if you haven't interpreted a manuscript before. So yes, definitely challenge yourself. Do something fun, do something crazy, but not too crazy, because then it will probably end in disappointment. And really, if you want a form of accountability, try to engage with your local and online community, because even though you can't really fence or train or talk to your club mates in real life, doing so online, especially with fencing related activities, even though you do them by yourself, engaging with a community is really motivating as well. So to summarize all these, just be nice to yourself. Don't be too harsh on yourself about these things, and also reach out and engage with other people, even if that can only be online. So having said all that, I think that I'd like to spend the last bit of the workshop that we're doing on, handing the reins to the audience a little bit and see if people have any ideas for projects, maybe some projects that we're thinking about that they don't really know how to achieve during the lockdown. And we can have other people in the chat maybe respond to that by considering the questions of what, to what end, why, how, and when. What we'll be doing is I'll be having a look at the chat for now, see if anyone is proposing any of these, to see what people are proposing, and I'll try to select one of these ideas, and then we can have a look at some of the questions. I'll also look at the time a bit. We have about 10 minutes for this part of the lecture, so that's absolutely great. We can spend some minutes on that, and then we'll go to a more general Q&A session. So would be really nice to see some ideas. Well, I see for now that Rules is saying that Johanna has a great idea, but you need a horse for that. Well, that's an interesting thing we can work with. Okay, I also see that how about to go about, there is probably someone online with more skills. That's a good question. So I see that D French is, so Diego, I presume, is saying that there's someone online with more skills. I'll answer that question really quickly now, and then I'll wait if there's any other ideas floating around after that. So, well, Diego, there's probably someone online with more skill. Yeah, but that also depends on your goal, right? If it's your goal to create an instructional video that is the best out there for the particular thing you're trying to do, then someone else having more skills might be an obstacle. But if your idea is quite simply to keep yourself motivated, give yourself something to do, and engage with the community about something that you're doing, then someone doing it better online is definitely not a problem, I think. And it really depends on how you present it as well. If you present it as, hey, I'm doing this during the lockdown to get some more skills, some tips might be appreciated about this, you're going to get a different response from the community than when you say, this is the best way you could possibly do it, and this is an instructional video on the subject. So what I'd say is, if you feel like, hey, what's stopping me from doing stuff is there's someone online with more skills, really depends on what your goal is. If you just want something to motivate you to go out and do stuff, don't let anyone else online doing the same thing stop you from doing it. Okay, now I've seen that a couple of questions have come up when it comes to, let's just go with Roel's idea. So say you want to follow Johanna's idea for a mounted sabre system. So, and I also see that people are actually responding to it. So, well, the problem that Roel has here in this case is, well, we don't have a horse. So how can you still practice a saber system used for mounted combat? Well, for instance, someone said a mountain bike instead of a horse. Maybe. Someone else said indoor horse. Well, what you can do, and I've actually done this at some points at a training when I wanted to work a bit with a mounted play, is to just, so if you have access to a gymzaal, a gym, is to use one of those jumping horses. Anything that you can sit on if you work at home will actually simulate being able to having to sit in a saddle and do mounted plays. Of course, it will not be the same as when doing it on a horse, but it is certainly better than not doing anything at all. And I also think that that rhymes with some of the tips I gave earlier. So to doing anything at all is better than doing nothing, really. So yeah, so we had the practical question of a horse, a jousting on bikes, corona proof. Well, not sure about that. Okay, is there any other questions that we can ask? So, for instance, Roel, if you were to try and do a horse saber fencing project for the rest of the lockdown, what would you try to do with that, and what would your main goal try to be? And I'm going to wait until some of that stuff comes in the chat, of course, because we have a little bit of a delay. I've also seen a lot of other questions coming in, and I'll be answering them for the Q&A session in a couple minutes. But first, let's, for a little bit more, go through the horse HEMA thing and how you can actually do that from your home right now. Okay. I currently also see that Roel replied about having some inflexible upper body and a huge problem working above shoulder health. Okay. Okay, flexibility in upper body. Well, first thing I'm going to say is you definitely need a physio for that, someone who is actually a professional in that. But one way you can work around that is to make sure that you focus on plays that don't really require you to have your hands high, for instance. But then again, I'm trying to not really get into an area where I'm giving advice that a physio should be giving you. So might be a good idea to, for problems like that, to actually get in touch with a professional. But yes, recording yourself can be quite important as well. So if you're going to do a project and you do have some sort of an injury and you want to check if your form is not actually hurting you, recording yourself is actually really great. I also see someone saying that yoga is really good for that. So that is definitely something good as well. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. So Diego has an idea, possibly for the horsey HEMA thing, that he has a saber coming in sometime and try to document himself learning to use it. I'm not sure if he means to do that on foot or on some sort of a surrogate horse, but yeah, that might be a very good thing to do. And to jump on that question, Diego, what would be the reason for you to do that? Like, is this mostly motivational? Do you want some engagement with people, or are you trying to mostly focus on acquiring saber skill? What would be your reason to do that? Oké, ga ik even doen. Okay, I see that on foot. Okay, very good. And well, so you just want to learn how to fight with it. Well, that really, of course, now that we have that information, very good, thank you. Then you can ask yourself, okay, what form should it take? If you want to learn how to fight with it, my tip would be to film yourself from multiple angles. Make sure that it's nice and visible, to make sure that if you ask feedback from people, then you will also be in the position to show that to people so they can actually see what you're doing. And yeah, now the next question. Talent from grinding in years. Okay. Yeah, very much. Okay. And then really the final thing that you need to ask yourself is pretty much, okay, what will I need to do that? And when will I be doing that? So create some time for yourself to be able to actually go through this project. So make sure that you figure out, can I do this once a week or multiple times a week or just every other week, and how much time can I spend on it? So yeah. Any ideas on that? And I think once we have that, we have seen, I think, enough examples, and then we can maybe go to the more general questions that I've also seen. I'll try to answer those. Okay. Right, I'll give that a minute to pop up. So every day after work. Oh, that's excellent. That gives you a really good possibility to work on it very regularly. And for instance, you could set yourself the challenge of doing one play a day and then film it. That's already a huge thing, and it will likely, if you keep that up every day after work, you'll be able to really see yourself progress and either see that the width of different things that you can do with saber will have increased, or it can be that you see that your form is getting better, or your overall structure when you have a saber. So yeah, excellent, excellent. Now, final thing that you can think of is what you might need, but I think that we're going slightly over time already. So in order to be able to answer all the other questions that I've been getting. Excellent, Diego. I see that you know where to start now. Well, you're very welcome. Thanks also for participating in this little work form. So I'm going to have a look now at the other questions. So this kind of concludes the official lecture part that I worked on, and let's go to the Q&A session. So Max, how would you like to do that? Will you select the questions for me?
Yeah, sure. So to start off, in that there are some very thank you for this this workshop form already. I think a lot of people already have a few good ideas in that, on how to proceed with that and how to move forward from this. So the first thing I wanted to ask you is so you figured this out on yourself, or what methods did you use to get on this track?
Well, that's an interesting question. I kind of take stuff that I pick up in my line of work as a history teacher and try to apply that to how I approach HEMA, because I find that usually very helpful to apply some form of structure. And last year I interestingly got to supervise an intern for the first time, and of course I got in touch with a lot of the theory on how they should monitor their professional growth, and I've borrowed a bit from that, although as I said, I have this love-hate relationship with corpo speech, so I tend to usually phrase it differently, but a lot of those ideas tend to come from being a teacher and all the stuff that comes with it. And yeah, this basically has to do with how you create feedback on others, but also on yourself. And yeah, I try to apply that to HEMA as well, and I do think it works.
Yeah, great. And the format what we see in a lot of the workshops, including I think the one both from Dennis, from Kristine, and for Victor, is how to get feedback, how to respond, and that's been a bit of a red line through this entire event now. To see in it, how do we make sure we get better during this lockdown? Just is to create your own form of feedback, so that's good to see. Well, one of the questions I found in it is actually two questions on the same thing, is how to start with a completely new thing.
How to start with a completely new thing? Well, there's several ways of doing it. You can just dive headlong in it and make lots of mistakes and learn from those. And there's actually nothing wrong with that, except when you try and go about with some of the more risky weapons. So with a greatsword, I definitely would not recommend that. It can be a bit injury prone. Same goes for halberds and stuff like that. If you do that wrong, you might end up injuring yourself. So usually it's a good idea to use online resources at your disposal. And the internet is full of free resources these days. When it comes to greatsword, I can really recommend Montantero channel, for instance. Also Montante Nino. Those are the two go-to greatsword channels where they actually show you some very basic, simple stuff that you can do to get better, and get a level of basics that will allow you to start. And then once you know how to at least safely handle a weapon, then you can get started with that. Same goes if you want to try some calisthenics things. For instance, there's a lot of really great guides for how to do handstands, for instance, how to start from zero and then get to a point where you can do a handstand. Although with online resources, a word of warning, there's also a lot of utter crap out there. So you have to be a bit careful with that. And once again, I am going to say community really is the answer to this, because people in your community will know what kind of resources are to be recommended and which ones are not. When I have a question, is this fitness channel actually doing useful stuff? I tend to ask Ties, because he's a professional in this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's indeed a great idea. And that just basically you're saying get started with online help.
Yeah, if I mean, you have resources at your disposal. So if the answer to how am I going to do this is, well, I can't do this by myself, then you engage help either online or in your local community.
Yeah, great. And then a follow-up question on that, and that is from a someone who's still a beginner, who wants to get started during the lockdown. What? And it's a bit more maybe specific in that on technical stuff. Where should you start?
Well, I have this when I look at historical fencing manuscripts, mostly, because I like working with them. I tend to look at them on several levels. I will be releasing some material about how to do that on my own channels later on, but it basically comes down that you from a manuscript, you can get plays, which is just choreographed fighting sequences. You can get principles like Voornacht and Indes, just general rules of fencing. And you can get movement patterns. The plays, they're a bit boring by yourself, but they can make some sense sometimes. Depends on the system. The principles, they can't be done without feedback from a partner. So if you don't have anyone to fence with, forget about those for a moment. You can pick that up once lockdown ends. Movement patterns, however, is where you should be looking for your growth at this moment. So usually if you are a complete beginner, find a system where you it's either made really explicit what you should be doing with your entire body. So how does one foot step? What does the right hand do? What does the left hand do? Or find a system that has been properly explained by someone already within your local community or online, so that you can actually focus on how do I actually do this? What kind of movement patterns do I need to learn to be able to fence in this system? Now that is, I think, in general, what I would advise, and mostly keep it simple. So if you're a complete beginner, just find a place where someone explains it well and breaks it up into really nice, simple steps.
And then just movement.
Yeah, it's basically learning how to move the weapon. And once the lockdown ends and you get that feedback from a partner, so you have someone trying to hit you or you have blade contact, then you can learn how the tactical principles actually work. But none of that is going to really matter right now when you're training by yourself, and you're not going to have a very efficient training if you focus on those. So learning how to move well is something you can do on your own.
Certainly with a video camera to engage with that feedback again.
Exactly. Filming yourself while doing solo training is absolutely vital. You can have like a big standing mirror. That works really great as well. Yeah. There's a reason why they put those in fencing halls and dancing halls. But you know, almost everyone has a camera phone these days, so it makes it the barrier to doing that really low.
And it also, again, that makes it easier to communicate with the outside.
Yeah, so if you have a question for someone, you can just, even if it's not a very high quality, high definition video, just put it out online. If people can see what you do, they can give you feedback.
All right, nice. Then I saw one question from Pascal is, so in that you already slightly discussed it earlier, in that when there are so many videos and books, how do you pick the good from the bad?
How do you pick the good from the bad? That's where your community really comes in. I think maybe even a better question would be, how do you pick one that fits your situation, that fits your goals? Yeah. Usually I would say that just go through these questions and then at some point you will find the answer to what do I need. So if for instance, if your goal is to just get going and your previous experience is not that great, and you mostly just want a reason to go out and practice, you want to learn some fun movement patterns, then Ljungqvist's Messer is not really going to be for you, because it's mostly about principles. Yep. It doesn't always show what you need to do, and there's just so bloody much of it. Yep. That's really not going to help you. Yep. So instead, pick the Glasgow book and go through the breakdowns that Ulrich Neumann has been posting in the Messer Guild. Oh, yeah. That will help you a lot more. So mostly how to select what is good, engage with your community, see if anyone is making anything that fits your goals, and ask for advice from people who know, and they will point you to the places that are good.
All right, great, thanks. So this has been quite a bit helpful in that, just the accepting of in that you don't have to do it alone. You're not alone in HEMA anymore. It's like 20 years ago maybe. Now it's not there anymore. Now you can get help and get motivated to get started. Yeah, pretty much. The community is basically what keeps us going right now. So yeah. For me also, that one of the main reasons why I still keep doing stuff, so I can have a reason to engage with people. Great. Yeah, and I saw several messages already in the board coming by that this alone, a workshop like this, is a reason to get started again. So I find it very great to hear, and it's also, I think, a compliment towards you, towards this lecture about for people to get started again, and how to do that, and it's a good way to do so. I want to thank you for joining us today. So thanks for having me. Yeah, always. It's great, and. Yeah, I think we're almost done, and we're almost going to the last one. I hope to see you soon again. It's probably gonna happen. Probably this year, maybe.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yes. We need to do some sparring again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, and yeah. See you soon.
Yeah. See ya. Have fun with the last workshop.
Thanks. Bye.
Cheers.
Okay, so welcome everyone for our last workshop. Well, a little bit different than the usual ones, but I think fun anyway. This one will be given by myself and Arto Fama, who has joined me here for the analyze this. So for this, I'll explain the concept a bit. We asked everyone to send in videos of their fighting tournaments or otherwise to see in that for to be analyzed. Because what Arto and me are going to do is we're going to analyze the fighting, see what we can get and what you can learn from this form of feedback and how you can learn from that. So the reason why we're doing this and why I'm not doing this alone, mostly because doing it on your own is a bit difficult with talking, and usually two perspectives make it a bit easier. But Arto himself also does this quite a bit, and that also as a profession. So Arto, if you have a little bit to tell about that.
Yeah, sure. Happy to cooperate with you on this one, Max. The idea, like Max already explained, is both of us looking at a video with you guys and then explaining a little bit about our thought processes. And in conversation, this is easier. I think that reviewing videos can be a really, really helpful tool in becoming a better sword fighter, especially because everything that someone does, either move in a specific way or choose something on a tactical level in a fight, can be traced back. So you can often, as a coach, come up with different questions to present to the participant and figure out what is going on, either to make someone aware of a habit they have or to point out something that they're actually pretty good at. I think one of the key points of video reviewing is to show someone their acquired skill, to make them aware of something that they're already capable of and are not giving themselves sufficient credit for.
Yeah, I completely agree, because in that you can always show that what someone doing better, but most people are quite sufficient that themselves and are always struggling to see what they already did better.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
With that, I'm going to start with our first video. So our first video has been sent in by Martijn from a tournament in the Netherlands called the H.E.M.A tournament, which is at a castle in the Netherlands, which is a beginner's tournament. We have that specifically. You are only allowed to participate if you have done less than 2 years of tournament fighting
experience.
Experiments, and if you haven't done any major tournaments and won them. So I'm going to share my screen, see if we can't see what's going on here. Let's see if this works. Yes. All right. So let's get started. So me and Arto will be talking in between this for now in that. So and if you have any questions, please share them. We would happy to discuss them either now or later.
This being a more beginner tournament, there's probably going to be a lot of stress involved, even though there's not a lot depending on the particular matches. People are excited to do well.
Yes. Right. All right. So the fighter
can see the participant is clearly really keen on fighting from the right side and sticks to that.
Yeah. You see that with both indeed, and both have their plan in that going into it, but still in that figuring out how to fit in with each other. What we talked this earlier with Victor about having that flow together and being able to move together. You see that that's something in that which you can really see here. That's not yet there, but that's great.
Both of them are still figuring out what the other person is doing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of clashing and retreating instantly because they don't connect yet.
Yes. So
here it's a bit better because there's slightly longer exchange. There's fighting from both right and left side.
Yeah,
so
it
feels like they're creating some kind of synchrony.
Yeah. See also some different uses of techniques. How further we're getting into this?
Both of them seem to favor a sort of Fontaine position or leaning over the sword in Flug. So to me, that really shows they're keen to fight. Wrestling was resolved with a nice disarm.
Yeah. Also good to remember this, and that the judging here is also done by beginner fighters. Just if you're not aware.
Yep.
So this is very interesting to see that the starting position is still the same. So they have their basic in that we're going to start with this, and the adaptations are really coming after that.
Yeah, almost every single exchange starts off with both fighters throwing a right-sided strike, moving forward, and then either in the clash figuring out it's not where they want to be and therefore moving backwards, which is a good thing because it keeps you safe.
Yeah.
Or trying to pursue forward and strike to the other side. It does show to me that whichever fighter is standing more upright seems to have more control of the fight.
Yeah.
To be able to deal with the threat of the opponent.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a bit of a discussion, so maybe we can skip ahead of this one.
Yeah.
This is always a stressful moment as a fighter, trying to keep to the flow of the fight while people are talking. Still in the same position. More exchanging, there's more attention to the measure of the fight.
Yeah.
And something that really stands out here is they're trying to pursue a certain target and then continue to move forward. And Martijn, who asked us to evaluate this, the good thing is that I think he tries to encounter the blade and then pursues an opening.
Yeah.
The thing you could improve is to do that with different motions rather than hold his sword in a certain position and continue to step forward.
Yeah. And you do see in that they're not well, neither one of them is expecting to hit from the first go. So it is a thing from all right. We have a conversation as to say, and it has to have an opening line. You have to go in from somewhere, and you see that they're both trying. All right, we have a strike. Now we have a bind because we fight from a bind, and then we start doing things.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to see that, especially in a tournament that revolves around people without a lot of tournament experience, trying to deal with the stressful situation of someone calling go and hold, that they're actually having this interaction and conversation where there is striking and contact, and then the rest of the exchange, rather than just trying to hit the other person and get away with it or back off.
Yeah,
so it's a nice and interesting fight, and it clearly shows what both fighters are good at. I would say the fighter on the right side is good at continuing to put on pressure, close the distance when past the point, and striking right and left. Whereas Martijn is trying to strike, gain control either in the disarm or pursue something by placing the point on his opponent.
Yeah, you can truly see that both have a different set, and that the fighter on the right, which I thought also in that with the pursuing in that has a follow-up action ready. He knows what he's willing to do once action A fails, and you see in that's in that with Martijn, he's more trying to stay in that. All right, how can I just get the sword out of the way for me to do something next instead of going for the next action to move forward.
Yep.
All
what
right.
would you say is a point that could be improved upon?
So yeah, for the first thing I would say in that for Martijn himself, I think what he needs to focus on here is that the control of the blade can be by going forward. There is a continuation in his actions that needs to be going towards the one he's fighting, and not to the side. So trying to fight more in a centered way towards your opponent to have more pressure on it, so that he doesn't get overwhelmed very quickly.
And how should you do that?
Yeah, that's the more difficult thing. The first thing I would recommend is when you're blocking, aim the point at the opponent. Just lower the point a bit. When that doesn't work,
I would try to dig a little bit further and say instead of the action that he should try to pursue, like you're saying now, is stand upright. Just pay more attention on bending the knees and standing upright, because it's the leaning over that prevents him from being able to do what you just specified. Because being able to indeed pressure towards the opponent more and place the point online directly after parrying, which is excellent advice. I think he needs a bit more rest in his entire structure to be able to do that.
Yeah.
So, and this is where I think video analysis is really interesting. We can figure out what a different path or choice could be. Then we have to figure out what is required in order to be able to do that, to take the action.
Yeah.
I prefer to come down to something as simple as, would it help you to bend your knees a bit more and pay attention to that through the entire fight? Because it's small and it's actionable advice.
Yeah, and it's also more that what I said maybe was in more of a symptom than the cause of the situation.
Yeah,
yeah.
Absolutely. Right. So that would be the question that I would take back to Martijn and say, hey, see if bending your knees and standing upright would help you if you pay attention to it.
Yeah, right, yeah. Great. So I think he's watching again, so he now has that advice to go forward on.
Cool.
Yeah, if I was checking in the other person, he didn't ask for it, but I think in that, well, the same way in that he has moments where he slacks in a bit, where you see in that Martijn grabs the sword and that kind of stuff, but also in that maybe also a bit of relaxing even, because he has a way of wanting to move forward.
Could you perhaps rewind the video a bit so we can see an exchange and point something out?
I think it was about here. Let's see if I'm right.
Yeah. It's a very tense position.
Yeah.
Leaning forward a lot, which does generate pressure. So that's definitely the upside of doing that.
Yeah.
In this particular exchange, you see him leaning sideways, almost losing his balance, trying to strike around. So.
Yeah, and
say that. Yeah, now with the stepping back, he's leaning over his front foot.
Yeah.
So I would definitely say that having a bit more relaxation would indeed ease to connect all the different actions together.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it also makes it easier to think of your next steps, if at all possible, and to variate on your approach into the fight. So in that you see a lot of Zwaardkring from his side, which eventually got caught by Martijn. And if I think if you're more relaxed, also as well in postures as in mindset, you also make it easier for yourself to change up a bit.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. All right. Then I'm gonna switch up to the next one. Yes, I'm gonna stop this for a moment so that we're visible and that I can search for it. So next one we have one from Diego. So I'm gonna put it here. One moment. And
launch in 3, 2.
Yeah, that was the intention, but I can't find it.
Oh dear.
Yes, it's gone. Oh, is it? It's really gone. I do this one. Ta-da! This also works.
Here we are.
So, yeah, this one is from Diego, and this is a solo drill, so this is a bit different to analyze.
Yeah.
He also has
Thanks for sending this in and taking the position of being judged by other people. It's always pretty easy to point out the things that someone else could do differently. So I'm pretty happy that someone was able to just send in something and said, hey. Max, are you still there? Is your video loading?
It's still loading here.
Right. Yeah, I'm only getting very anxious. Yeah, less movement now. Perfect.
Yes. So yeah, it is always very difficult in that to let other people, certainly you might not directly know, to say, hey, evaluate my how I'm doing here, and that might also be the scary thing about doing it, but it can be very useful, I believe.
Absolutely. So, what is the first thing that springs to mind when you're looking at this this type of movement training that Diego does now?
So well, the thing that I was quite quickly drawn upon was his back foot, that his heel never touches the floor.
Mm-hmm.
So that was what I was thinking, which means that you might be doing the movements a bit too much from just keeping movement and not from your core itself, because you're not taking the time to do the full movement.
Yeah. I'd phrase it differently, but definitely we're thinking along the same lines. Yeah. Especially with the continuous striking, it seems that the first or even the second strike is used as a setup, and then the circular momentum is used to accelerate the next strike. Meaning that he is moving very, very fluently, because he clearly knows where he wants to go. He clearly knows how he wants to connect different actions and different strikes together. So the overall chain of movement is nice and fluent. But indeed, most of it is done from the arms, or at least from the chest up, and using the momentum of the sword instead of the entire core. So I would say that to fight with the entire body would require a connection at the shoulder, because there is a clear hip connection. If he steps forward, he does rotate his upper body. Therefore, he moves his core. He turns around the spine really nicely. But that doesn't specifically make the sword move. So if he would be able to hold his shoulders differently, then the body movement would also lead to sword movement, because now it moves independently from his body.
Yeah, I understand what you mean in that it is both very fluent, I think, and I think getting those dots connected,
absolutely,
that would really make for a very interesting fight in any tournaments to see, or at any sparring session to see. That's going to be very, very nice to see, to watch, I think, as this is as well.
Yeah, definitely. I like that he changed his heights and leans in to use his body weight. So he does use his body to fight with the sword and the different strikes. But the abruptly halting and throwing the blade to the other side does make it clear that it is, like I said, less connected to the sword. So
yeah,
what is the thing that you would ask Diego after seeing this video?
What I that's quite a difficult one, because it's a style that I do see more often than only this. I'm gonna stop this for a moment. It is a very, very noticeable style that so both sections apart have been developed so that they do function, but how to get that connected is a quite difficult thing. I actually do not in first thing know what that could be. It could either be that he doesn't use the elbow as to generate force, maybe for his strikes, and then what you said, and it used the shoulders indeed, so to get the strike from this motion instead of this, so that it's not necessarily maybe a fling. That could be one thing, but I'm not actually sure about that.
All right. So the thing that you could ask Diego is, where do you get the power for your strike from? Is it because you're launching it from the elbows, or is it because you are rotating and moving the shoulder forward, therefore driving the blade? Do I get it then?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I also think that he would be very helped by training with some form of interruption, either duct taping the sword to a tree or some sort of post, or have a big piece of string to strike towards, something that interrupts the motion and then forces him to continue it or change to the other side, rather than go to exactly the point where he wants to be and use that momentum to generate the next strike.
It might give a bit of a false image, you mean?
No, it's a good image. It's just that in order to improve, you can do this and get quicker and more fluent.
Yeah.
I think that adding a bit of chaos by interrupting your motion will make it more difficult. So I would say that is a way in which he can push himself out of his comfort zone in order to figure out a way to still move fluently if the flow is interrupted.
Yes. All right. I'm gonna see if Jago has responded as well, so that's also quite neat to see. Read it for 2 seconds. So what Jago asked in it basically is does he need to engage with the hip more? Not really though, because the hips are quite engaged, I believe.
So what would you answer then?
No, I think it's more indeed with the upper body following the hips. So making those two connect, so in that using the shoulders to follow those hips into the strike, instead of letting the hips move while the elbows move. I think.
So a bit more core tightness, especially in the upper side, so that if his hip moves, his shoulder moves as well, and that drives. Yeah.
Yeah, that might
sounds like a good answer.
Yeah, indeed, that sounds like an answer. Let's see. Let's go for the next one. So for this we have a sword and buckler fight. So that's going to be interesting, and it's sent in by Jasper and Patrick. One moment. No, that's Excel. Excel is not going to help me here. So let's take a look. Yes, so this one. Yeah. So here we have a sort of buckler fight with Patrick on the right, Jasper on the left with his brand new jacket. He got that first training for the first day there, if I am correctly, the purple one. Yeah. And they have some sword and buckler drills for us.
Cool.
So yeah. So it's quite fun to see. I already trained quite a bit with them, and the fun thing to see is that Patrick has been really trying to keep that center line his own, but sword and buckler, which Kristine already mentioned, is extremely important. Jasper has been doing mainly longsword, where the inside line is extremely important, but you can also go around, which sword and buckler is I believe quite a bit less if you do MSD 33.
Yeah. So what is it that we're actually watching now? Could you explain that a bit, Max?
Oh, of course. So we're watching them try a few techniques they're trying to do. So what Jasper is trying to do, he's trying to do what I believe to be an overbind with the false edge, coming from the left to the right, and then trying to gain control and go to the middle at the step. And what Patrick is doing, Patrick is going in the
special cover.
Huh?
Special cover.
Yeah, in the special cover. I'm not actually sure of the name, but there's a name for this. And he's trying to either tip the points and then regain that center, which you see not a few times. The last 2 times it works by dipping the point and then going forward. And the reason I think why Patrick is having so much luck success with this is by the size he keeps his motions in. They might still be a bit big, but he's really only trying to use the wrist in the moving of the sword, and trying to keep the movements as small as possible, which makes it's far more easy to stay in that center line and to keep that ground yours, which with sword and buckler is quite a bit easier because you have that buckler with you.
Yeah.
With that
so
last
you can
one,
center without your fingers being exposed.
Yes, and with that last one, you see that Jasper did that. Jasper did exactly that. He moved a lot smaller, and it's up, winding, and thrust. And for a second time here, So that's quite interesting to see that during the video they're also giving feedback to each other, that both try to get as small as possible to take that center line and to get that safe space for yourself.
Yeah. So during the video we see both fighters evolve and get used to the response that the opponent throws at them.
Yeah.
Change their technique until it functions, and then the other person tries to find a way to counter that. And that's a lovely bit of play to see.
Yeah.
That basically one play is being put into action, and when it has done its job, the next play comes into mind because it requires a different solution. What is pretty clear is that the measure is being closed incredibly fast. So I would say that the biggest improvement here would be to slow down a little bit and focus on gaining control rather than rushing in, because the moments that the distance was closed a bit slower or not as rashly, it was much clearer who was hitting who and who had control. So I would say that it's a clear example that speed does not overcome technique per se.
No, definitely not. And with Sword and Buckler, it's really paramount that you have control before moving forward, because one slip of the wrist can mean that the sword is free and you can go forward again. And if you're too close, you're done. And I think we had one around here where you could see that. I'm not sure if it was this one.
One from these starting positions.
Yeah, but this one, he moves in. Patrick's his sword moves away and he cuts to the right side. Because the control wasn't there yet.
Yeah, he opens up while moving forward, running into the blade, and because Patrick separates Sword and Buckler, he can block off block the incoming strike while presenting a threat with his messer. So this is a clear example of keeping it tight until you have to expand your structure. And move at the right time.
Yes, because going back is far more difficult than going outward, I believe.
Yeah.
So
it's easier to cover a lot of ground moving forward than it is to cover the same ground while moving backwards in the same time.
Yeah, indeed. So what I do find very positive is the growth in this, where you see with each exchange that they're getting better, and you see both Jasper and Patrick trying to really keep it as small as possible, and you see very clearly in the last two that Jasper has got the grasp of it in those last two exchanges, where he like, all right, I need to slow down a bit, and I need to take the binds, keep it there, and then do an upsetsen.
So after this particular example of rushing in and the other person taking higher ground because of that, could you maybe scoot forward a bit so we can see the more successful example?
Of course. So I believe it's either this one or the next.
Yeah, trying to keep it smaller.
No.
So this one is still a bit rushed. He had control, but lost it when moving forward.
But I'm not sure actually, because you see in that he does move forward, but he gets the bind there. Because Jasper is the left one, of course, with the purple. But you do see in that moving with his wrist to the side and being able to move it small. I do think the last step might not have been necessary indeed, so it was still a bit rushed. But you do see that his hand motions are getting indeed a bit more in pace with the technique he has in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not rushing so fast that he's running ahead of his actual movement.
Yeah. Right, and then maybe the next one, because there was one other one, I believe, after this. Oh, and I do have to say this, Jasper, your knee. I say this every training to him. So now again. Oh, and I believe so. This one is probably the last one.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, they're both actually Jasper going forward. They both have enough control to not get the hit in the first one, but the second one, they both are too close either to get the full defense in, I think.
Both of them open up a bit too much, and strike underneath the shield of the other person.
Yeah. So
but indeed, it's awesome to see the evolution throughout the fight, trying to change the angle, trying to change the like I said, the scale of the movement, slimming it down to the center of the fight.
Yeah.
Trying to find the correct speed to apply pressure, but also let the other person realize that they're actually under threat.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lovely example of two guys playing around with an exercise mindset and trying to figure out what is working against the other person.
Yeah. No, indeed, and that makes it fun. And it's also not they're not doing this at full pace. That makes it still possible to be training.
Yep.
So, and also what I think that will the both positive thing is that the growth you can see in it, and you see in that Patrick is very much holding his ground, trying to keep it as small as possible, and you see that that's working quite well for him. Well, you do see that in that because of it, he also lets out openings because he lets Jasper try his defense without a proper reaction sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and with that against it, Jasper in that he's sometimes a bit rushing in a bit, which he could do if he slows it down a little bit. He could have a bit more control, but also because he does take the initiative. With it, he does get the most options to do something if he eventually slows down. He does take the moment to try and engage with Patrick on this one.
Agreed. He does take the form on most occasions that allows him to open up different angles. Yeah.
All right.
Clear.
Yeah.
Can we have a conclusion to the video reviewing in total?
Yes, certainly. I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment so that we can see everyone. Hi. Then I see lots of questions. So for general, in that we're analyzing this, I do always find it very difficult myself because there's a lot of motion and movements most of the time, and to finding the right cure for the right thing you want to improve. I don't know if you agree with that so far.
Finding it difficult, yes, absolutely.
Yes,
it's really challenging to do something from purely the video because you only have that particular angle. You cannot see the entire situation going on.
No.
So you have to take into account that a motion that looks like a thrust and is halted abruptly might be because it landed in a spot that you didn't see. Or if it's a solo drill, for instance, like Jacob sent us, that we're not aware of the surface that he's actually standing on, for instance. How slippery is it? Does that influence his standing?
Yeah.
So there's always a lot going on that we can't know. My approach generally is to figure out what I can see and what I can get out of that, what I can understand, then provide feedback on those particular areas. So for instance, if something consistently pops up, like you said, Jasper's knee is out of line. Apparently that is something that happens often. This is clear feedback. And then you can figure out what is actually going on inside the experience of the participant in the fight. So basically, as a guide to video reviewing, look for something obvious and then check if it is actually obvious. Because if the other person is already aware of it, then you can discuss, because you both understand you're having the same point of view, you can discuss how to improve on it. Sometimes stating something that is obvious to you might be something completely new for me. So if you would review my fight and I'm not aware of the fact that apparently my left foot is always turning out, that can be incredibly helpful. So simply talking about it without offering up advice is already very beneficial at times.
Yeah, because it just gives another pair of eyes looking at something, and something you might not have seen yet. And that, and also what I usually find quite interesting, both for myself then and maybe for others also, is see in that how does someone do it differently than maybe you do it. It might not always be necessarily, But if I see, I do always in the same way, and I see someone doing it differently, I think, all right, why is he doing it differently, and does it have that effect on the rest of the body, or the rest of the motions? And you can always discuss then, why do you do it like this, or is there a reason you do it like this? Because either it makes an improvement for the one you're analyzing, or it might be an improvement for yourself as well on that method, to see that, all right, he's doing it like that because of this reason, and oh, that might be useful for me as well, or for the other person.
Yeah, agreed.
All right.
Shall we try to figure out some of the questions then?
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. We have a few more minutes. So the first one was nice jacket for Jasper, so that's fairly important. I have a question from I can't pronounce your name. Sorry, Javier Diaz. When analyzing a video of another fencer as preparation for competitive sparring, what key factors would you focus on? So if we're going to a tournament, let's say Swordfish, and we have our top 5 from last year, if you would analyze that, what would you be focusing on? For me, I don't generally analyze other fighters because I can't influence them. The only reason I would be analyzing a fight of another fighter is that they have a technique which is so different than what I'm used to, that I need to know it beforehand to make sure that I have some form of answer I can adapt to and which I can influence myself. Because if I can't change myself or give myself a solution to that situation, then I'm going to have a problem in a tournament. I don't know.
So becoming aware of any problems that you might encounter that you haven't dealt with in the past.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I would, as a general approach, I'm really agreeing with you can't change the other fighter, so trying to figure them out and meticulously reviewing every single video, I think is not the most effective way to use your time. Yeah. It might be helpful to see if someone has, on the one hand, the tendency to do something, and on the other hand, the capability to do something. So if I know that a certain fighter is capable of covering a lot of ground and has the tendency to do so very aggressively throughout the entire fight, because it's someone with a lot of stamina and they're able to consistently put on a lot of pressure, and that is helpful to know. Yeah. If someone has a real huge preference to thrusting a lot and is not as adept at striking, for instance, then it is good to know that you might encounter that a lot during the fight. Small things like this help me prime myself to become aware, if this is someone that's going to thrust a lot, I need to make sure that I'm really happy with launching Shieldhau as my first action. Yeah. Maybe half the encounters.
Yeah, it's just
also making decisions up front, basically preparing yourself to do something and preparing a particular area of fighting.
Yeah, so basically that's where you are saying that. All right, so in that, what decisions do I need to make to answer this, and what kind of problems might I encounter in the coming fights? Those two would be, I think, the two things you need to analyze. What kind of specific techniques and how they do this, I think you could leave out, mostly because of the reason that they are still gonna do that, and unless it's a very specific thing that you haven't encountered before, it's not gonna change if you watch it or not, I think.
Yeah, just play your own game.
Yeah, basically.
All right, agree.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't maybe watch in that and analyze your own videos, because those always can, and then the technical part can be very interesting and to see in that regard. Right? Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So then for next, I have Pascal with a question. I hear a lot that you can film yourself to analyze yourself. And then we get to the problem that that she finds all the flaws and doesn't know where to go from then.
Yeah, that is something that I encounter a lot as well. Especially if you know that you're a very self-conscious person, it is very easy to figure out what is going wrong in the video material. I've watched a video with someone else, and then they said, "Oh, that looks really good, and this is going really well." And my mindset was, "Yeah, but my knee is off there, my hip is wrong there. I'm striking on the wrong position here. My sense of distance is definitely not good enough." So it really depends on your point of view, what you're looking at. It is really helpful to make a video of yourself and then lower the bar purposefully to start figuring out what is it I'm getting right. Because if you know what you're doing right and you can repeat that, that might be more beneficial than knowing the 30 things that you could potentially improve. Yeah. And I would literally start at, did I drop the sword? Did I fall over? Because every once in a while you see yourself in a video and you do something so dedicated to the motion that you literally fall over, lose your balance, and have to regain balance after that initial action. So if you're not falling over on particular moments, then I would say those moments are better than the ones where you are falling over.
Yep.
From there on, you can figure out how long am I keeping myself safe, how often, as you said, am I placing the point online after doing something with the sword. So look for small things and really, really try to affirm what things you're already getting right.
Yeah, I completely agree. And which I also find quite helpful is if you're capable, don't watch them alone. If you're on your own and you have that tendency to see every mistake you make, and you find it very difficult to find the things you do right, get someone with you to watch. Get a second pair of eyes to check. All right, but yeah, you say that you're doing this and this and this wrong, but that you're doing right. There you step with a clean hit because your posture is correct, even though 2 other times your posture isn't correct. So that's ask someone to show you where you have already improved.
Yep, excellent advice.
Yeah.
Make sure you're not stuck in your own mindset.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can find one other question. Yeah. All right. So that's another one from Pascal via Cynthia via Pascal. Is so what we discussed earlier when analyzing other people, and that then saying that when you should do your own thing or when you should adapt to the other person, because both can be helpful sometimes. But when do you make the switch? It's a bit more into the fighting style of things.
What's the question exactly? When should you switch to adapt to the fighter, or when should you play your own game?
Yeah, that exactly. So when you should.
Right. Well, I think that you should do what you do best as long as it works. So as long as it keeps your head from being not from being hit, then something is going right. But it's pretty hard to judge if your technique is good and the other person is simply doing something better and countering your action. Therefore, their hit made a lot of sense and you did not have the chance to follow up on it. Or if you need to change what you're doing because it's the wrong response. Sometimes you're literally giving the correct response, but on that particular day, that person is simply out fighting you. Therefore, I find it really hard to answer this question. When should you change? If what you are doing is not working, if you're giving the same response 3 times in a row, and every single time the opponent beats what you are doing, it is clear that you should change it. Would not necessarily say that changing your style to adapt to the other person that you're fighting means you should no longer play your own game or do what you do best. Try to work within the frame of what you can do well, and all you need for that is just be able to strike right, left, and thrust forward. Because I think it's a trap to think I should really change my game. I should throw away my own plan, come up with a complete new one in the middle of a fight. I think that's too difficult, and we shouldn't try to invent a new technique to deal with this particular opponent.
No, you can't change what you have been training for 5 years in 40 seconds. That's not gonna happen. So the changing part only counts indeed for the very the small parts. In that if someone keeps stabbing you, and your binding to get into close combat to ring doesn't work, all right, switch it up to a shield how to get more distance so that you have something different. In that way, I think you need to respond sometimes and change it up, but you can't say, well, I'm gonna grab a rapier and now stab him in the face. That's not gonna happen.
That might be a bit too creative for the situation.
Yeah. And that stay in that keep this the solution small, and that even if you want to adapt.
Yeah, definitely change your course, but don't change your entire way of moving.
Yeah. All right. So with that, we're about to our time, and I believe because if I'm checking our schedule, oh wait, no, we have time for a few more questions, but I do not wonder if they're still here. We have had all the questions. We had a very efficient seminar like this.
Excellent. Well, whenever someone wants to ask questions later, they can always contact us. I think there will be the organization of today's event.
Yeah, we do in that both really enjoy in that maybe doing these analyses, even if though they might sometimes cost a bit of time, and most people do enjoy watching videos of sword fighting. And when you ask them to help you with watching videos of sword fighting, most people say yes, and most people enjoy doing that. So please do send videos if you have some questions, or if you need to know something, either the same email address or just message us personally. We are sword fighters, and we're way too enthusiastic about this hobby 9 out of 10 times. So we would love to help if we can, and hopefully you've had some use for this video. Thank you, Arto, for helping me on this subject. I really enjoyed it like this, and I think it was a real a good how's it called?
Cooperation. I think we work together.
Yes, cooperation on this, and it really helps a lot with this. Well, 2 pair of eyes, as we said, are more convenient than 1. I'm losing words.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure to work with you and to see our different points of view on the same subject.
Yeah.
So
great.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, no problem. With that, I am going to end the event. So today we had some great workshops and lectures from many instructors throughout the world. We had mostly Europe, I do believe, who all said, "Oh, you're doing an event? Yes, I want in. How can I help?" And all on this current crisis, willing to give their part on how to adapt to it and how to keep doing HEMA, which we all love. How to keep that going with technical things on how to do something different, which you can do on your own, to keeping motivated, or how to start a new project, which I believe are things we should keep doing, because it is quite difficult to keep going in this time. With that said, I am very proud and very happy that I can now conclude the 2021 version of our winter camp, be it online. I really enjoyed all the lectures, and I hope you did too. And a big shout out to all our amazing crew who did a lot of work, including Jeroen Woordragen, who's been the technical aid for the entire day and has not had a break. I believe he ran off for toilets in between once, and the rest is all he stayed here. But with Pascal Boots, who also organized most of the event, together with Martijn Best, who is also Martijn van Best, who is also a host during this event, and Tosca Beuming, who has been helping all around to get this event going. So thank everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for joining us, and hopefully we can see you next year at Winterkamp, but then live. Have a great day and see you soon.